All right. For the people who are tapping in, um, check your check your microphone. I sent a couple of speaker invites out to some people if you want to speak. I'm gonna keep it pretty free and loose this afternoon until we get moving, and then we'll go ahead and move forward. All right. So basically, let's get it. First of all, good morning. My name is Torraine Walker. I see most of the people here probably already know me, but for those who don't, I am a writer, I am a digital content creator, I am a political commentator. If you don't know my work, go up in the Jumbotron. I'll put some links up there so you can see who I am and what I'm about. Basically, what I do is I tell stories. If you know my work, go to my website, you can go to my podcast, and you can also go to, if you want to show some love, go to my Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, and Patreon. But basically, I tell stories. I fight misinformation, miseducation, and anti-black misandry using written, video, and audio storytelling backed by data. And I wanted to have this conversation today. And I named the space the Blame Black Men Electric Slide and Fish Fry Voter Outreach Party because it looks like what's going to be happening moving into this election season is I see some of the same tropes that were used in 2016 and 2020 when it comes to black male voter outreach are going to be some of the same things. And the techniques that they were using in 2016 and they saw recycled again in 2020 were basically shut up and vote. Black men don't ask too many questions. Just get behind your sisters and accept this fish fry and accept this pop blocking and accept these dance videos and then just be quiet. And if you got too many questions, don't say too much about it. Just go ahead and vote and go back to dancing. So I wanted to have a conversation about that this afternoon to talk about what is there that really is speaking out to the concerns of black men and what are those concerns? Does anybody even really care? So I wanted to open the floor up to some brothers I know who talk about these things and are concerned about them. So that's what we're going to be doing. I'm going to let Travis speak first, and then I'm going to pass the mic around to people who want to speak. And if you want to speak, you know the routine. Tap your mic, put your hand up so I can see you, and I'll let you come in and speak. So Travis, you got the floor. Go ahead.
Yeah, bro. I hope this sound good. But what I notice is like you said, this happens with black men all the time, right? And for those who don't know, I'm actually a black male studies scholar. And people don't realize this, but when I make claims on Twitter, it's not like I'm just coming off the cuff or just sharing my opinion. What I'm talking about comes from years and years of research. And what's happening now is people don't really understand black men, right? And then based on that misunderstanding, make claims. So let's look at voting, right? So a lot of people already know this, but once you commit a felony, right, you don't have the right to vote. So when we look at the outgoing data, the exit polls, and we look at the voting pattern, excuse me, voting patterns, that only represents a specific number of men, right? So let's be clear. This is only the black men who actually voted, right? So we if say only 20% of the black men voted in that state, right? So then all this analysis, think piece, etc., comes out about 20% of the black men in that state, right? We not even accounting for black men, one, who don't even have the opportunity to vote because of mass incarceration and that long history of anti-black misandry, right? Or two, black men who don't vote because there aren't any viable voting options, right? So it's a combination of these two things that leads to, oh, black men this, black men that, when in reality we're only talking about a small percentage of black men.
Hmm. And I want to touch on that point you just made. Um, Even the small percentage of black men who don't vote and the black men who do vote, do you think there's any real messaging being sent out to them that's really encouraging them to even do so? Because usually what we get is, your ancestor died for you to vote, or it's your duty to vote, but they're not giving you any real incentive to go out there and do that. In my opinion, what do you think about that?
Yeah, bro, and we keep it a buck, right? Broadly speaking, there's nothing for black people to vote. period, right? And we keep it a buck, right? They basically just say, well, Democrats is going to automatically expect us to vote for them, and Republicans at times are overt with their racism, right? So like they really don't care about black people, period. But when we focus in on black men, right, it's pretty insulting, right? And I mean, I say I try to watch my language, but I'm a grown ass man, right? And we look at the stuff that's been given to provide to try to persuade black people to vote, such as like the infamous electric slide and the twerking and all that stuff, right? To the there's a plan for black men. Like remember when they tried to do something? It was a couple of campaigns, right? I remember Stacey Abrams had a campaign, Joe Biden had a campaign, and when you go look at the plan for black men, it didn't have any actual tangible things that's going to apply to our life, right? And then whenever we call that out, then they start gaslighting us, saying, well, you just don't either you don't like black women with Abrams, or you don't like um or you don't like something else, whatever it is, whatever excuse they make up for Biden, right? So that's what it is. Like they don't really offer us anything to get our vote. That's specifically for black men, but even for black people in general.
I see we got Malcolm Flex in the building. What's good, brother?
Hey, nothing much. Can you guys hear me? I'm coming
Loud and
through
clear,
loud and
sir.
clear. All right. Sounds good. Yeah, man. Hey, Travis, bro, you just brought back the twerk. The what was it? The back that thing up to the polls, or the twerk the vote or something? Man,
Now get your,
That
bring your
was so corny too, bro.
bro.
get your
Hey,
booty
I
to the
remember
polls.
that. Boy, it's a damn shame, but unfortunately, look, man, we've OD'd on symbolism to the point now where every election cycle, be that a local municipal election, the gubernatorial election, the senatorial election for your state, as well as the federal, man, they always get out here and they give us platitudes. Nothing but platitudes and symbols, and they'll what do they do? They invoke civil rights movement iconography and show us pictures of oh, these people did all this for your right to go vote for the Democrat that's not going to do anything but maybe put a few more books in the local library and give you another Martin Luther King Boulevard or something. That's literally all they ever offer us. And I mean, for a long period of time, we've just sort of accepted that. They send their delegates to the churches and they go ahead and let the pastor tell you, oh, you got to get out to vote for councilman so and so because he's the real deal. He's really got black issues at the forefront, but we never take a look at his platform. And that's the problem, is that they insult our intelligence 9 times out of 10 and just offer a surface level, window dressing. Then, like I said, your plate comes. Yeah, it's got all the garnishments. It's got all the adornments. It comes out with that platter with the little top and stuff. And then you lift it and it's just might as well be on styrofoam plate. That's what they serve in the black community. And unfortunately, unless we can, really boost our literacy, boost our our economic literacy to understand, okay, this level of spending, you're not bringing businesses, you're not bringing jobs, you're not bringing opportunity to our community. So we're just going out there to this district, and while our neighborhoods become more impoverished, we're not going to have a situation where we're ever going to get a politician that we can hold accountable, because we don't even know what to hold them accountable for. It's like, how do you know if you did good on the test if you don't know the metrics, if you don't know the grading scale?
You know what? I do want to say this. I agree with your point about pandering and just platitudes. But if you look at the election cycle over the past 8 years, specifically when it comes to the outreach that's given to black men and the messaging that's given to black men, we don't even get platitudes. For the last few years, like I said, when I started this space, all we've been getting is shut the hell up, be quiet and dance, Negro. Or, if you don't want to vote for the people we want you to vote for, there's something wrong with you. And why are you asking for tangibles? Just shut up and vote and get behind everybody. That's what we've been getting. And
Yeah.
I've never seen anybody. I got a friend of mine who has a very successful business, and he told me once, you don't really win over people by condescending to the people that you're trying to sell something to. And I've never seen that happen in any other sort of voting outreach metrics. I've never seen that happen with any other voting population when you talk down to the people that you're trying to get on your side. So that's what's fascinating to me. Do you think that's true or not? Because I know I've seen it.
I do. And you know what? It's I mean, it's an old habit, just keeping in kind of context with current events, man. If you look at back in the old days, I want to say the early 1920s and whatnot, and this isn't going to be a black example. If you look at the establishment of a Zionist state, man, like they always spoke to who they believed could be marginalized. When I say this, I'm talking about the Jewish people. So the people who are trying to establish the state of Israel, that's pretty much their whole ethno state. They wanted to speak to that. There were always a contingent of people that did just fine in society. They didn't really have needs. They wanted to build where they were at. They wanted to build their own neighborhoods and, Britain and Germany and whatnot, integrate further. So what they did was they would suppress those people who really had the most resource, and they would speak to the people who were discontent, the people who had been marginalized, who were a part of these revolutionary groups and these people that felt like they had an axe to grind. The reason is because the solution that you can sell to those people is very easy. Whereas the solution that you can sell to the established person that wants to do better, oh, that's hard. That's real hard. So when we look at black men, especially black men that, own their businesses, have families, have like long careers, it's hard to sell or put into place the policy that we want, which is, to flourish economically, to basically open things up so that our businesses can grow and have a seat at the larger economy instead of them walling it off for their buddies and, and backroom deals and whatnot and all these contracts and stuff, these government spending contracts to their friends and in their selected areas. They know if they do that, they're fucking the game up for themselves. So guess what? They're going to try and use suppression tactics, which is the same thing that the Zionists would do. They would discredit all of the people who said, hey, we don't want a Zionist state over there in, wherever Jerusalem used to be over there in the Gaza Strip in Palestine. We want to essentially just do better where we're at. Can you guys help us there? They would say, hey, shut up. We're going to run these campaigns. We're going to go ahead, discredit you. We're going to make you look like you're scandalous and untouchable and that people shouldn't listen to you. And that's the same, that's the same thing that they do with black men today, man. They get our women to tell us, hey, shut up. You're a misogynist, man. You're guilty of misogynoir, as they call it some. And then they say, oh, you hate black trans people. You don't care about this marginalized group or this marginalized identity. And we're over here trying to fight for them. So that's why you don't want this candidate. And then, it just turns into the whole black men or the white men of the black community kind of thing, man. It's just, they know that we have and need something that runs counter to what they want. And by they, I mean these career politicians who basically want to get in office and just, hand out favors and gimmies to their donor class.
Hey, Torraine, can I jump in right here?
Go ahead.
Am I echoing?
No, not for me.
Okay, good. So look, this is along that, right, what he was saying about these claims about us being misogynistic, transphobic, homophobic. How about when we actually look at the research, the most progressive group of men are black men, right? We're the ones who most accepting of like body mass index. We had the highest. This actually came out in one of the Ohio exit poll data. We had the highest percentage in support of pro-choice, and like literally across the data, right, across the research, the most progressive group is actually black men, which shows the point that a lot of these are just stereotypes and talking points. They're not even true.
Yeah, but I mean, to that point, that's the thing. You will never be progressive enough for them. They know that.
Facts.
They'll continue to move the line. Man. Yeah, it's circular. It's a circular firing squad. They need to always keep you on the back foot to keep you adjusting to their demands so that you don't see what's really going on, man. Like, you can try to be more progressive. It's like you said, black men are the most progressive in a lot of these categories. We've done more than enough to accept all of these policy proposals. And what has it been? It's been to our detriment. We've ceded so much ground. And the thing is, they want you to continually do that. They want you to continue to cede ground and just think, maybe if I just, maybe if I'm just a little bit more accepted, maybe if I get educated, they love, the academics love to say, get educated. Maybe if I just get a little bit more educated and adjust my perspective, and they just keep it going, man.
By the way, I'll put if people who are listening, look up in the Jumbotron, I actually pull the data that Dr. Hood Scholar was talking about. There's data from Pew that says that black men tend to have more progressive stances on social issues than any other race of men in America. So you can go up there and read it for yourself. I do want to say this. Malcolm, you raised a point that I think is very, very important. And I talk about this a lot, just coming from somebody who has a background in broadcasting and journalism. A lot of times, the conversations that are had about Black people are being had by Black people who are not connected to other Black people. If you look at the people who are the most rabid about staying on message as far as like, you got to vote, this is our chance, this is what we got to do. A lot of times these people come from either very wealthy families or they're very comfortable financially. So they're talking to people in their bracket and they're talking to people in their group. I'm talking about people in the pundit class, people in the government class, people in the donor class. And because there's so few Black people in that class who are visible, the fact that they're speaking makes other people who are outside of the culture who don't know any better assume that they're speaking for all Black people because people who are poor and working class don't get the mic like that. And I want to talk about that a little bit. I want to throw this over to Travis because, and then I'll come back to you because I feel like a lot of times the people who we have who are, I call gatekeepers, who are trying to direct the conversation and the things that Black people are supposed to be concerned about are completely removed from the everyday lives of the majority of Black people. Am I right or wrong?
You exactly right, bro. Like that's why I think it's kind of funny because I think y'all call them new blacks, like these new blacks. Yeah, bro. So like that's why I go by. For people don't know, the reason why I go by hood scholar because I'm an actual hood dude, y'all. Like I came up in the hood. I'm really not even supposed to be here. I'm really not even supposed to be doing no lives. I got my PhD from William and Mary, right? It's a PWI, but it's one of the whitest institutions. I wasn't supposed to be in there, y'all. And I was constantly reminded about that. After I finished, right now I'm in some of these circles that Torraine is talking about. And I clearly stick out, right? And what it is both that the financial part and it's also generational, right? So because a lot of our elders are still like hung on, you gotta vote, you gotta vote, you gotta vote, you gotta vote. And what it is, right? Because they aren't in the trenches, right? They aren't. I'm not gonna call her name, but a politician actually came and spoke at Women Marion when I was there, and she's like a part of the. She's well known. She's in the Black Caucus or whatever, right? And you can clearly see that there was a difference between how she saw the world, how she moved in the world, and how many of us who are listening to it understood the world. And I told her, I said, look, y'all are disconnected from the people, right? The issues that you are trying to address, you're trying to work on, are not addressing the material conditions of our people, right? And I'm a professor. I'm not gonna tell y'all while I'm at because y'all gonna try to. Some people might try to get rid of me again. But when I talk to my students, man, like even my students, like they had to write these personal narratives. If you hear the stories that our young people are dealing with, they know people who got shot. They know people, they lost parents, right? They know people who locked up, right? Who's dealing with the effects of mass incarceration, right? So you think about these people, you think about our young people, right? You think about people who from the hood or who not, or even middle class, right? But or living check to check, right? The stuff that we dealing with on a daily basis are not being addressed by these politicians. And then they come and tell us basically to do better. And the messed up part is a lot of these Black politicians be trying to out white people, right? They trying to do better us, pull yourself up by your bootstrap, better tell us do that better than white people are. All the while, the only reason they in that position was because they were the fortunate few Black folks who got some money, right? So yeah, so you exactly spot on, right? They not with us. They don't know about our material conditions, so they can't even speak to them.
Malcolm, I'd love to get your thoughts on this. And again, if anybody wants to speak, I'm trying to keep it mostly for Black men to speak right now, and I'll open the floor up for everybody else. But if you want to raise your hand, put your hand up. But we're gonna stick with the panel right now. So go ahead, Malcolm.
Hey man, Dr. Travis is right. I mean, it's not necessarily even like that the politicians don't know. I always say this, man, if you're a politician and you chose a platform to run, you got good operational intelligence in terms of, what you need to say and what you need to, to harangue on in order to get elected. That's not the issue. The issue is, and it always goes back to this. when you watch Tom and Jerry, what would happen to that whole series if Jerry? It'd be over. There would be no more. There would be no more chase. There'd be no more series. There'd be no more reason for you to turn your TV on to watch that. So it's the same deal when it comes to these politicians and the problems. If they actually solve the problems that our young people are dealing with, if they actually get to the point where they start listening to the issues of black men, and actually build up and enrich the enrich the black community, they lose their vassal state. They lose the people that they can essentially milk and farm for votes and free influence. And the problem is that black men have, despite all odds, despite all the crime statistics and all the poverty statistics that people love to tout, I'm not just talking about conservatives, even though they do that shit the worst, and that pisses me off because those are my circles. I'm talking about even the Democrat, circles where they sit up here and talk about, black people, y'all are persecuted the most by the police and all this. They try to make you feel helpless and powerless, but black men have survived and thrived in all of that and are getting to the point now where we're asking for a little bit more. Now we're starting to ask those microeconomic questions and those macroeconomic questions and start surveying the policy platforms. And they know if they solve these issues, well, shit, now they got to give us a little bit more, and, again, I love the euphemisms, but it's like, if you give a mouse a cookie, he'll want a glass of milk. Give a mouse a glass of milk, he'll want, what is it? He'll want a blanket. He'll want you to read him a story. After he wants you to read him a story, it just goes on and on and on and on and on, that we'll start asking for more of our politicians if they start solving problems. So they got to keep you on square one. They got to keep the youth in a perpetually confused state. And I really hate it for this youth because right now their problems are even worse, man. The housing crisis, that's not just a white issue. That's a black issue, man. Black home ownership is hard. These programs, these special programs that allow you to get special interest rates and special financing, the availability is getting lower. So it's like if you can't become, you can't build a community, you can't even get a sense of community if you don't own a home in that community, number one. If you don't own a home in that community and you got to be a perpetual renter, well, now you don't give a crap about your community. You're not voting in that community long enough to see political plans and actions come to fruition. So then you get a revolving cast of people that don't care about the elections. And you know what? The people that do care about the elections, most of the times they're in these special interests, these special ideology, these special ideological groups. So they're basically out here voting along the lines of these fringe issues that these politicians tell black men to shut up for. So our issues get pushed to the back, and we're moving from district to district. We don't ever build anything. We don't ever reach any, discernible prosperity as a, just sort of as a baseline. Yeah, there are a lot of us that are exceptional that do this in spite of, but there's a lot of people that you just can't help. And guess what? They end up having to turn to, less than savory methods to make their money, or they end up having to, start doing things to protect themselves because they're living in an area that just ain't really the best. Crimes up high, so they got to get them a gun. They get them a gun, and next thing you know, if they're in the wrong district, they got a gun charge. Or they sitting up here, they're dealing with all this shit, so they want to smoke some weed, but hey, got drug laws out their ass, and now they sitting up here getting jammed up for like the stupid shit. It feeds into itself, It's a perpetual problem, and it's one that until we can solve the economic issues, until we can start like catering to what black men need and start building communities around the family, around the black man again, it's going to get worse. It's going to get worse because they want our black women to be on social programs. They want our black women to basically be running after their baby daddies trying to collect child support because the state gets a cut every damn time. Every damn time you file for child support, the state gets a cut. They love that shit. They love seeing black fathers basically unable to see their kids and pushed out of the homes and stuff. They love that. So they're going to keep feeding that from a media and influence level. And then that's just basically going to filter on down to the political level, which then goes back to their pockets. So, I mean, that's my take on it.
Yeah, and to your point, I think a lot of what we're dealing with also ties into what I said earlier about the fact that, the people who are creating these agendas for us don't really know us. And also, I think there is an extreme disconnect between what people see and the reality of how things are in our communities. And another point about that is the fact that so many of our people, and I think this is a cross-cultural issue just within the black community. I think we put so much emphasis in the optics and surface level politics that we don't really do a lot of hard investigation of the people who they put up in front of us. Like we just had an election cycle that passed like last week, and I saw so many people jumping up and down and clapping for the fact that, okay, this city got the first black woman mayor, or this city got the first black man who's the county commissioner, and this sort of thing. And while that's beautiful on the surface, if you do a little bit of digging, you'll find that a lot of these people that people are praising have not done any, nobody's done any real research into what they're doing as far as like their voting record, or even about what they really stand for. Like there's one woman, I forgot what city she just became mayor of, where she has basically a tough on crime policy platform that's going to feed a lot of people in that community right into the prison industrial complex. So I want to talk a little bit about the overemphasis on optics in a lot of our community. We get so caught up about looking good and what looks good on the surface instead of doing some real deep diving into these people who we have supporting representing us, whether they're black or not. Travis, I'll throw this to you.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to bring both of y'all last two comments together, right? First, like you said, Torraine, representation got us in a chokehold, bruh. Oh my Lord. Like, oh, like this, so yay, we got our first black woman, this, yay, we got our first, like what we celebrating, right? Like that joint, and the reason why this joint hurt us so much is because this, like Malcolm has said, this falls into their plan. Because now that the house Negro is in charge, right? And y'all know, it's forgive me, but I just been teaching Malcolm X to my students. So we've been talking about the house Negro and the field Negro a lot. Now that these house Negroes are in charge, right? These are the ones who are in position. And the particular problem with that is that house Negroes do not have the well-being of black people in mind. The only person they care about is themselves, right? So this is very important. I want to stress this point, because what happens is it is these house Negroes, these selfish Negroes, these black people who only care about themselves, who advance into these political positions, right? So now we're saying, look, you need to do something. You need to create policy. You need to advocate and fight for black people and for black men. Yet you're not doing that because the only thing you care about is either getting reelected, more money, etc. Right? But there's another point I want us to capture onto, right? And this is a little bit deeper than surface level. We also need to break this down beyond just federal, right? President and Senate, but also we need to think about the House and local politicians. Because what's happening is there are areas where there are predominantly black people in those areas. And in those areas, in some major cities, especially down south, what's happening is these house Negroes are the politicians who's been elected, but there is the potential and possibility for someone who actually cares about black people, who understands the issues that black people are dealing with, who understands the things that black men are dealing with, and could actually run on that platform and win. So the question then becomes, are there any black people, is there any black person who's willing to take that step of faith and be courageous and do that, right? Because especially down south, there's enough black people in that voting population where if you speak to the issues of our young people, if you speak to the issues of black men, right, you can get enough votes to win the election. And that's something that we need to add into the conversation, right? Because a lot of this is regional based, it's state based. And just real quick, just because a lot of people get confused about electoral map, I got to make sure I say this real quick. There are a lot of red and blue states, right? So if you're in a red state or a blue state, it ain't no reason to even argue about voting, right? I just want to put that out there because a lot of people miss that. But yeah, we need to think about the regional differences, the federal, state, and local differences, because there are some local areas where predominantly black people do have the voting power if we meet their material conditions where we can get a black person who's for the people in place.
You know what? I'm glad you brought that up, because if you notice, if you look at the way other candidates campaign, they tailor their message to whatever demographic they're speaking to. But the most successful campaigners never deviate from their core message, whether they're tailoring that message no matter where they go. I remember when Julian Castro was running for president. I shadowed his campaign for a couple of days, and I was looking at how they moved when they were going to different neighborhoods. They came through Atlanta, they came through other places in the Deep South, and the core of his message was poverty. And he tailored that for the black people that he was speaking to, but he also tailored that for the people he spoke to at Emory, which is mostly white and Jewish, well-off people. You can have your core and speak to different people. The problem is, but that, as I see it, is that every time somebody comes to speak to black people, and in general, black men in particular, when they do speak to them, the message gets watered down and it gets into this sort of stereotype where you don't even have a conversation about policy. It gets into dancing and it gets into fish fries and shit like that. And that's what frustrates me because you can't really. I'm just being real. I ain't telling you what I
Bro,
heard. I'm telling you what I have seen. I have seen
honey,
people. I have seen people pull out step shows and pull out rappers from 1995 to go to talk to their black constituencies on the block, man. And it's crazy looking at that. And it's like, and I'm thinking to myself, do you not realize that black people in the hood, they read books too, and they sit and they talk about politics just like you do and everything? And it's wild seeing that. So while I agree with what you're saying, Travis, my thing is there are candidates on the local and state level who think like you do. I know Gary Chambers is one of them in Louisiana and other places. It's just that will the machine get behind them if they start moving like that? Because there was no reason. We just saw what happened with Gary down in Louisiana. There was no reason for him to lose as bad as he did. Why didn't you know? And then you have to ask, why didn't the machine like the DNC and the DCC get behind him like that?
cat's
You
out of
feel
his
what I'm
bag,
saying?
bro. I was about to
Yeah,
say,
I thought Malcolm was about to go.
Go ahead,
yeah,
Malcolm.
yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah, go
sir.
ahead.
Okay. I was about to say, yeah, cat's out of the bag there. And I mean, that's just look, we won't get into why these political these action committees and the people that are in charge of dispersing the funding to specific candidates. We're not going to get into that because that gets into some dark stuff really quickly. But what I will say is that again, it's always going to depend, especially when you start going into like the federal level. Who are your backers? Who are the donors for the DNC? You know, who are these people? Like, who do they like? Who do they want to support and pick? And it's like there are specific policy positions that you can always run on that's going to have a nice little lobby behind it. Environmental issues always becomes one. Abortion access, that's always one. Specific social programs, as long as they feed back into these same universities that push out the academics and all that, those are always going to be the people that the DNC is going to take a look at and say, okay, this person can help. This person can help our donors in this class or this class right here. So that's where the funding disparity comes from. But it's always, I think another issue is that black people don't really kind of know where we fit. It's like we always go, like, to use your Julian Castro reference. Julian Castro, when he speaks to the wealthy white progressives, and then he speaks to basically kind of the people that are on the bottom rungs, he can go with that message of poverty because number one, the white progressives, they always love being well-to-do. They say, oh, we got to help all the poor people. We got to donate to this, and this. Look at they practice what Sam Bankman-Fried, the dude that's getting about 117 years for life, that stole all that money for FTX. They practice a variant of what's called effective altruism. They think if they just donate to these causes, it'll get fixed. So that's why he can keep that, and then he tailors to a certain base of people who really don't. They just don't get it. They think that all we need is we're just a social program away. It's like with football teams, man. Hey, look, dude, we're just a quarterback away, right? They think they're a social program away from finally reaching it. With black people, it's more complicated. But part of the thing is you want black people to think that we need these social programs. No, we need an economic, we don't need the social program. Black people are actually, by large part, the middle class. At this point, we're kind of to the middle class. So our economic needs are way different from what these politicians are, but we don't quite understand where we fall into that and where we need to, necessarily advocate for. So they really, when they don't have to pull out the chicken and fish fry, they don't have to pull out the step shows and, start getting these, start getting the pastors sitting up here, having special dinners where you can shake the councilman's hand or, talk to the representative. They don't have to do all those theatrics, but they do that because we're still a layer away. Even when we sort of figure out and start talking about like social programs and stuff, that's still not going to help black people. That's going to feed into the black community's biggest issue right now, which is that it's they want to keep our most vulnerable people on welfare, because then those people right there get used as a cudgel to go at the real people that need to be speaking, the black men. So it's like, again, when the black men start advocating for their problems, what's going to end up happening? Those same people on those programs that don't want to get cut off, or those same people who are being told, who are influenced by the step shows and all that stuff and the social programs, they're going to come at you real hard, because now you're trying to take food from their mouths.
That's actually funny you mentioned it. If you look up in the Jumbotron, I had to dig for him. I put a couple of pictures up when I was actually shadowing his campaign when he was coming through Atlanta. This is for Julian Castro. He basically, it impressed me because he didn't come with a lot of that. He actually touched ground with some people who actually do real community work in the city. And they took him around to Pittsburgh, and they took him around the Bluff. And he didn't go through there with pop locking, and he didn't go through there with a bunch of performative stuff. He just was talking to people in the neighborhood and asking them what their situations were and what their needs were. And that impressed me personally. I couldn't say anything because I was in a journalist mode. But my thing is, if you talk to people, if you talk to poor black people, just like you talk to anybody else, people have concerns and people have issues. And if you talk to them like human beings, they will listen to you. But when you talk to people outside of these, in the pundit class, you never get that conversation. And I'll say one more thing before we move on.
Hold on, Torraine. Let me say something before we move on, but go ahead.
No. Did you want to say it now? Or you want
No. Look. I was just talking about this with my students yesterday. What happens is we know, right? Think about it. Think about this. The tale is as old as time. Every election cycle, you will randomly see this older person in a suit who you never seen before. They might show up at your church, right? Am I lying?
Oh no, you're right.
And I know where you're going with that. You? Well, I've never seen you before. It's like that new smell is all over you. We can peep right through it, and you want us to vote for you? What? And it's the same thing, and our people see it, and we tired of it.
Yeah, no, I get that. And my thing is, that's what happens every year when you have people from outside your community making the decisions on how your candidate's supposed to run. But my thing is, when y'all talked about Stacey Abrams before. When Stacey was running for governor the second time, I ended up having a conversation with somebody who had actually come down from, I think it was either DC or New York. They were political comms director, and her campaign had hired them to come down. And this was sort of an informal conversation. And I guess they reached out to me because they knew I was in the city and they knew that I had done some work in background shadowing campaigns. And they asked me what they needed to do. And this is before the polls started coming back to show that she was starting to slip with black voters. And I told them what to do. And I should have charged for it, but they didn't do it anyway. But I told them, what y'all got to do is get her out of these white neighborhoods and these white suburban neighborhoods and these white neighborhoods that are already in the pocket for her, because she's already got their vote. The way you win Georgia as a black politician is you got to get your ass over to the PUD. You got to go over there where the projects is. You got to go to the barbershops. You got to go to the cookouts. You got to go everywhere. You got to go to the churches, and you got to connect with the people who are already connected on the ground. And I told her, and I said this straight up: if she doesn't do that, she's not going to win. And hold on though. Did they listen? You know what happened? The dude looked at me, nodded his head, and said, "You're right." Did they do any of that? Absolutely not. What happened?
Whoa!
Hey, thank you for your suggestion. Now, for real, that's how they work, though. That's how they work, 100%, bro.
And I got to put this on top of it. This wasn't some white woman I was talking to. This was a black dude.
It'd be your own people.
Gatekeepers.
But she came out the gate so strong, man, because her first when she did the second campaign, her first meet and greet was at Fellowship, which is Cam Newton's cigar spot down by Castleberry Hill and it's downtown Atlanta. That's a place where a lot of very successful black men hang out, and people who are striving and people who are trying to be successful, they all hang out there. And she did a video in there where she was talking directly to black men about what the concerns was. And when I saw that, I'm like, okay, she's on the right track. She's gonna keep moving. She did that. She didn't do nothing else. Everything else was all white women and all people like that who already, like I said again, already had her signs out in their front yards. She didn't need to really do that as much. She needed to go to the hood. She needed to go to Greenbrier, let people see her. She did not do that.
Hey, she was trying to. That's the problem though, because she was trying to chase the donations. Like I said, they got to get funding too, and that's again, we're not firmly in that funding basket, man. Black men, like I said, black men right now, we're kind of in an untethered position, so we're not necessarily going to donate to you just because you do one walkthrough, you come to our spot and stuff. So at that point, she'll come. She thinks that's more than enough. The next thing you know, that same black dude you probably talked to, he was like, man, look, we need to get some money on. We need to get some money on the campaign. Let's start hitting up these white women. Let's start hitting up these special organizations, man. And that's what the rest of it comes down to. They got to go.
I think the other part too is like you can't wait until election season to go outside. Right? You need to be outside already. And I think that's one of the biggest takeaways that these politicians ain't missing. I mean, that they are missing, right? I mean, that's crazy. They said thanks for that info and basically laughed it off. But like, you can't wait till 2024 or 2028 or 2026 to be outside. You got to go outside right now.
Well, that's the problem, though. A lot of these politicians don't even touch grass in their own district. Like in Alabama, in particular, we got a lot of people that are running for, seats in districts. They don't even live in the district. How do you know what's going on when you don't even live in district? If you don't even see the people that you're supposed to represent or talk to them about their issues, or if when you do, you have one conversation. I don't know about you, but have you ever tried to retain like a 5-hour class worth of information in like one day? It doesn't happen. Like you got to space that stuff over. You got to have a lot of different repeated exposures in order to get that. And if they only do that for one day, if they only go to the community one day, they're going to remember maybe like one or two people's conversations. Then after that, they're done. They're gone. And then if you ain't funding them, if you ain't putting money in their campaigns pockets, or you're not putting money in their overseers' pockets, best of luck to you, my man. Best of luck.
No, you know what? That's actually a good place to move into the next part of this conversation, man. I've talked about this before, and it's unfortunately it's true way too much. When you talked about people who you don't see except for certain places, and people who you don't see every 2 to 4 years, that is the exact political situation that we have in the city I live in. Now I'm in Atlanta. There is a very visible, there is a very powerful political, business, and economic class that is mostly black in Atlanta. There are certain places where you will always see them, whether it's Ebenezer Baptist Church, which is basically the black political power-based church in Atlanta, whether it's there or Creflo's church out there, but mostly it's Ebenezer, sort of like the old school, traditional black power base in the city. There's places where you see these people, like at City Hall, they're very prominent in City Hall, Ebenezer, certain social sets. But that is a very small group compared to the vast majority of people who live in Atlanta. And I assume this is a very small set compared to black people that live around the country, where the majority of black people are either poor or working class. The middle class and the upper class are the people you see, but the silent majority in most black cities are the people who are catching the bus and going to work every day. The people who are trying to provide for their kids, the mother who's a single mother who's trying to provide for her children, the black man who may be just getting out of the system and trying to make it. The people who are visible never touch the people who are invisible. And I think that's a very serious issue when we're talking about the disconnect between the messaging that black men get and the black imagery that goes out into the wider world, the way things work. And I think that's something that we have to talk about, because there is a definite class issue when we're talking about who's driving these messages and who they're being crafted to and how they resonate with people who are trying to get through their day to day. And let me go over to Dr. Leonard. I see him in the spaces a lot every day in other spaces. I'd love to get your thoughts on this, and then we'll bring it around to the rest of the panel. And again, if you want to speak, put your hand up. I'll let you speak. Go ahead, Doctor. Doc, go ahead.
Hey, good afternoon, man. I appreciate you letting me up to share a little bit of my perspective. Also to your other speakers, Brother Malcolm, you said you're in Alabama, bro? Let me know what part. That's my home state as well.
Bet. Born and raised, man. Homegrown product down here.
Oh, for sure. Me too, bro. So, okay, we'll get to that in a second. All right, but I did want to talk to actually a past point, and then also what you just highlighted just now, Torraine. Um, the messaging, and I'll frame it from what I've been doing here. So I'm right outside of Atlanta, about 45 minutes south, in a more rural part of Georgia, and we've got some of the same systemic issues that all other places have within Black communities specifically. What we've done here, though, or what I've done, because whenever I move to a community, I don't come in to save it. I come in to be a part of it, and I ask them to put me where they need me. And the first place that I stopped was, of course, the barbershop. And in building relationships with the barbers there and the individuals who frequented that barbershop, I learned about some of the things that they had going on in the community. The barbers and some other guys, all blue collar, truck drivers, road workers, those sorts of things. They have a car club, and if you're from the South, you know about our car clubs,
Yep.
riding in our deuce and quarters, and we racing and stuff like that, right?
You need to put a check with a check, put a check.
You know what I'm saying? So, so we also on the track too, right? We on the tracks too. So these guys essentially moved their car club into an investment group and have now purchased property in this small town where they are going to build a garage. Where in comes myself and my background and my expertise working with the young folks, because we've got some going wayward in this area as well. And so what I've done is we've built a mentoring program, and it's going to be a mentor, and it's a mentoring program predicated upon some of the vocational things. And so what we're doing now is we're in the school. We built the program this summer. We got the kids back to school stuff, got them all out there. We made connections, building relationships in the community. Mind you, this is a community where a 13-year-old kid shot a 21-year-old man as part of a rite of passage here just this year. And we're in the schools, we're mentoring, right? But the shop that they're building is now going to be not only just a shop for the car club, but it's going to be a shop where we are training our young folks on how to do mechanic work and things of that nature, hopefully piping them into vocations and getting them out of the pipeline to prison. So I say this, I've been chastised pretty well in some other spaces about how the political class needs to come to areas like this in the rural South and how they need to come and talk to us,
Yeah,
specifically Black men.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but I've been in those spaces with you, and I just stay quiet because if
I
I start talking,
saw.
they're gonna really turn up, and then I'm gonna turn up, and then it's all gonna be bad. So I know what you're saying. But go
You know
ahead.
what I'm
Hey,
saying?
yeah,
I've taken some lumps, but I'm a big boy, so it's all good. But I tell you what, I'm going to stand on it because I know that it is in the best interest of the whole community when you have Black men invested at higher levels as well. And so the hurdles that I'm running into is either an unwillingness or an inability to empathize with specifically what some of us are going to. You can't come to rural Georgia and talk to me any kind of way and then expect me to come vote for you. You can't come talk down to me, right? And I've had people to do that, but because I've been semi-informed, I know what's up, right? And so what I'm trying to let these folks know is if you want to increase voter turnout, if you want to increase civic engagement, if you want to increase community engagement, you're going to have to listen to folks who are telling you how to come at Black men specifically. And that's what I just wanted to share that piece. And I guess it sort of drives home the points that have already been made. I appreciate you letting me chat.
Doctor, man, I appreciate you. Before we take it on, man, I just want to add to that because something you said, which was really important, is these groups, man, especially man, teaching Black people like mechanic work, these vocational groups, stuff like that, man. These non-political organizations that we ourselves, the people, create that have political implications, man. Because a lot of people see that they're like, okay, yeah, man, that's cool, man. We're just giving these kids something to do, but it's deeper than that. You teach them mechanic work, man, they can go and, like I said, now you've given them a whole lane for business aspirations. Now they're sitting up here, they're looking into, man, hey, look, I'm really good at fixing a car, man. I think I might want to get some tools. Maybe I want to be a shade tree and make some money on the side. Or boom, right then and there. Now they ain't got, to go and carry a bag or sell drugs for like a little bit of extra money because rent's due and they're short and they can't get any more hours at their job. That's a massive implication right there. So now you're keeping people out of the prison pipeline, like you said. But then it also goes into, now we're sharing culture. When you get people together in non-political spaces, you get the realest versions of them. You get to hear and see people in their rawest format. And that's really what we need, because then that's where we start getting black men around the nucleus. Black men get these spaces where they feel safe, where they can vent their issues, where we can positively bounce our troubles off of each other instead of sitting up here going and doing some ignorant shit, or sitting up here listening to somebody online in one of these other spaces or in one of these other areas because we ain't got nobody that we really fuck with or hang out with, pardon my French, and they telling us all this messed up stuff. That's what we need, and that's what a lot of the politicians need to fund. But the problem is, and this is where it goes down to it, Democrats have they got a stranglehold on the black vote, which is loosening, but they have a stranglehold, so they don't have a need or an impetus to. Republicans see it as an insurmountable challenge that doesn't give a return on investment. And let's be honest, if you understand kind of a little bit about the Republican political structure with the CPACs, the Schlaps, and the McDaniels and whatnot, they're not interested in increasing the vote share. They don't care about winning. They care about keeping the grift going. So neither side really has an interest in funding this. But it's like, if you really wanted to see a turnout for either side, all they would have to do is start devoting their funding to setting up groups and setting up things like this, but not just like them giving it to like one huckster or one shyster, giving it to people like Dr. L and all the other people that be in the community. Like, if they would just do that, you would see a massive change in not only the culture, not only just the political implications of who we vote for, but also just in the economic status of black people as a whole, man. Opening up a shop creates jobs. We start opening up shops in this, you got to come down here because this man can fix your car and he'll give you a good deal, and he works with you. Okay, well, now you got people coming to that end of town. People come to that end of town, they're waiting on the car to get fixed. They need something to eat, right? A brother notices that we open up a restaurant that's not a wing place or a fish fry. Maybe it starts with fish fries and wing places, but maybe you start getting some more restaurants open, and then now you got some unique cuisine, and people start coming down there because that's the culture center. They really, you got a place that serves like this. Let's say a Jamaican place, they serve the best oxtail or something that you can only get right there. Now people start flocking down there, and that's what creates business in these areas. But this is stuff that we got to teach our men to, just let them understand that, hey, it starts with us. And
that's another really important point. Those are the sort of things that men in general care about. They care about being able to feed themselves. They care about being able to prosper economically. They care about being able to build with other men who are on that same wave. But a lot of the times, the messaging that we get politically, when we get it, never touches on any of those things. It's sort of like this vague idea of economics, and we talk about police reform, but it never gets to the meat of what men care about. And that doesn't really inspire. And a lot of the messaging that goes out to black voters doesn't inspire men. I don't care about you. Look, I like women and I like to date, but I don't really know. I don't need nobody shaking their ass in front of me to tell me that I need to go out and vote. That doesn't move me. I need somebody like a brother, like the hypothetical brother you just mentioned, coming to me and saying, this is the things that we're looking for. These are the policy platforms that I care about, and these candidates care about these things as well. We don't get that. All we get is shut up and vote. Let me go to Travis. What you got, brother?
Yeah, I was gonna say, man. First of all, I just appreciate you all, brothers, because y'all are dropping some knowledge. I think what this conversation is reminding me of something we talk about often in Black male studies, is that a lot of course, in academics, but even with politicians, they start off from the viewpoint of seeing black men as a problem, right? It's like we are a problem that needs to be fixed. They don't start off recognizing our humanity. They don't start off recognizing our wisdom, our intelligence, none of that, right? It's just straight up, they literally believe the stereotypes, right? Obama actually used the term pookie on stage in front of everybody, right? What is a pookie, right? And when he said that, people actually believe it. They actually believe that there's this fictitious black male who's either this beast, who's just trying to rob and kill and all that, right? And so they start off with not seeing us as humans,
Hey, does
but as
anybody
a
even know where
problem.
that came from? The last time I heard somebody name that was watching Good Times reruns or Sanford and Son.
I
That's
ain't gonna lie
crazy.
to you, bro. We had somebody in my family that we always called Pookie
Yeah,
off of that
yeah, I'm
shit.
from Alabama too, bro. I got a cousin Pookie, and I love him to death. So
Yeah. And but that's the thing though. I bet you the Pookie that y'all know is much different from the Pookie that's characterized in politicians, right? Because that Pookie is lazy. They still live with their mom. They don't want to do anything. They don't have any ambition. And they're there almost as if because they want to. Y'all see what I'm saying?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh
My
yeah, yeah, the
cousin Pookie is
stereotype.
owner operator. Yeah.
Yeah. An actual business owner, right? And this is what I appreciate about Malcolm's comment, right? Because I mean, I'm from the hood, right? I know a lot of dope boys, right? And none of my homies and other people who end up trapping and do whatever. When we was younger, say, you know what? When I grow up, I want to go trap. Or you know, when I grow up, I want to. No, it's like these series of events that were in place based on both the long history of enslavement and colonialism, right, and the direct history of what's going on in our hoods, led to us making decisions based on what was available to us, right? Is you either going to eat or starve, right? And then, okay, if I'm going to eat, if I'm going to live, this is what I need to do to survive, right? And then if you know people who really in that, nobody's who's really in it, really trying to glorify it. And also they not try to bring more people in it, right? They
Nah.
looking they trying to keep people out of it,
No, when I was a
right?
shorty, everybody who was in that world told us to keep the hell away from that.
Uh-huh.
Right.
Hey, they threaten you. Look, they say, I see you around here. Look, what is it? I'm gonna beat your ass, or I'm gonna sit. Like
I had
it's
an uncle.
literally like that, bro.
I had an uncle
It's
tell
really
me that
like
straight
that.
up when I was 15. A lot of my partners was off in that world, and I was with them, and I wanted to ride with them. And my uncle snatched me up and told me, every time I see you out here, we gonna fight. And this was a big ass dude, so I ain't want no problem.
And then and like people and what happened, which usually happens, they was like, oh, you the smart dude. All right, yeah, we got you, right? Or you the baller, or you like, so it's like, hey, all right, you go do that, right? And then my homies was actually cheering me on, right? And I just want to throw this into the conversation because when we talk about black men, we don't hear these stories. We don't hear what led to us making the decisions that we made. They automatically think of us as a problem. So how you think they're gonna do the programming? How you think they're gonna try to reach out to us and voting to try to get us to vote and all that? They're gonna go off the stereotype, come with that foolishness, and then we see what's happening.
So you raised a really good point, the point of the negative stereotypes and how they are applied. And let me tell you, data, and I'm sure you know this, the data shows us that those negative stereotypes are applied before our boys are even reach kindergarten.
Fact.
And the data also shows us that once they do get to kindergarten, that even the most recent study I saw about the gaze or the eye gaze of teachers and how their gaze is focused mostly on black boys, even though they're engaged in the same behaviors and activities as their white peers, and how that translates into what we would call over discipline, right? Same thing as over policing, right? If I'm watching you more, then I'm probably gonna see you do something that you're not supposed to be doing more. Whereas other students are engaged in the same activities and behaviors. So this notion, and I appreciate you raising it, man, about fighting back against these negative stereotypes that permeate even our allies, and we got to be real about that, right? That even our quote unquote so-called allies inherently possess some of these biases and these negative stereotypes towards black men. And I know because I fight them every day. Let me put on my J's and my hoodie and go out the street. Don't nobody see them letters behind my name. You feel me? And so we have to fight that on a lot of ways. And my goal is fighting it in education because I know education is how we're going to eventually rise out of this. It is why I also have some issues with certain journalists who are always promoting the negative things. And I'm not, of course, I'm not talking about Torraine, but always promoting those negative stereotypes, seeking proximity to folks who are going to exploit it for political gain. And that's why I got issues with everybody to a certain degree. And I appreciate these conversations where we can sort of hash these issues out and hopefully come to some solutions. So,
All right, no doubt. Um,
Big.
I I see a few hands in the building. I want to kind of keep it to the core panel, but I do want to leave some space open for some people if you have any questions or you want to chop it up with the panel. So you know the drill. Tap your mic, request, and I'll try to get to you and I'll make a short list and then we'll get back to the conversation. Let me see.
Yeah. While
If I
you
don't, go
oh,
ahead. No,
I
go
was about
ahead,
to
buddy.
say, yeah, while you handle managing that, man, just to sort of spin it, I just wanted to do a shameless plug, not of myself, but my brother Adequate Adams, man, he runs a Dallas-based justice firm that also seeks to handle the issues that face Black boys. You know, part of what you were talking about, Dr. Man, was fourth grade fail, fourth grade failure syndrome, and you know what we've seen especially among Black boys, is that that's actually occurring now, even as early as second and third grade. So since education, you know, since COVID, since all of these shifts in the educational priorities, it's actually accelerated among young Black boys, where they began to not become interested in school. Like they're there in class, but then, you know, their mind starts to wonder. I know we all hit those points, but fourth grade failure syndrome is sort of the where you tune out, where you start to get in the point, man, like this shit ain't gonna help me. That's literally what it is personified. And so it's starting to occur to Black boys a lot earlier because the education system is so fundamentally broken now. And it's like now you have this new focus on CRT, but the implementation of CRT is as such to where it preaches it preaches sort of the insurmountable hurdles to Black people, especially young Black kids that don't necessarily know how to take it. They don't know how to see things from a problem to problem solving perspective. And then it suddenly shoves Black boys to the back of the class, start talking about all these other marginalized groups. So now you just introduced the fact that, hey, we know based on your identity as a young Black person, you're going to automatically have all of these hurdles to overcome. But now we're going to talk about what we're doing for the Black girls, you know, Black girl magic, and all of these, the special trans people of color, and then the white trans people, and all of the gay LGBTs, instead of focusing on, okay, here's what we all can do. So it's like you introduce a problem, but then you only give part of a solution or part of an identity group for certain people and not everybody else. So that's contributing to fourth grade failure syndrome, not even looking at the quality of the education, the curriculums. But
Yeah.
that's just one of my input there.
If everybody can take a look up at the Jumbotron, I did an interview last year with Dr. Tony Gaskew, who is focused on trying to help the outcomes of Black men and boys. There is and to Dr. A's point, there was a study that was done about 4 or 5 years ago where they put a black boy, a black girl, a white boy, a white girl, a Latino boy, Latino girl, and an Asian boy and an Asian girl, all at pre-K level in a mock classroom, and they wired up the teachers in the classroom to pay attention. They basically gave the teachers a prompt to say, look for the person who's going to give you the most trouble, and their eyes would automatically go to the black boy before he even did anything. And he wasn't doing anything outside of what the other kids were doing. They were playing and running around. But to Dr. A's point, black boys tend to be targeted as troublemakers or problem children before they even make a move just off the color of their skin and by their gender. And that happens a lot. And if you have people who are supposed to be nurturing you and educating you, even at the pre-K level, who automatically see you as a potential threat or as a potential menace to society, what does that say about your matriculation through the education system going forward, and then then into the workforce, and then into the political system? So these are things we have to talk about. Um, I want to move on before we go to the questions and everything. I want to talk a little bit about class cluelessness and this idea that only certain people from certain classes are allowed to speak for us and are allowed to determine our political future. And to Dr. A's point, I'm gonna go back to what he's talking about. There is a group of people who do. I'm not gonna say any names, but there is a couple of people who do spaces every day on here. A lot of them are connected to the Democratic Party, and a lot of them are connected to the political apparatus in the states that they're in. And Dr. A can speak for this. A lot of times when the conversation moves toward the political process and voting, and especially black men, and especially black men of a certain class, the conversation gets very condescending and it gets very disrespectful, in my opinion. And sometimes I come in and listen in, but I don't speak because if I speak, I'm going to say something bad and they're going to really get upset. So I want to talk a little bit about this disconnect between the people who are in the pundit class, the people who are in the donor class, and the people who are in the affluent class or the middle class or wherever they think they are, who have control of the messaging that goes out to black men and the disconnect between them and the way real black men live in the real world. I'm gonna throw this over to Dr. A, and then I'm gonna pass it around, and then I'm gonna open up the mic to everybody else. So, Dr. A, you know what I'm talking about. You go ahead, brother.
Yeah. So, I've got on Twitter a group of individuals who are essentially my quote unquote Twitter family. Some really good people. However, just as in any family, you're going to have disagreements, and this particular topic is one where we oftentimes will there'll be some tension, and that is when the subject of black men comes up. And in many instances, as Torraine highlighted, if you defend or advocate for, then you can sometimes real easily be coined as anti something else. So me highlighting the track of black boys or black men or the hurdles that they can encounter in amongst some have been interpreted as being anti X, Y, and Z, anti black women, which is of course absurd, right? And so what myself and a few others have been trying to do is going back to the initial um, discussion of how the political class is engaging various communities. And we've been advocating, we're saying, listen, this is what we're finding from our real world experiences of how to connect with, inform, and turn out people to vote who you all say are individuals who are disconnected and who you might even view as misogynistic in many ways. What we're saying is leading with that is not going to allow you to connect with many of those individuals, and that you have to approach them in genuine ways at the grassroots level, in non condescending ways, and in ways where if an individual is advocating for self or their group, it doesn't automatically make them anti everything else. And so those are some of the discussions that we've been having and some of the skirmishes that we've been having. And I take it on the chin, and it's all good because I really do believe the majority are coming from their own lived experiences, their own traumas, even, and even their own biases that they might have. And of course, we all have biases, even intergroup biases. So let's keep it a buck, right? And so I don't fault any of those folks, but I do find it somewhat disconcerting because on one hand, you're saying you want to engage and inform certain populations that have been disengaged, but on the other hand, you don't want to acknowledge some of the challenges and concerns that they themselves articulate, and you're quick to shoot them down or even to attack them and even label them as misogynoir or misogynistic and all these other things. So my point in trying to bridge gaps, it's why you'll see me in a variety of spaces, conservative spaces, liberal spaces, in between spaces, right? Because I'm trying to bridge gaps and say, listen, stop grouping people and start meeting people where they are for who they are. Black men ain't no different than other types of men, Asian, white, that sort of thing, in the sense that we are all human beings and we demand to be spoken to respectfully. We demand to not be engaged in a condescending manner, right? And if you know that black men have endured the traumas of this country in ways that we have sort of built a hardened skin to protect ourselves, both psychologically, emotionally, and even physically in some places, then don't use that against us if we use those same somewhat barriers to defend ourselves from some of the things that are coming from you all. And so that is where I have been. And it is somewhat frustrating sometimes, but my belief in the good of people in general is what keeps me going and what keeps me speaking. But for the most part, um, I march to the beat of my own drummer for the most part, and that can get you in trouble. And when you some folks who love you as well. But what my point is that given my professional experiences, my experiences growing up in Alabama, down on the coast, Mobile, as a black boy, didn't have a black teacher until I got to college. All white women. Given my experiences in the military, given my experiences mentoring black boys, I need y'all to listen. And if it means you think that I'm being uppity because I got a few letters behind my name, then so fucking be it. Because what's most important are the kids who are coming up behind me, the kids who we are gonna have to leave it to reconvene our community, to strengthen our community, because we know that as our community is strengthened, so goes the country. And I'll pause there.
All right, thank you, brother. You're a lot more calm than I am about that sort of stuff. My issue with that is some of the people who say these things, they're not just random people. Some of these people are connected to the political apparatus, and that's what scares the hell out of me. Because if they can talk about black men this way, when they're going to have these conversations with policymakers, they're saying probably 10 times worse. So that's why I say I believe in pushing back against that as much as I can, but I can't do it all myself. But let me go to Travis, and then we'll open it up to the hands. I see the hands in the building. So Travis, do you have something?
Yeah, man. I was gonna say, this reminds me of how much we collectively don't even understand black men. And I'm saying that in the sense what really drove me to becoming a black male studies scholar actually was the time periods when I was doing research. I'm in the archives, I'm studying, I'm doing all this stuff. And I did not see a very clear, accurate representation of black men there, right? We were always the boogeyman, we were always the beast, we were always the abuser, we were always all these things, right? And this connects to what Dr. Black is saying, because it's like people speak out of their experiences, right? So what happens is someone who may have been raped or abused, sorry, but trigger warning, is someone who may have been raped or abused by a black man or had this particular experience by a black man, that's what you call academics, that's what they would use to represent black men. And so now the representation of black men is both, like I said earlier, a small number of us and also the worst of us, right? Perfect example. I'm glad it finally, I guess it's kind of dying down in the news, but we know all about Jada and Will's marriage, right? But if we do an open poll, a lot of people don't even know who Denzel Washington is married to, right? And so think about that. Denzel Washington has been married for 40 years, and people don't even know who Pauletta Washington is. So you have a very strong, vibing, thriving relationship, black relationship. You hardly ever see images of them, right? So the depiction then of black men becomes the either the crying mean, the weak mean, the soft mean, the violent, all those things. And so I'll wrap up here, but this is exactly what Dr. Black was getting at, right? So when these people are talking about black men, then they go to their trauma, or it's so messed up now because of social media that people haven't even been traumatized by black men, but going by somebody else's story. That's the crazy part, right? That's the part that kind of bothers me, right? Because now you're not even being honest. You literally have good fathers, good uncles, good brothers, good cousins, all these people in your family, but you can go with somebody else's story who got hurt by a black man to use your representation of black men, right? So yeah, that's just for me what kind of brings it all together, right? Because if we, like I said before, we start with this place with black men as a problem, and we then try to build our policies, our outreach, everything based on that, then we're gonna get the results that we seeing today.
All right, let's go. Thank you, brother. Let's go to the hands real quick. Let's go. Let's see who we got. Um, Q in the building. What's up, man? Um, we'll go to Q, and I see a couple sisters in the building. We got Lauren and Bree, who I'm not familiar with, but we'll go with Q, and then we'll swing around, and then we'll start winding it down a little bit. So, Q, you got the mic. Go ahead.
Q, what's up, brother? Just want to show you some love real quick.
Q, where you at?
Oh man, we almost had a whole space without them mess with us, Torn.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, I think they mess with Q. Can you hear us?
Let's see. Q, unmute your mic. All right, let me give it a couple seconds. If not, then we'll go over to a couple more folks till he pops back in. Yeah, I sent him an invite. I don't know what's going on, but let's go over to let's go to Ronald, and then we'll go over to Lauren. I don't know what's going on. Something odd happening in here. All right, Ronald, you got the mic.
Hey, what's going on, brother? How you doing?
Maintain it, man. How you doing?
Pretty good. Are black men politically respected or disrespected? In my honest opinion, I just feel like it depends on what kind of black man you are. If you are, if you don't present yourself as being like some type of nerd or some type of scholar or some type of like homosexual, I don't think your word is respected at all. You know what I mean? They look at you like you misogynistic or you don't know what you're talking about or you must be a non-voter or you know what I mean? Anytime it's a free thinking black man, you know what I mean, who stand firm on the square, he always undermined it, especially if he doesn't go with whatever the flow is, you know what I mean? So like I said, I don't I think it just depends on what kind of black man you are.
Can I respond to that, Torn?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, bro. Hey, look, I can tell you as someone with a PhD, that's I'm about to say that. That stuff don't matter, bro. Like I don't get respected. I don't get that joint didn't get me um any type of extra onus or anything, bro. So it's pretty much all black men, bro. None of us could um over escape the beast, so to say.
You got that right.
What's that? What's that story? I don't know who coined that phrase. Like one Negro is all Negroes. You know, whatever one does, that represents all of us. Usually on the bad side.
Yeah, but it seems like, if you go on with the, you know what I mean, the flow, then it seems like those is the ones that's pretty much propped up as being the spokesperson of black people. Like, you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
what you think about that?
Yeah, they love them house Negroes. Them house Negroes, those simps, those ones who would say whatever they can to get in that position, to appease people and make people feel comfortable. But the problem with that, right, is that they end up losing themselves.
It's even deeper
100%.
than that, though. I mean, look, we're seeing an example of that right now. Yeah, you're right. That doesn't mean that you're respected, brother. That just means you're politically useful for as long as you're politically useful. Like, for
Mm.
example, remember when Eric Adams got elected? Everybody was jumping up and down in New York saying, we're not everybody, but people were saying, oh, good God, representation matters and things are going to change. And he ended up being sort of like he ended up being basically being Juliana with a suntan. And now that he served his purpose, now the bill is coming due.
The
And
brand.
what's the term? White supremacy always breaks its tools. And he served his purpose. He's outlived his usefulness, and now the bill is coming. So yeah, it's not so much that they respect you. As long as you're useful politically, you can be used. And when you're no longer politically useful, you get broken and thrown in the trash just like a tongue depressor in the doctor's office. So that's what you're talking about,
Mhm.
brother.
Yeah.
I'm hate to say it, but
And,
that's just the reality of it. Go ahead, Malcolm.
and I was about to say, if I can, because I can speak to this personally, especially as somebody, man, I come from the other end of it. I'm on the black conservative spectrum, really, when we look at it. But even now, again, I branched off to be a hell of a lot more independent. But it's like at some point when I first came back to X, man, and started making my presence back known after I got banned off. A lot of folks were really, kind of jump at the bit, man. I was invited on the Fox News quite a few times, man. They what they do, it was Jesse Waters prime time, man. After Tucker left, that was the biggest show they had going. So naturally, again, I took those invitations, and I did what I did. I would come on. There's a message that they wanted me to push, a specific underlying message. But I always push my own individual one. I started to see the game as some of the topics they wanted to invite me to speak on. Some of the segments started getting a little bit more pointed in a certain direction. And it's like what you have to do is you cannot let them build you up and make you politically. Like when that happens, then you become their tool, you become their plaything. Now, if you speak on what you want to speak on and you use that and you parlay that platform into your own message, into your own goal, and you get people that look at you and see, oh shoot, this is an intellectual brother. He actually know what he's talking about based off of what they allow you to speak on, and then you start using that and siphoning your own influence. Now you become able to take what they thought they were going to give you as sort of a chain, and you fashion that into your own little sword and just kind of tuck that away in your belt for when you need it. So now I don't even get invited on the Fox News anymore. Like I've already made my point clear. I had some, like I said, I had a hell of a lot of criticism. I kept it quiet for as long as I needed to. And then again, when I got what I got, when I got the platform I got and started getting to the point where, again, my influence, I was a little bit more well known. Hey, deuces, it's okay. And now you get to retain your independence. But the problem is like what Travis said, there are some people that they chase that. They get invited to the fancy party one time and then they want to do everything they want to get back. They start hitting people up. Hey, what I need to say to get back on, man? Can I come back? Can I come through, man? Can you guys have me on? Can you invite me to this party? And they'll start getting invited to the party to butt dance, and then the dance just gets more embarrassing every single time. And that's, like I said, that's the bait, that's the hook and ladder. That's what they get to pull you in and pull you on up there, and then they string you up. And then it's like Brother Torraine said, man. Hey, look, it always breaks its toys, right? White supremacy, what we call is these power factions, man. They always break their toys. They will use you and abuse you, and then go ahead and throw you in the trash heap with a fix. You get addicted to that, man. That feeling of fames and that dopamine. You really do get addicted.
That's real. And speaking of independent, my name is Torrin Walker. I'm a writer, I'm a journalist. I try to fight misinformation, miseducation, and anti black misandry. And if you like my work, go to my website, torrinwalker.com. Also, subscribe to my podcast, the Torrin Walker Podcast, and sign up for my YouTube channel, Torrin Walker TV. And if you feel so inclined, you can drop some love in my Cash App, my Venmo, my PayPal, and Patreon. Go up to my Jumbotron. You can see all my work in one tweet. And I thank you for supporting my work. Let's go on to the next hands. Now I think we got Q back, and then we'll start going around to the rest of the people who want to speak. So Noble Q Ali, hopefully we got you now. You're in the building, I think.
They don't want my man to be great, bro.
Q, we
He'll
got you this
always be
time.
spitting fire too.
I know he's been going to war
Oh,
with the
there we
people.
go.
Can you hear me now?
He's been going to war with the IDF online, so they may be fucking with him for real. So go
Can
ahead.
you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Q,
All right.
my guy,
No, I'm
what's
just
up, man?
I was happy to see that you opened the space because I'm actually not surprised by the fact that we're a solid year out from the election and people are already starting to tap dance for Biden. I mean, already starting to blame Trump's presumptive victory on black men. But here's the thing: is that black people have for a very long time, like black people have never been able to have the right to self determination for voting. There's always been this belief that whoever did black people a solid last time is owed favors or fealty in perpetuity. And the part that bothers me about the current discourse is that you have literal legislators going on national television and talking about black people as if you're all remedial students. Now, I'm a black man in Canada, so I'm not going to presume to speak for any black person or especially black men in the United States. But what really bothers me is a couple of things. One, that Black people are right now standing by and watching how the Biden presidency views the right, essentially, of a white supremacist state to commit an ethnic cleansing campaign against racialized and marginalized people. That would be the Palestinians in Gaza and also the Palestinians in West Bank. Oftentimes we forget that illegal settlements are bit by bit carving out parcels of land out of the West Bank. And as Black people, we understand that one of the most fundamental and important human rights that we have yet to be able to fully exercise is the right to own our own land. And the tactics that Israel and the IDF use on Palestinians are the same tactics that police use on Black people in America and the West broadly. That's why our police departments go to Israel. I mean, the NYPD has a precinct in Israel, but our police departments go to Israel to learn how they can better exercise violence against Black people at home. And the issue is that you have so many people that, whether or not they're on the Democratic payroll, I think it's unimportant because a lot of people will do this for free. They don't even necessarily receive a paycheck from the DNC to do this. They just do it voluntarily. And right now they're sheepdogging Black people into line. I see a bunch of TikToks about people talking about, now look at this, I forget what the name of this 2025 policy is. Go look up this 2025 policy the Republicans are planning.
Yeah, I see that starting to float around
Yeah.
too. Yeah.
And it's like, okay, but look at what's happening right now. I don't give a fuck about what Republicans are planning for 2025. I see what's happening right now in front of my face. What I see happening is that Biden essentially has just told the Black community to go pound sand. You get what you get and be lucky that you got it. And it's told the Palestinian people that you can just be purged into non-existence. You can be scattered out from the lands that belong to your parents and your grandparents and your great-grandparents. And unless other countries are willing to take you in, well, that's your ass. I don't know how Black people can look at that and say to themselves, this is somebody that I would want to be my president with a second term, to get a mandate for a second term, in which case he can just do whatever he wants because he's not going for a third term. So the part that bothers me is looking at Muslim women, especially Palestinian women, and seeing how men are degraded and dehumanized. Oftentimes you'll hear about, for example, the number of Palestinian women and children that have been killed in this bombing campaign. And you see Palestinian women speaking up and saying, well, hang on a second, what do you mean women and children? The men count too. You look at those videos of people digging children out from underneath rubble, and it's men doing it. You look at videos of people, saving patients' lives in hospitals, or rushing people to hospitals, or carrying half-dead people out on stretchers, conducting press conferences, but also being the victims of this genocidal bombing campaign. We love our men too. We love our fathers, our brothers, our uncles, our grandfathers, our boyfriends, our husbands, our sons. Are they not human beings? Do their lives not also count? And it's encouraging on one hand because it's like that. See, that is how an oppressed people conducts themselves when they're divided against one another by a white supremacist state. But I joked a little while ago. I'm like, well, that's what happens. I saw this the statement by Queers for Palestine. Queers for Palestine basically says, yeah, sure, our community is not perfect and there's a long way to go, but you're not going to use us to divide us against the entire rest of the community. I joked and I said, well, that's what happens when you have marginalized people that aren't looking for FAFSA grants and you don't have a Ford Foundation in your country. That's what happens. And I look at the state of Black people, not just in America, but in the West. I mean, this is crazy in the UK. It's almost as bad in Canada, where you have Black women, you have LGBTQ Black people that have pitted themselves against the rest of the community, almost to say they're talking to white zaddy and asking them to parachute them out from underneath the clutches of these oppressive Black men. And really what it comes down to is we might get a better deal over there than over here. So let's jump ship. Let's get off this Black bandwagon and let the Black men fend for themselves. And I find it despicable. I find it disgusting. I do find what is happening with Palestinians in a way encouraging because they're coming together in forms of solidarity that certainly I have not seen in my lifetime. But at the same time, it's a bit discouraging to see how quickly they'll resort to in-group solidarity and how easy it is to destroy in-group solidarity among Black people and pit us against one another. And I think that as we get closer to the 2024 election, it's just going to amp up. I mean, we're a year out and it's already this bad. So as far as I'm concerned, like I'm not a Black conservative myself. I mean, it's Torraine, you already know about me, my history, etc. I'm the farthest thing from a Black conservative, but frankly, I mean, as a Black person, you can just choose whatever side of the political spectrum that you want to be on. That's completely up to you. That's your self-determination. But frankly, I find myself way closer to a Black conservative than I do to a Black liberal. Because at least a Black conservative understands that as Black people, we have the right to self-determination. And we don't have to stick to any side of the political spectrum. We are our own people. And so as far as I'm concerned, if I was a Black conservative and I was planning on voting for Trump and people say, well, oh, Black men are going to be responsible for Trump, I'd say, yeah, I'm voting for Trump. That's my right. That is my right as an American. I can vote for who the fuck I want. Who you to tell me who I can and can't vote for? Why is it that me voting for Donald Trump is a vote for white supremacy, but a vote for Joe Biden is not, when Joe Biden supports a white supremacist government committing genocide and ethnic cleansing against marginalized people? Answer me that. Anyway, that's all I got to say about that.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Thank you for bringing in an international perspective on it.
Can I just say one quick thing, Soren?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
That I'm tired of people dancing for Joe Biden, man. Like this dude is literally Jim Crow Joe, right? And it is crazy. And I tweeted this too. People got more patience for Joe Biden than they do for Black men. And I'm tired of it.
I said that a couple of weeks ago, and people got mad as hell. I said, what I said. I said it in sort of a joking manner. I said that y'all got more patience for Biden and the Democrats than y'all got for a Black man who makes less than six figures. You trying to date?
Goddamn.
Got mad. Man, look. No, but think about this. I said this one time, and people got mad about this, but that's kind of what my trade. That's kind of what my brand is on this app. It's like, if you, let's just say, for example, you are trying to you got a girl who you know is like the neighborhood jump off, and you know that you ain't got to really take this girl out. You ain't got to buy her no dinners. You ain't got to do nothing but show up, whether you on a moped, whether you in a car, whether you on a scooter, and you know you're gonna hit anytime you go over there, and that's all you got to do is show up. Why would you put more effort into showing that person that she deserves more than that?
Shit, sliding socks.
That's the way the Black vote is treated by the Democratic Party, in my opinion, in a lot of ways. And people get mad when you say that, but it's the truth. Because anytime you ask for anything that other populations get without even having to ask, and what you get is a lot of pushback, and you get a lot of insults by even asking a question, what does that say? You know what I mean? Nobody else gets treated like that. And that's not to say that you should go revolt. That's not to say because the response is always, well, you want Trump to win, you must be a Republican. No, I'm saying if you say that you stand on something, why you're not standing on it? The same way you would ask anybody who wants to be in your good graces. But let's see. Go ahead, Malcolm. Did you have something? And then we'll move on to the next people.
Nah, I just thought that shit was funny because I'm like, look, hey, Joe Biden get all these excuses made from, but hey, let a group of brothers show up to a university wearing some suits. Hey, nigga, did I just catch y'all wearing some suits? Man. Like, why don't you look, why don't you go toss the pigskin around with your son while you got your son wearing a suit? Like, just the stupidest shit, bro. And I'm just sitting here watching like, damn, so this is what we really on today. So, bro, we really cooked
you can't make this stuff up, bro. You can't make it up.
You know what, man? It's funny, but it's not, man. It's like, on the one hand, you can't do nothing but laugh to keep from crying, but on the other hand, it's wild how we get so offended. Not we, but the people who got offended by dudes wearing suits and the things that are trivial, they take that stuff serious, but the real serious things, everything is not that serious, and it's always a joke. And we always get behind the 8 ball every damn time, every 2 to 4 years. It's wild, ain't it?
Yeah.
But you would have thought we was out there like thugging and robbing and running into houses and all that stuff.
Bro, they ain't know that shit. Oh, no. That shit cool. Now, don't get out here trying to provide no positive model for men. Otherwise, hey, y'all still dusty. All y'all wearing them suits and ain't got no money in your bank account. That's like the hate just comes out, bro. Like the horns, fucking, like them bitches sprout up. Apologies.
No, it's all
Oh
good,
shit,
man. No,
man.
it's real. It's crazy. It's no, it's
Don't even
crazy
get
as
me
hell.
going, bro. Don't even fucking get me going,
I
bro.
mean, I
But
just saw I
all
saw
I
a damn
know,
video.
all I know,
You got
it
go
was
ahead.
really fucking bad when Joe Biden's son, bro, when they were having that hearing, and I forget who that rep for Texas was, man. She got up there and had a Yas
Jasmine
Queen
Crockett.
moment off of that shit.
Jasmine Crockett up there yelling for this. That was crazy to me. Wasn't surprising, but it was crazy to watch. But I wasn't surprised. But yeah, let's Travis, who we got next with the hand up? I can't. So I see some people. A lot of people got their hands up. I can't see everybody for some reason. I see 3 or 4 people. But we're gonna try to do this in order and get as many people as we
Who
can.
can you see? Because I can't see anybody.
I see Lauren. She's been here for a minute waiting. Then Bree, and then Doshawn.
Yeah, you called Lauren earlier, so let's go ahead and do Lauren.
All right, Lauren, you got the mic. Go ahead. And then we'll go to Bree and then Doshawn.
Hey everybody. It's been enjoyable listening as usual. Primarily, this is very enjoyable because it's so rare to hear black males talking about anything at any length because our media environment really just does not allow for that. The question of are black men politically respected or disrespected is not really a question. I mean, it's obvious that they're disrespected. They're not even really visible, in my view in the media. We have staffs out here. I just came out. I just left Howard University. There was a democracy summit put on by Nicole Hannah Jones, and panels talking, typical thing. But I see a lot of black male journalists in the room, and it's always amazing to me when I go to these events. I see a lot of black male journalists, and then on television, or if I'm reading the Griot or the Root or something like that, which I don't read too much anymore, I'm not seeing I'm not seeing the black males who are in my life reflected in the media, and I sure as hell don't see what I would consider the sort of, working class black male with family. That does not exist in our media. And it doesn't exist in our media because our media is controlled by people who don't know any black men and don't, it's sort of the same prototype. People who go are overeducated. They end up in some newsroom. The only thing that they've done is go to school and then go to a newsroom. And then they're reporting on the lives of people that they have absolutely no connection with whatsoever. Then on the other side of that, maybe even more dangerously in a sense, is this sort of hatred of black men that comes from our own community that I think is actually another connection with academia. I think that people go to gender studies classes and they are reflecting what they're learning in some gender studies class taught by somebody who, again, has no connection with our community. And then they come out of that, and the villain of the story is always a black male because, of course, can't be a white male. So, yeah, it's probably going to be a black male. And that, of course, is reflected all the way through our politics. As somebody who has worked in politics on the state level in New York and in Virginia, and in media, and in big media, ABC News, USA Today. I see the newsrooms that I worked in. That the group that is always missing is just the average sort of straight black male. That person is missing. That person is missing in every discussion. Nothing wrong with gay black men. I have a lot of gay black male friends that I love a lot, but I'm just saying that that particular group is missing, and that is the majority group. So the majority group is missing, and that has a huge real world effect, which I don't need to tell the group that's in this that's in this space. And it is getting worse, actually, in my view, because now we've got people like Elon Musk feeding videos of negative images of black males committing crimes, this and that, and trying to sort of, pump this image of black males and negativity, which I think is completely deliberate. But we got to fight against that. And I don't know what to say. I mean, you guys are very smart. It's been very enjoyable listening to you guys. And I wish there was a way. I mean, if I was a billionaire, I'd work on this problem. But, as was just mentioned, the thing with the suits was one good thing about Twitter is that when something happens, like that video with the black males with the suits, and you see a bunch of people jump out who, for some reason or another, have a negative reaction to it, that shows you who all the nuts are. That's one thing I like about Twitter is that you learn who the crazy people are by something like that. Totally positive video. beautiful video, and you had people bitching about it. Like, why is that? And that shows you a lot about where we're at and where some people are at. I certainly don't think it's the majority of any particular group, but interesting conversation. Thanks for having it, and I'll go back to listening.
Hey, Lauren,
Yes,
before you leave, can I ask you a quick question?
sure.
'Cause, well, first of all, you were spitting. We need to have like a round of applause thing because you were spitting. How did you arrive at the views that you have? Because you basically hit everything. So I was just wondering, like, how did you get there? Especially you talking about like the gender studies, what you saw in the media, all that stuff.
Well, I think that, frankly, I'm a little older than your typical millennial. I'm in my early 50s. So a lot of these younger people I'm seeing are just believing what they're taught in some gender studies class. The other thing is, I don't have any negative black males in my life, and I never have. Now, I understand that people may have different experiences, and I'm not saying that shouldn't be respected, but my father was very protective. My older brother was very protective. My father was a great provider. So when I hear negative things about black men, I have no idea what anybody's talking about. I had an uncle that served in Vietnam, the whole bit. So all the black men in my family were positive. Nobody was in jail, none of that. All that stereotypical stuff I hear. And I did not come from some big time bougie family. I came from a middle class family. My dad was a prison guard. My mom was a teacher, so I grew up in New York, Long Island. So I don't know why there's this negativity, but negativity is driving a lot of our commerce online.
Mm-hmm.
So you're driving clicks, you're driving negativity. These companies, media companies, are making money off of that negativity. So that negativity is platformed. I don't think it's actually the majority. I really don't. I mean, I have little arguments with a lot of my friends who are in media all the time about this. So some of the stats that they throw out with regard to, particularly with the Me Too stats. When you say that, you know, 4 out of every 10 women are being sexually assaulted on a campus, that means that, in some of these campuses, particularly Howard, which I just came from, the ratio of men to women is like 1 to 5, 1 to 6. And I'm thinking, you're telling me every man on campus has sexually assaulted somebody? I mean, if you do the math behind some of this, it doesn't really make too much sense. It also would seem to me, if that stat was true, then our college campuses would be amongst the most dangerous places for women in this country. And you would be calling for them to be closed down immediately. So there's some strange things that are going on in terms of the money that's driven through some of these conversations. And I've worked in big media, and I've worked in politics on a fairly high level. And I see, just frankly, a lot of overeducated people who have no idea what they're talking about constituencies of people they've never met. I guarantee you, I'm also have been a crisis manager for a few black males, and I will say this: all of my crisis management conversations, particularly with the Washington Post and the New York Times, involve all white people, right? So these people, I've had to challenge a few people and say, I bet you've never had a black male in your house, and you're now deciding the fate of somebody's reputation. And the reputation of other people every day, and you have no idea what you're talking about or the group that you're talking about. And it is only black men, I don't care what anybody says, that has to deal with that problem, because white women write about other white women, white men write about white men. We have black women writing about black women. If you look at a lot of these media platforms, what you don't have is black men controlling the narrative and the conversation about black men. That's missing. So you have other people writing about black men who don't have anything to do with black men. And this country, as I don't need to tell you guys, has a historic tradition of hating black men specifically that is connected with violence and all sorts of other things that I obviously don't need to go over that. You guys are very educated, but that's where I get my thing from. And I'm not going to shut up because it is dangerous, some of the information that I see coming out.
Lauren, thank you so much. That's why I love it when you pop up in my spaces because you always
Yeah,
come
she
with the
killed
real,
that
for
joint.
real, for real.
Yeah, man, close the space down, bro. We good. That's like perfect on everything. But
No,
On everything. Oh my.
for real, for real. Y'all follow Lauren Burke if you aren't already.
Yeah, I just
Let's go.
started following.
Let's go to Deshaun, and then we'll go to Bree, and then we'll open it up for the rest of the people. I see Q in the building again, so let's go to Deshaun and then Bree. Deshaun, microphone is yours. You have the mic. Go ahead and unmute. And just to reset the room again,
Hotep,
when you come in to
can
speak,
you hear me?
yeah, hang on one second before you start.
Yeah.
Just to reset the room, when you come in, just answer the question in the top of the space: Are black men politically respected or disrespected? And then make your point. So go ahead, brother. This Deshaun, you go ahead.
Hotep Black Power family, the answer is yes. And Brother Torraine, I've been following you for quite some time. I'm also a journalist and a writer and a podcaster. And of course, it's always wonderful to hear my big sister, Lauren. It's always wonderful. My DC family. What I wanted to mention is that there have been several books written on the subject. And I promise, as Brother Khalid Abdul Muhammad said, I won't be long, but I will be strong. Several books have been written on this subject. Of course, Dr. Jawanza Kunjufu's 3-volume series, Countering the Conspiracy to Destroy Black Boys. We also have our brother, Dr. Hakeem Matabuti, asking the question in his book titled Black Men, Obsolete, Dangerous. We also have Dr. Earl Afari Hutchinson's book, The Assassination of the Black Male Image. And my favorite out of all the books, of course, before I mention my final book, which is actually my favorite, we have Dr. Francis Cress Welson's book, The ISIS Papers, discussing why white supremacy is so focused on the black male anatomy in particular. But in my judgment, the book that actually pulls all that together is a book by a brother that I had the honor of interviewing, and I'm sure you all have known, Dr. Tommy Curry's book, The Man Not.
Ah, there you go. Yep,
Right,
I know it very well.
right.
Trust me,
I
you're
know.
preaching to the choir on that one.
I
Go
know.
ahead, brother.
Right. Well, actually, no. Well, actually, I'm mentioning that for folks who are not even aware of that. But what Sister Lauren said is actually what Dr. Curry speaks about in his book. He speaks about the centuries-old tradition of the abuse of black men. We have to understand, yes, as black people, yes, we are all oppressed. However, as Dr. Cleo Monaco has stated, another brother that I've interviewed, is that white supremacy is very patriarchal. And so it always has to attack the male victims of its targeted group. And so I'm glad that Sister Lauren made the comment about black men controlling the narrative. Brother Torraine, as a journalist and as a writer, as a commentator, I've reported on this subject. And that's one of the reasons why I've actually gotten at many of our black male colleagues that have actually taken part in what I refer to as the evil black male narrative. So we have the Michael Harriot's and the what's his name from Very Smart Brothers that I had to get at for writing that brother. He wrote that article, "Straight Black Men are the white people of the black community."
Yeah, I know. I know you're talking about
Yeah.
Damon Young. He's a
Right, Damon
coward.
Young.
Damon Young.
No,
Oh man, I got on his ass
me too,
back
because
during
he wrote.
COVID.
No, listen up. I
Okay.
got on him,
Yeah.
and I wrote an article snapping on Damon Young for writing that article for mocking Afrocentric black men. And the name of my article is called "Damon Young, I Am a Proud Hotep." Okay, because
Can
uh,
you send me that? I'd like to read it.
definitely, I'll definitely tweet that to you. But I'm gonna land my plane by stating is that this is a major problem, and it actually reminds me of when I was coming up as a teenager in the '90s. What Minister Farrakhan said. One of the things that led him to call the Million Man March was the constant demonizing of black men. And I'm gonna say again, yes, as black people, all of us are oppressed, as Brother Malcolm pointed out. I'm speaking from a Pan-Africanist perspective, a nationalist perspective, but white supremacy has it has a zero-like focus on black men. But I'm going to end it with this: if and I've actually said this in the presence of many of our homosexual brothers or same-gender living brothers, if there is not a conspiracy, if you would, to target heterosexual black men, why the obsession with heterosexual black men in media? And I'll land it with that. Thank you, Brother Torraine. Brother, keep up the good work. I've been following you for quite some time, brother. Thank you. And I understand it's hard being an independent journalist, but you're in my prayers and my libations. Ashe, Black Power Hotep.
All right, brother. Appreciate that. Thank you, my man. Now I followed you back. Let's go to Bree, and then we'll start moving into the last couple of parts of the conversation, and then we'll start writing it down. So, Bree, you got the microphone. I think. Brianna or Bree actually disappeared. Okay.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah. I hear you now.
Okay,
Okay.
cool. Yeah, I know my voice is gonna be jarring. I know it doesn't really I know it clearly doesn't match my my profile picture. But what I want to do here, I do want to give the black transgender woman perspective here. Um, I'll start off by answering the question: Are black men politically respected, disrespected? Clearly, they are very much disrespected. I think we can all agree on there. But at the same time, there's some nuance because we also have to consider the fact that black men are not in control of their narrative, and at the same time, me as a black transgender woman, I've had to really unlearn my anger and hatred towards black men, and that's not been easy. It really hasn't been, because you also have to consider, because again, like I was saying, black men are not in control of their narrative, right? But I think one thing that could really help, just how like Mr. Deshaun was talking about, how like white supremacy is very patriarchal. That's 1,000% true, right? But I feel like I could be wrong about this because again, I'm still like because there's misandry noir going on in our society, and I'm a person who is recovering from misandry noir. And what I'm getting at here is that I think if we could have a movement or some type of like pro black male feminist movement, I think that could really help black men because my concerns.
I need you to define that. For pro black feminist movement, what does that look like for you? Can you define that for me?
Yeah, so I mean more so like black men becoming feminists because
Okay, now define. Okay, define feminism
No.
for me.
I don't know
No, no,
about
no, no,
all.
no, 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 no.
No,
I want to let the person speak. I want to follow this out because I want to respect this now. But I just want to ask, what does that mean to you?
so what does that mean to me is that black men need to say like F the patriarchy, right?
Okay, now define the patriarchy. What is the
So the
patriarchy?
patriarchy.
The reason I'm asking you this, brother or sister, I don't want to misgender
Mhm.
you. But what I want to say is this: when we start using these terms, we have to define what those terms mean
Right.
because there's as many different definitions of feminism and patriarchy and misandry and misogynoir as there are people. So I need you to define exactly what you mean when you say these things need to be done. That's all I'm asking.
Absolutely no
So,
problem. Uh, but,
okay.
but yeah. So when I say patriarchy, that is a social system designed to keep men, specifically white men, in charge, right?
Okay.
And when it comes to black men, there's white supremacy has created hierarchies of oppression. So a cishet black man has more privilege than black queer people.
And this is where I had a feeling it was gonna go
Torraine,
there.
you want me to take this one?
Hold
No,
on,
no,
no, no, no,
no,
no,
no,
no.
no, no.
Hold on.
Because hold on. Because I knew it was going to happen when we started this, but I want to be respectful of the person. But I want you to get out what you're getting ready to say, and then I'm going to respond to what you have to say. So I'm gonna let you finish, Kanye. I'm gonna let you finish, and then I'm gonna go into what I'm gonna pull some data for you. But go ahead, and finish your point, Bree. Wait for the mute to go off. Go ahead and finish your point, and then we'll respond.
Okay, yeah, I'm just letting y'all know, like, I'm not here to ruffle any feathers. Um, there was a point.
No, no, no. Nobody's ruffled at all.
Okay,
And I apologize for interrupting you. I just want you to land get your point out because you say cishet black men have more privilege than anybody else. So I
no,
want you to stick with that and go with it.
yeah, I'll clarify my point here. White supremacy has created hierarchies of oppression. So a cishet black man um has more privilege than a transgender black woman, has more privilege than a gay black man, and somewhat of a more privilege than cishet black women because the wage gap between black men and black women that's like the closest wage gap that there is. But as someone who used to identify as a cishet black man, I used to carry a lot of anger towards the LGBTQ plus community and black women in general. And what's really going on? What I think would help black men if black men could become more. And I'm not saying I have all the answers, right? But I feel like
Mhm.
if black men could become more anti-patriarchy, and because again, I someone has said earlier in the show that a lot of us don't understand black men, and I'm totally like with that because even myself, even as someone who used to identify as cishet black men, I don't really understand black men, right? Because like what I'm getting at here is that if black men can make this movement, this black man for feminism, anti-patriarchy movement, and for me, how I define feminism is for everybody, right? Feminism is about
Okay, but define feminism. What is feminism to you? What's your definition of feminism?
right. So feminism is about equity and equality amongst the genders, right? And it benefits everybody. And so what I'm getting at here, because like we have, I'm a leftist, right? So I really prioritize intersectional thinking. You can't, if you can liberate the person under you, what's going to happen to you? Because if we liberate black transgender women and like black queer people, imagine what that could do for black men, right? And my biggest point here is that if we could get black men to be anti-patriarchy, I feel like that would help a little bit. Because even myself, there's an internalized anti-black bias I'm still working on, right? And I'll finish up by saying this is like how I used to really feel is that when it comes to this whole black male beast perspective, I hear y'all. I said, hey, they see us as beasts, right? But the point I'm really trying to like dismantle, and that's why I'm trying to have this conversation. Because I feel like the older version of me will look at black men and is like, okay, y'all don't like this whole black male beast perspective, but y'all perpetuate it. And it's like, I know I understand this is a logical fallacy, but what I'm getting at here is like even my father, he was a very conservative, toxic black man. And when people would bully me, he would get mad at me and say, "Oh, how come nobody's scared of you?" And it's like, but when the police get involved, now it's like, oh, they see it as a beast. Now it's a bad thing to see me as a threat when the police get involved, when the Karen gets involved. But when you like bumping heads with other dudes, you want to be seen as that black male beast. You get what I'm saying?
Not really, but I get that. I think I get what you're getting at. I need you to land your plane because I want to respond to some of the things you said. I'm not trying to shut you up. I just want you to land real quick.
Right. So basically, we need to educate. I don't think. I think the reason why queerphobia and misogynoir is in every community, right? But if we could just educate black men more so on these topics, because like how I'm gonna land this is by saying that okay, I think obviously white supremacy has 100% emasculated black men and has robbed them of the ability to be the providers that this system requires them to be, right? So I think sometimes black men fall into queerphobia, misogynoir as ways to reinstate their manhood, as ways to reinstate themselves in the patriarchy system that they were denied.
Okay, so have you landed?
Yes.
Okay, so what I'm going to do now is give you some data real quick.
Okay.
Um, and I'm just going to open this up for the rest of the room, but then because I see some of the other brothers in here chomping at the bit, but I ain't going to take too long. All right, so let's start with family and fatherhood.
Okay.
Most black fathers actually live with their children.
Right.
2.5 million versus 17 versus 1.7 million who don't. Whether living in the same home or not, black fathers are the most involved of all primary recorded race and ethnic groups. That's according to the CDC, a study that was done in 2020.
Mm-hmm.
A report released in 2013 by the National Center of Health Statistics found that black dads are more involved with their kids on a daily basis than dads from other racial groups. For instance, among fathers who live with young children, 70% of black dads say they bathe, diaper, dress, and read to their kids every day, compared with 60% of white fathers, 45% of Latino fathers. Nearly 35% of black fathers who live with their young children say they read to them daily, compared with 30% of white dads and 22% of Latino dads. More than a third of black people live in households headed by married couples. That's according to Pew Research. This was done in 2020. Okay, now let's go over to intimate partner violence. 45.1% of black women and 40.1% of black men have experienced intimate partner physical violence, intimate partner physical sexual violence, and intimate partner stalking in their lifetimes. 31.8% of black women and 16.8% of black men have experienced one or more of the following intimate partner violence related impacts: feeling fearful, being concerned for their physical safety, post traumatic stress disorder following abuse, injury, need for medical care and hospital visits, housing services, Victim advocate services, and legal services have missed more than one day of work or school and contacted a crisis hotline. 41.2% of Black women and 36.3% of Black men have experienced intimate partner violence in their lifetimes. 53.8% of Black women and 56.1% of Black men have experienced psychological aggression by an intimate partner in their lifetimes. 17.4% of Black women and 14.8% of Black men have experienced intimate partner sexual violence other than rape in their lifetimes. These are statistics from the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence that was done in 2021. Let's go and take a look at LGBTQ intimate partner violence numbers. Here's where it gets interesting. 43% of lesbian women and 61.1% of bisexual women have experienced rape, physical violence, and or stalking by an intimate partner at some point in their lifetime, as opposed to 35% of heterosexual women. 26% of gay men and 37.3% of bisexual men have experienced rape, physical violence, and or stalking by an intimate partner at some point in their lifetime, as opposed to 29% of heterosexual men. Transgender victims of intimate partner violence are more likely to experience intimate partner violence in public compared to those who don't identify as transgender. LGBTQ, Black, and African American victims of interpartner violence are more likely to experience physical intimate partner violence among their intimate group compared to those who do not identify as Black or African American. And this is the last one I'll go through. Socioeconomics. Black women and white women raised by low-income parents, those in the bottom 20% of income distribution, have similar rates of upward mobility. Black men, by contrast, are much less likely than white men to rise up the economic ladder. A third of white men raised in low-income parents end up in the top 40% of income distribution as adults, compared to only 19% of Black boys. Black men raised by low-income parents face twice the risk of remaining stuck in intergenerational poverty, 38%, as Black women, 20%, in terms of their individual outcome. This is from Pew Research. This was done in 2022.
Mhm.
The gender pay gap. The median weekly earnings of full-time U.S. workers by gender and race in 2020. Black men on average earn $830 a week. Black women earn $764 a week compared to Black men. Student loan debt. Black women had the most student loan debt, followed by Black men. $37,000 on average for Black men, $35.65 per Black man. That's according to the American Study of Universities by 2017. If you look at most demographics and you look at most other data, when we talk about marginalization and we're talking about the people who are the most marginalized, Black men, cishet Black men, are at the bottom of every socioeconomic metric in the United States of America. So I'd like to ask you again, why, if we're talking about the most marginalized people, who's at the bottom of that list?
So I get what you're saying. Because I don't have any.
I can send you the data if you want to see it.
Please do. I would appreciate that.
And this isn't my data. This is the white man's data, so I'm not making this up. So
Okay.
I'm just saying. So I'm saying all that to say this, and I'm not going to be on this too much longer. But I just want to say we had these conversations about what Black men should be doing and the way Black men should adjust their personalities and adjust their behaviors. But we don't talk about the fact that the Black people who are the most in need of intersectionality are cishet Black men, but they never get it because we don't have enough people who are advocating for this in these spaces. Why? Because we're not in these spaces. We're not in these academic spaces. We're not in these media spaces. We're definitely not in these political spaces. So I'm not coming at you directly. I'm just saying that I feel like you're being given a narrative that isn't based in data and it's not based in fact. It's based in something that sounds good and it's based in things that the people who've been able to get themselves into these positions to sell this narrative are selling. So that's all I wanted to say to you, man. I'm not hating on you, and we're not pushing back against your experience. I just think if we're going to have these conversations, they have to come from a place of hard data and fact and not people's feelings. That's all. So that's all I wanted to say. So I'm gonna open it up to the rest of the floor, though. Malcolm, you go ahead, and then Q, you got it.
All right. So just to avoid, because again, I never really get to have these conversations. But again, I want to respect your experience from kind of what you went through, maybe with your father, what led you to these conclusions. Although again, I always see this in a lot of leftist circles, and it's this idea that there's this invisible force that generated these tiers, and that basically this arbitrary force of how do you put it, white patriarchy or whatnot, that just basically took the group, set them down, said you're going to be right here, you're going to be right here, you're going to be right here, and you're going to be right here. And now the goal is we need to smash these tiers or hierarchies which you say are imposed, and then everything goes back to normal. And I always say this because, again, we've seen this happen back in 1903 when the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party split, which led to the infighting between the revolutionary vanguard of the Mensheviks and the Bolsheviks, and which led to some of the worst massacres in history, as well as some of the worst economic suffering after the Provisional Russian Party ended up dissolving post-World War I. We saw that trying to dissolve these perceived tiers led to more chaos and infighting and jockeying for power
Oh,
and
what do you mean by
suppression.
tiers?
And, it always leads to the person that was, quote unquote, we try to elevate, that, is perceived as the most marginalized, ends up getting a spokesperson that gets that power, and then they suppress the other groups every single time. And we've actually seen this happen with the LGBTQ community and Black men in general. Like, we're seeing that as of now in a lot of these spaces that Torraine talks about that we're not in, where we try to have these conversations. It's always a suppression and saying, and then they gatekeep it by saying, oh, how can you talk about this lived experience when you are not of this? So then next thing you know, we can't even have an input on our positioning within this new hierarchical system that they're basically replacing. It always goes back to what George Herbert Walker Bush, whether you love him or hate him, said, which was, we will not replace a far-off tyranny with a local despotism, in the Chicken Kiev speech. That was one of the few things that Herbert Walker had right. And that's what you essentially do every time that you try to dismantle these power structures. You replace this far-off tyranny of this white supremacist hierarchy with a local despotism of, okay, now we got the power. Now we need to control the space. Now we need to keep the money and the influence flowing. And there's always this idea that there's this marginalization, but I've yet to hear what rights that Black trans women don't have by de jure. By de jure means that Black heterosexual men, have. I've yet to hear that.
If you look
And
at
I want to say, and hold on. Before I'm gonna let you respond, and then once you respond, we're gonna move on because the topic of the space is as Black men being politically respected or disrespected. I want to give you time to respond, Bree, and then we're gonna move on with the rest of the conversation because this happens a lot when we have these conversations. People come in and we try to deflect into these side conversations and these side agendas that are connected to what we're talking about and talking about the core of what we're talking about, and we're not going to do that here. So I'm gonna let you respond, and then we're gonna keep it moving. You got other people, so go ahead.
Yeah, real quick. I hear what y'all saying. I'm always open to being educated about different things. It's not a big deal, but I kind of wanted to like hear you simplify just a little bit more because from my understanding, just going off of my lived experiences, I don't see how Black transgender women who are being disproportionately murdered, who are facing high rates of homelessness, facing job discrimination.
Look, man. I respect that. But that's a conversation that we're not having here. Not to say that that's not valid, but again, this is what happens. People come in and they try to take the conversation down the road. They want to take it on, but I'm driving this car, and the car we're driving today is called "Our Black Man Politically Respected or Disrespected." We can have that conversation at a later date, but this isn't the place for it.
Yeah,
so unless you got something to say about that, we don't need to keep talking about that. I understand I respect your lived experiences. I get that. But that's something that's for another space that we're not going to do in this one. I got bit by a dog when I was 12. I don't go around kicking every dog I see.
What?
That's my lived experience.
Okay.
So we're going to keep it moving.
I appreciate it, man. Thanks for listening to me.
All right. Thank you. I'm trained in this. Don't try it. So
I'm
let's
not.
go.
I mean, no disrespect.
I'm not talking to you, man. Relax. It's a joke. It's a joke.
Okay.
It's a joke.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you.
May
All right.
I
So
say one thing real quick, Torraine?
Go right ahead, my man.
Okay. So Bree, I understand where you're coming from, and you know what? These are some issues that I had to overcome myself. And as a matter of fact, I started to come to a lot of these conclusions. But when I read Dr. Tommy Curry's book, The Man Not, that's when opening that book closed the book on a lot of my assumptions, beliefs, and misconceptions. But one thing you really need to figure out for yourself is what is meant by feminism. What is feminism? Right. Here's the thing. As a lot of people know, I'm a communist. I'm just a straight up communist. but I'm not a communist in the like the college student activist sense. I'm a communist in the old school like Pan Africanist, uh, Kwame Ture sense. Yeah, I'm a communist in the Black Panthers sense. Who were themselves Marxists. Now, one thing that you have to understand is that Black Marxism and Pan Africanism is based essentially in structuralism. So it's not based on the teachings of Karl Marx. It's based on what Karl Marx has said, what Stalin has said, but also what Mao has said, what Amilcar Cabral has said. It's based on the teachings of previous Black leaders and Black revolutionaries. Based on Julius Nyerere, for example, who wrote an entire book on how Pan African Marxism works or how Pan African communism works. We didn't need Europeans to teach us how to live in a communal society. We already understood those principles. Marx just put them into writing. Now, I give all that preamble to say, when you ask Black men to become feminists, you have to understand what it is that you're actually asking them to do. What is feminism? Well, in the communist sense, feminism is already baked into the equation, in the sense that women are, as far as rights go, equal to men. Does it mean that women can do everything that men can do? No, we're simply not biologically, psychologically, we're not wired to do those things. We are not wired to do the same thing as people of other genders are wired to do. We don't even desire that. So what is meant by feminism in the current sense? Well, feminism is, for the most part, at least right now, a postmodern philosophy. And its roots, in the West at least, were started by virulent and vicious anti-Black racists. Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Susan B. Anthony were vicious and virulent racists. What they understood was that for them to receive their spoil of the American empire, which, if you believe what student activists say, it was based on the oppression and genocide and imperial takeover of the what we call the contiguous United States, which is 100% true. But feminism began as essentially a power sharing project between white women and white men. It had nothing to do with Black people whatsoever. And the idea that Black men would be able to secure the right to vote, or at least the United States would recognize Black men's right to vote before white women, was anathema to them. They had no interest in bringing Black people into the franchise whatsoever. That's the first wave of feminism. The second wave of feminism, when did that come about? Well, that came about during the Civil Rights era. Was that any coincidence or accident? Well, no, because at the very same time that Black people in America were trying to secure their freedoms, not only to vote, but to be able to exercise their rights, their human rights, unmolested by white people. At the very same time, white women were fighting to claim their share of not only the empire, but within the workforce. They wanted to be able to leave their homes, join the workforce, own bank accounts, et cetera, et cetera. So again, we're talking about a power sharing agreement that they are working out with white men. Black men and women have never had to have that conversation because there has never been a time when Black women did not work. Not during slavery, not during Reconstruction, not during post-Reconstruction, not during the Civil Rights era. Black women have always been in the workplace. Now, whether it was a corporate workplace, completely separate question. But whereas Black men were, for the most part, agricultural workers, Black women were domestic workers, which is why when the National Labor Relations Act was passed by FDR, you'll notice that there was two distinct carve-outs. Agricultural workers, by which, for the most part, Black men, who at that time primarily lived in the South, that was their occupation, and domestic workers, which was Black women's occupation. So at the very same time that white women were trying to secure their foothold in the workplace, they were advocating and supported a labor law which excluded Black people wholly. And at the very same time, when during the civil rights era, you had activists, you had white women activists who were part of that second wave, joining groups like SNCC that were becoming part of the Freedom Riders, etc. And what did they say about the division of labor, for example, between Black men and Black women during the civil rights era? Well, they complained that Black women were taking menial jobs, like administration work, like answering phones. And here's the issue. for them, they understood answering phones and administration work as relegating women to a secondary role. When in fact, those letters, those correspondences, which were typed out by those black women, kept many people's faith in the civil rights movement alive. They were corresponding directly with people that were working within those organizations. When they called in and when they spoke to people on the phone, they were speaking to black women. That was their initial point of contact. So whereas white women see themselves as separate and distinct from the rest of the community, black women being part of that civil rights movement and doing administrative work and answering the phones, writing letters, etc., that was the backbone of what kept the movement going. That is what kept black people connected to the movement. We've always been interconnected that way. We've always been interconnected through familial relations, especially through matronly relations. So when they would write letters back to their own white feminist organizations about what we were doing, they would say that that there was a second type of sexism taking place within the black community, and yet the very same black women that were parts of those organizations, the Freedom Riders, SNCC, etc., said, no, we were happy to do this work because there was no way that we could actually go out into the streets and do that kind of work that black men were doing. I'm sorry, white lady, did you want black women to go out into the streets along with black men and get their foreheads split open by police officers' batons? And the second wave feminism was led by a literal self-confessed CIA agent, Gloria Steinem, who on the cover of Ms. Magazine had her fist up right next to a black woman. And it's no coincidence that Ms. Magazine, which was the publicational standard for second wave feminism, and not just white feminism, but feminism in particular, also published a shocking expose in the 1980s based on the works of
Michelle
Wallace, who wrote Black Macho and the Myth of the Superwoman, which was a book almost completely fabricated from Michelle Wallace's imagination because she was never part of the civil rights movement. She was never part of the Black Power movement. It was such an egregious lie that her mother, Faith Ringgold, had to write a rebuttal book, essentially calling her daughter a liar. And not too long ago, Michelle Wallace herself wrote an Amazon review of that book.
She recanted a lot of the statements that she made in the Myth of the Black Superwoman.
Yeah, she said if I knew then what I know now, I would have never written that book. Okay, Miss Magazine also featured the works of Rebecca Walker, daughter of Alice Walker. Now, Alice Walker is the author of The Color Purple. Alice Walker is also a virulent anti-Semite. Alice Walker took her own experiences during the civil rights movement, especially that of getting married to a white man. She was, as a matter of fact, I believe it was in I forget if it was Tennessee or Alabama, but she was one of the first black people in the South to become interracially married after the passage of, or after Loving v. Virginia, after the Loving v. Virginia decision. But then at the very same time wrote a book talking about the follies of black men who wanted to date white women during the civil rights era. That's exactly what she herself was doing.
So she's the mother of a lot of
alienated her community, alienated her family.
So she's the mother of a lot of Twitter conversations.
Yeah, exactly. Not just The Color Purple, but like her personal life. Okay. Now, Rebecca Walker, how did she? What was her major accomplishment? Well, Rebecca Walker was one of the vanguards of third wave feminism. Now, third wave feminism, it's not a completely separate and distinct from second wave feminism, but Rebecca Walker's article was published in Ms. Magazine, talking about the response to Clarence Thomas's Senate hearing before his appointment to the Supreme Court, and how it is that Anita Hill was essentially run roughshod over, which is absolutely true. But then when you try to expand that, as Torn mentioned earlier, this idea that, and you were being polite when you said it was actually Rennie who came up with this term. Any nigga is every nigga, meaning that like the worst thing that any one black man does reflects on all black men. Doesn't matter who it is, doesn't matter if they're a celebrity, doesn't matter what they are. That's just how black men are. But that was the exact same thing that Rebecca Walker did. It was essentially say that there are communities filled with nothing but Clarence Thomases. And here's the thing: there's an overlap between second wave and third wave feminism, and one of the largest known proponents of the sort of second to third wave feminism is Shulamith Firestone. And what did Shulamith Firestone say about the civil rights movement? Shulamith Firestone essentially said that the civil rights movement was nothing but a red herring for black men who wanted the ability to rape white women with impunity.
And let me tell you,
It was
before you,
it was
before
so
you,
it was so racist, in fact, that
hold on,
Angela
before,
Davis herself had to rebut it in her book Women, Race, and Power.
hold on for a second, before you
Yeah,
finish, because I gotta tell people the story.
yeah, yeah.
That the whole, a lot of 90% of the rhetoric that you hear in a lot of these spaces from people who haven't read comes from this book called The Dialectic of Sex that was written by Shulamith Firestone.
Right.
The very passage that Anthony's talking about comes from the fifth chapter of that book. And this came about because Shulamith Firestone, I think it was in 1971 or 72, happened to, I forgot what, I think she was at Columbia if I'm not mistaken, but she went to a Black Panther rally.
Yep.
And she happened to go into a room and she saw all these black men with the usual Black Panther get up, the leather coats, the black coats, the black berets, holding weapons and shotguns. And apparently, I can't prove this, but apparently it scared her so much that she went out without talking to anybody who was chairing the committee, without talking to any of the women who were in the same room. And she said because she saw these black men holding weapons that they wanted to emulate white patriarchy and they wanted to emulate white violence without doing any sort of research and not taking one of the pamphlets that I'm sure
Didn't
one of the
speak to a
without taking
single person.
without reading any one of the pamphlets I'm sure one of those brothers gave her and said that because she saw this image it probably scared the hell out of her and she saw they wanted to take over her and in her mind probably wanted to sexually assault her in her mind. Go pick up the book. It's free from the library and read the fifth chapter. All that stuff is in there. So this is what that comes from. The fear of a white woman acting like Miss Millie.
Yeah. Just to encapsulate that point, when you say that black men should become feminists, I ask the question: what type of feminist should black men incorporate themselves into that movement? Which every single wave of feminism has essentially established itself by not only stepping over, but directly shitting on black men in the black community broadly,
Mm-hmm.
and attempted to divide black women from black men. And unfortunately, there are financial and academic incentives to do so. So why would any black man ever want to incorporate themselves into that movement? That is essentially devised for their own destruction. And yet, within the mode of communism, I mean that's already there. It's already baked into the equation. Now we're not going to always end up doing the same things. We're not always going to have the same outcomes, but women are essentially like that. It kind of goes without saying that women and men are equal, not in terms of our capabilities, but in terms of what we can offer. The second thing is, you said before that black men should want to destroy the patriarchy. To which I say, when have black men ever existed within a patriarchy? When? During slavery? During Reconstruction? During Jim Crow? And the Civil Rights era? After that? When have black men ever existed within a patriarchy per se? As a matter of fact, a lot of people get this one wrong. I'm not sure if you've read the report that Daniel Patrick Moynihan wrote for the Nixon administration, talking about the tangle of pathologies within the black community. And a lot of people actually hate that report because they've read Ta-Nehisi Coates's his summary of it, and when he essentially writes about what it is that America owes black people, the case for reparations, and his assessment of the prison industrial complex and how black people are dragged into it. But Ta-Nehisi Coates actually got that wrong, because Daniel Patrick Moynihan wasn't actually writing that book to say that because the black community is so matriarchal that black men are dysfunctional. What he was saying was that because during the Nixon administration and prior to that, so many black men are actually taken out of the community. They're arrested, they're lynched, they're killed, etc. They are so often removed from and divided from the community and even in their own families that young black men don't necessarily have someone to model themselves after. So rather than having a father in the household or father figures in the community broadly, they end up modeling themselves after media templates. And how do we tend to see ourselves reflected in mass media? It's a caricature. It's a stereotype. So that's what he meant by hypersexuality, for example. Not that black men are overly sexual, but that they make up for sex characteristics. Because keep in mind, what they meant by that time by sex was not the act of coitus, but what we commonly refer to now as gender. So when they're hypersexual, they are overcompensating for what they believe to be masculinity by adopting an exaggerated form of masculinity that was reflected back to them by white-owned media, is what he meant. That holds true all the way to today.
Quick
So we have
touchdown too.
never,
All right.
not only have we never existed
Anthony.
within a
Hold
patriarchy.
on. Hold on. We got
Hold on. One
no,
thing.
no, hang on. We got
Yeah.
to I just want you to land as soon as you can because we got some more people waiting, but I want you to get to your point.
I'm about to wrap up here. Not only have we not ever existed sort of within a patriarchy, because the ability of the black male to lead in the household has always been tamped down upon by white supremacy. Patriarchy in the broad sense doesn't mean a man leads the household, because again, a man and a woman in a household does not necessarily defer to a man being able to control and oppress. A man and a woman led household, a household with a man and a woman that is led by a man, essentially means that the man is able to work to provide and protect. And what the woman does in the household is nurture and develop. These are actually equal contributions, just in different ways. That is what makes them equal. Now, here's the situation. Patriarchy doesn't mean man and a woman in a household. Patriarchy is a system of social relations. White supremacy is itself patriarchal towards black people. And in fact, there was a trans scholar by the name of Raywin Connell, R.W. Connell, that developed a term called hegemonic masculinity, which you might hear a lot of people throwing around. But hegemonic masculinity does not apply to black people. As a matter of fact, it can't apply to black people. It can only, in Western societies, apply to white people. And what hegemonic masculinity is that white supremacy affords undue power to white men. And white men's ability to control not only the destinies of their household, but to control the destinies of other people within the imperial core means that other men simply cannot assimilate into that mode of power because they cannot be accepted. And what Dr. Tommy Curry argues is that forms of masculinity that black men express are actually counter-hegemonic masculinity, which is true. If you look at any study as to what it is that black men support and accept, for example, when it comes to a woman's right to choose, equal opportunities in the workplace, equal rights for anybody of any background, whether it's a racial background, sexual background, religious background, etc., black men are consistently the most progressive block of voters, oftentimes and on certain issues, even more progressive than black women are. It's actually a counter-hegemonic mode of masculinity, because when you ask black men what it is that they actually believe, accept, and will promote, it is actually more egalitarian than anything that white people have ever come up with. True. So when we say smash the patriarchy, what do we mean? There is no such thing as a black patriarchy. There is simply black power. And if you're asking black men to turn on themselves and say, no, we need to disestablish this and create black power, that is postmodernist thinking. That's thinking that is meant to destroy structures that we have developed for ourselves and assimilate into what it is that white people believe that we ought to organize ourselves as. No black men with any degree of self-respect or integrity would ever agree to that. So it is not to bash you. This is just to say, when you think of these things, you really got to do your research and the readings to understand what it is exactly you're asking of black men in the first place. That's all I got to say.
All right. Thank you for that, man.
Real quick, Torraine, real quick touchstone just to bring it back to the present day. By the way, Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan, who wrote that accurate assessment of the white models essentially pushing negative stereotypes on black men, was Joe Biden's political rival, who pushed the crime bill, which was taking more black men out of the black communities. Just so that you guys know.
Yep, that's what I'm saying. People don't do the research on where these things come from. They just live in the now, and if you don't pull the context out of what you're talking about, you end up with a situation where we just had where we end up spending like half an hour into a conversation that's completely diverted from the purpose of it. But it's good to get this information out so people can get it, though. Let me go over to Steph, and then we got Grand Admiral, who's coming back from have to change his name from the artist formerly known as Freshatronic, and then we'll start wrapping it up with the last couple of questions. So Steph, you got the mic. Go ahead. Answer the question up top first, and then we'll get into what you got to say.
Yeah, for sure, man. So first of all, man, thank you for the opportunity. Always T. Shout out to my boys Malcolm and Q up here. You know, I'm saying, always a good time hanging out with these brothers. But yeah, I mean, as far as the question goes, are black men politically respected or disrespected? Not to jump in your car and take a driver's seat, but I think that's not even the question. The question that really should be asked is, are black men politically relevant or irrelevant, right? And it's not even just black men. The overall black community is politically irrelevant. My son has something to say about that too. Apologies. But yeah, but black men are most definitely not politically respected because if you think about it, there really is no reason and no leverage in this regard to respect black men because we've been the whole narrative around us has been manipulated, right? Because as Malcolm was talking about the tiers, as far as, all right, so like there's the totem pole of oppression, right? And and like you said, realistically, black men are at the bottom of that totem pole. But what's happened is through, and saying shout out my boy Q and nothing like that, but through a lot of neo-Marxist, Leninist indoctrination on these campuses, we've been described as on par with the white male power structure, right? Because people see Jay Z, they see.
Real quick,
Hold
Steph.
on,
Yeah,
hold on,
I
hold
just
on.
want to, say real
No,
quick.
no, no,
It's
no,
actually
no. Hold
false
on, hold
power
on, hold on,
is
brother. Hold
Zionism.
on. All right. Hold on. What we gonna do here is let him get his point out, and then I'll let you respond if you want to. But we do have other people I want to rotate in and everything, and I've given you more than enough space. But I want you to respond. Just let him finish his point, please. Go ahead. All right, Steph, go ahead.
And yeah, and I want to say that I feel like what Q described his version of communism, Marxism, Leninism, Maoism as is not the same as what I'm talking about in current universities, right? What a lot of these, even black people, minorities, what they're wholly reflecting is the disruptive, subversive, Bolshevist uh, entire ideology, right? So the whole thing with that is that we're framed as, oh, okay, because there's a Jay Z and a Kanye and a Michael Jordan and a LeBron, and those are the successful figures. Then, oh, all right, cool. So yeah, all of y'all are like that, right? So all of y'all got money, all of y'all are powerful. It's exactly what you said about, yo, any nigga is every nigga. You know, like we're all Clarence Thomas. You know what I'm saying? So all right, so because there's a couple successful black men and they throw that on Front Street. Now we're the leaders of the black community. We are the top of the totem pole, and da 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 da. So that's why when you see in the last couple of elections, if black men don't vote a certain way, oh, it's, yeah, black men are the white people are black people, and stuff like that. Meanwhile, in every statistical metric that matters, we are actually at the very bottom of that, right? And that is a problem because there's an entire contradiction around what we really are, what we really represent, and where we are in this country. So, and not
Mhm.
even just politically respected or disrespected, black men are politically homeless, right? Because to the point where you said, like, yeah, we are more egalitarian and more quote unquote left probably in our voting and in our perspective. On top of that, when you consider that the black community is in many ways, in my opinion, wholeheartedly a matriarchy, we tend to lean and tend to empathize and sympathize with the women in our community, and that's not even a new thing. We've been that way ever since the ancient tribes in Africa. Like, yeah, like women were able to be heads of state, leaders of tribes, chiefs, be on war councils and different things like that. Like we have been like that, right? So the thing about it is that in many ways we're politically disrespected, and in a lot of ways, um some of that is self-inflicted. A lot of that is self-inflicted. A lot of that is just, hey man, like a lot of black men were taken out of the community. We had to take on those templates in media and da 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 da. But the fact of the matter is that we are wholeheartedly disrespected, and we're irrelevant in politics because it's like we haven't used our leverage in the right way. Black men have a lot of power, especially culturally, but we're not using that power in the right way. And when we're not using that power in the right way, it's easier to disregard us and disrespect us because it's like, oh, like first of all, like the black community in general isn't respected at all. You know what I'm saying? Like overall, the black community isn't respected politically. So, but especially but the thing about it is, black women use their power. They use their leverage. Is it necessarily an asset and a benefit to the overall black community? You can look at the politics and the current state of the black community and see that, hey, in many ways, black men and black women actually vote for things that are wholeheartedly to our detriment, right? And I'm not a Republican, I'm not a quote unquote conservative, but the Democratic Party looks at niggas like hoes, like literal prostitutes. Like they pimp us every couple of years. Hey, yeah, you niggas better vote for us, or your ass ain't black. Shake your ass and get to the polls, and da 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 da. So also, so even in that regard, a lot of black men are looking at this shit like you niggas is goofy. Like why would I include myself in this shit show circus when really I could be getting some fucking money and I could be building something. I could be creating some form of leverage and power to circumvent this bullshit ass system. Because even as men, it's difficult for us to say, all right, I'm gonna sit down and participate in this bullshit ass system. And really, nigga, fuck that. You know what I'm saying? Like, let me pardon my French, but really, like, yo, let me get my money up. Let me get my
It's all
power
good. We
up.
all adults here. You can say what you want to say.
Yeah, yo, let me get my money up, let me get my power up, and fuck voting for you niggas and da 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 da. The real play, like Dr. Claude Anderson said, is like, yo, you don't vote for politicians, you buy them, or you lease them, or you rent them, and that's what we need to be getting to, man. All this vote talk and this and that shit is bullshit. You know what I'm saying? And the last thing I want to say, man, honestly, I'm gonna land my plane with that, bro. Like, we are politically irrelevant. Disrespect, it doesn't even matter. Like, we are at the bottom of every totem pole, but even our own people, our modern Alice Walkers, our modern Rebecca Walkers, and whoever else, even our own women in our community are, and this ain't no gender war against the, like, yo, we love the black woman, we love and respect the sisters all day, every day. You know what I'm saying? But many of them, consciously and unconsciously, have become fucking CIA agents. You know what I'm saying? In their own damn community to subvert and disrespect and further denote and make their own men politically relevant by calling us, oh, the white men are black people and we this and we that and da da da. All right, cool. Well, if that's what it is, if it's everybody against us, then nigga, fuck this system, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna work outside of it and do whatever I gotta do for myself and for my family and keep it rocking like that. So hopefully what I'm saying connects and makes sense. And that's my piece, yo. Later.
Hey, Steph, I want to say something real quick because I say this every time when we have these conversations, even when I'm on my other spaces. I think what we have to do, and I think most of the brothers in here and the women too have been clear about this. There is a definite delineation between the average black woman who we date, who we love, who we have in our families, and the women who we see every day, and the women who are people like Brittany Cooper and Jamel Hill and Simone Sanders and the people who are part of this basically media industrial complex, who every time elections come around, those are the people who lead the charge with this. You ignorant Negro, shut up and vote. Just get behind sisters. And if you don't vote the way we want you to vote, then you're a coon, that sort of stuff. That's what has to, I think that delineation has to be made as well because those women, like you said, they don't speak for the majority of a lot of sisters, but there are a lot of sisters in that academic media political class who were all in the same circles and they're all in the same group text too. And I'm not exaggerating by that. Some of these women all share the same messages. That's why when you see one thing happen, you see all of them doing the same messaging going around for like the next 2 weeks. Those are the people that we have to be confrontational with. So other people and other women who really love us and respect us and try to build us can be heard. It's just that their mics are so big and they're so powerful that nobody else gets in the air.
Hey, T, hold on. Now I want to respond to that because you right, but you also wrong. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm gonna tell you right now, like, yeah, you got your Jamel Hills and your whoever, and what was that one chick saying now super relevant 5 years ago, or the feminista, whatever her name was. I can't remember what her name was. But like, yo, like,
Feminista
Feminist
Jones.
loans.
yeah,
Feminist loans.
feminist alone.
Jones.
Yeah, that joint. Yeah. So there are them who have very powerful platforms and voices and da 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 da. Yeah, but don't get it twisted, good brother. There are girls with 97 followers and anime avatars, and they don't have no kind of power, and they ain't got no kind of reach, and they kicking the same sicko bullshit on a regular basis that the same bigger platforms are kicking. And it ain't even like they're in the group chats and soaking up the game from that. Like, yo, they literally went to university and they're reading the these niggas look at bell hooks like she's Lady Jesus. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, so it ain't just the big dogs. There's a whole bunch of little puffs out here who believe this insane. And not even just that. I mean, shit, nigga, look at the look at this weird ass divester movement. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a bunch of weird Johns, it's a bunch of weird fem cells in the crib somewhere being extra odd. You know what I'm saying? But they believe this shit. Like, the community is so broken. It's so fractured. Like
No,
my nigga,
I'll agree with you on that. I do. The majority of the ones you're talking about are never going to affect anything. Now, you are absolutely right when you say that, because I know a lot of these women who hold those beliefs, a lot of them are in graduate programs and they're going into law and they're going into psychology and they're
you
going into
see it.
places where they can really affect the outcomes of black boys. So I agree with you on that. So I agree. I'll give you that. I'll concede that
And
point.
I'm telling you, bro. Like when I say some of them are conscious and unconscious agents, some of them deliberately know. Like, yeah, I'm on this bullshit and I'm doing it for real. And some of them have these mindsets and perceptions, and they are in, bro, powerful positions. And it's like, yo, like at this point in time, black men really don't even know who the enemy is because the enemy looks just like us, and it ain't even just the sisters. It's a lot of weird ass niggas pushing this same weird ass shit. You know what I'm saying? So it's like who even has time to think about politics? I am at war from all angles. I know y'all seen the Pokemon meme where Ash is like the black man and everybody against them, everybody around him got the guns pointed at him, and they got the different labels and titles. That's real shit. We are at war with our own community first and foremost, and then the larger power structures. And I ain't even talking about just white people and da 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 da. Y'all niggas need to put y'all tin foil koofies on right now. Cause listen, like when you look at the media and what's being put out and academia and the books and the textbooks and the this and the that and the speakers and bro, a lot of this shit is 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 literally being promoted by the most devilish, godless, like demonic human beings. Like we are fuck a political war. We are in a literal spiritual holy war. You know what I'm saying? Like my nigga, I ain't got time to be thinking about voting and this and that because there are so many attacks
We
coming
in a
at us.
nigga jihad.
Oh, it's a knee hog. It's a real ass knee hog. I'm telling y'all niggas, man. Like it's it's spooky out here, brother. Like yo,
Oh, damn.
listen. Arm yourselves with information, nigga. Take your ass to the gym. Get some guns. Learn how to farm some shit. Grow some shit, nigga. Make some babies, cause the world needs some more good
That's
motherfuckers out
patriarchy.
here.
Quit talking like that. That's patriarchy.
Hey,
Having
man,
feeding
listen,
your kids is patriarchy.
yo, bro, listen. Yo, what a homeboy say that black manga dude? Yo, if that's patriarchy, I like that patriarchy. Give me that patriarchy, like nigga. That's bro. Listen, that's
Oh,
what
you
we
cooking,
want.
bro?
That's what we need, brother. Like, and here's the thing. I don't even want to call it whatever it is. Listen, we as black men, and this is where I'm gonna land my plane at because this has been my philosophy about everything, no matter what. Listen, if you and Q, I'm gonna get to something you said as well too, right? As black people, as an individual, man or woman, right? If you want to make some real change, the first place you start is with yourself, right? Then you affect your household. Then you affect your neighborhood, then your community, then your town, your city, your state, and you let what you're doing reverberate out that way, right? But all this trying to change shit from the top down, centralized shit like that, that shit don't work. And I think, and my brother Q Anthony, man, he been my nigga for years since I've been suspended and came back in the whole shit. The only discrepancy, no, I ain't gonna say the only, but one of the discrepancies I have with communism, whether it's straight from Marx and Lenin and them, or the remixed African version, is that listen, as communism is the commune, the community, right? But I believe that that only works in your home or in a small community, right? But on a mass state level scale, I think it begins to break down and other systems need to be probably integrated into whatever the ideology or economic system or political system or whatever it is, whatever it's gonna be. But like I said, man, like if you gonna make some real change, it starts with us as individuals, as men, as women, in our homes, in our community, in our culture, and let it reverberate that way because the family is the building block of society. And if you're letting a bunch of sick and evil and demented and demonic influences affect your family, then we are all in trouble. So listen, man, clean your house up. And then when we clean our house up, then we can clean everything else by proxy. And that's where I land my plane. Love.
Oh no!
All
Hey,
right.
listen. Just real quick, just a real quick response. And I promise I'll be quick with this one. First of all, like, there's me and Steph. We never have, even when we disagree, we never have beef, right? That's my cousin, As a matter of fact, like he might even be my cousin. I got a pretty big family. Just a couple things real quick. Steph, you're of Jamaican background too, right?
Yes, sir. Born in Jamaica.
All right. Oh, which part?
Montego Bay. You don't know. Yeah, man.
All right. Portland, we come from. Portland
Of
Parish.
course, yes, yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
with them dirty chicken. All right, but here's the thing. You know what susu is then, right? You have susu in your
Listen,
community.
hell yeah, dude.
Bro, susu is the same thing. And keep in mind, I 100% agree with you. I 100% agree. You can't make changes broadly in your community until you can make changes in yourself. You have to master yourself before you can master anything outside of your household. That is absolutely correct. Like I don't have any disagreement there. So like it always begins with self-improvement. I just want you to understand, like this stuff, and I know you've had some bad experiences with people that like claim communism or Marxism or whatever the hell. Bro, this is what's called postmodernist thought. Postmodernist, because it sort of posits itself, and a lot of people have described it as neo-Marxism. It's not. It's actually it's the exact opposite, because postmodernism concerns itself with relationships of power. And so many people, everybody from like Thomas Sankara, Kwame Ture, like black thinkers have all said postmodernism is absolute bullshit. It is the worst possible thing that could happen to our community. And yet, that's exactly what plagues our community, is this postmodernist thinking, this idea of relationships of power. That's how you get your bell hookses writing about black men, that the black power movement was on par with white supremacy because they also used violent rhetoric and embraced violence as a tactic. When it's like, no, it's self-defense, bitch. Is like this idea that that socialism or any of these sort of relationships of power can coincide with postmodernism. It doesn't work, because Afrocentricity and Pan-Africanism understands that everything is structural. Power isn't relationship. Power is simply power. The ability that white people have to inflict their will on us as a community, that's not just relationships. That's not relational. That is simply the way that you exercise power. Kwame Ture outlined that in the very first chapter of his book that he wrote with Charles V. Hamilton, Black Power. So when you see this stuff, dude, like if it's anything about, well, black men are like this because white men are like this, no. It's either we're doing it or we're not. Do we have the power to, for example, pass legislation that that marginalizes or oppresses broad swaths of people? No, we don't. It's never happened. And when we have the opportunity, we don't do that. You know, when you see this happening in African countries, for example, well, where are those countries? Who's in power? Who put them in power, and who's influencing them? It's Washington lobbyists. It's white people. This is not how we act towards our own people. When, for example, the Europeans conducted their scramble in Africa, you know what they had to do first? They had to pass what they called, quote unquote, anti-slavery laws. And what those laws were was to actually disarm black people. It was to stop Africans from being able to buy and trade guns. Because they know the first thing that you have to do in order to destroy the black community is destroy our ability for self-defense. And it starts with the black male. They destroy the warrior class, and they turn people against the warrior class first before they move in to take over. That is something that Kwame Ture, Amilcar Cabral, that is something that Kwame Nkrumah, that's something that they all understood. So I completely understand where you're coming from. I just want you to understand this stuff it's all postmodernist bullshit. It is designed to infiltrate and destroy oppressed communities from within.
All right. Let me
And
hold up. Yeah, just round it out because I got to bring some more speakers
yeah,
in because
no,
we've been on this for a minute.
I'm gonna say one last thing. First of all, Q, much love to that. And what I'm about to say has no relation to that. This is overall for everybody in here, and this is me. This is me just kind of on my metaphysical shit. But listen, me personally, I don't even like using the term quote unquote air quotes white supremacy, because I don't know about y'all, but I don't believe no white person is supreme over me. You know what I'm saying? And words are powerful, my nigga. So I don't even say that shit. So so I say white
Say
racism because
word.
nigga and a motherfucker supreme over me. But that's my piece, yo. Later.
All right, appreciate that, man. All right, so let's bring in some speakers who've been waiting patiently. I see some people who've been waiting for a long time. I'm gonna bring everybody in. Travis, you still with me? Travis might
Yeah,
be
I'm
gone.
here.
Oh, okay. All
I'm
right, man.
here.
Appreciate you, man. I'm gonna bring in Fresh. Then we're gonna bring in CB Real, and then I'm gonna pull in some more people. I see Malcolm still here, so that's good. So Fresh, you got it, and then we'll go to CB Real, and just answer the question in the jumbo, and then go off what you got to say.
Appreciate you, brother Torraine. Appreciate you. Yeah, they got me out of here, man. So I'm
Hey,
trying
what
to make.
happened? What happened?
Man, listen, I posted a Lauren Hill "Everything Is Everything" from like 3 years ago, bro. And I got hit with a copyright claim. I woke up and I was out of there. And
Oh yeah, man. Sony's a bitch, man. Sony is probably the most aggressive copyright strikes on this app, man. You got to be careful with anything they do.
Yeah, man, they got me. But to answer the question, I mean, I feel like
I
everybody
know
is.
it wasn't Lauren because she'd have to get up and see it, but go ahead.
No, I feel like everybody's expounded on this, but absolutely, we're politically disrespected. I mean, I think we're disrespected almost at every stanza, not just politically. But some of it is at our own behest, or some of it's due to us. We can take some onus. We can also explain, the external forces as well as the internal forces for the reason. But what I will say is a lot of the reason is because, as the other brothers have explained eloquently, we're low hanging fruit. We're an easy target, right? We're unprotected. We don't control our own narrative. Most of the men that you see, that are pumped up or pushed up are caricatures, right? They don't accurately or actively depict the everyday black man. So I mean, we're just an easy target. Brother Torrent, you held a space after the Stacey Abrams whole debacle, right? And I remember that was pretty big. It was on my last page, and I remember we were talking about that. And I remember we were hitting a lot of those self-proclaimed Democrats and liberals, hitting them with numbers like, do you understand that like black men at over like an 85% rate voted Democrat? Like it wasn't because of black men that she lost, it's because she had a weak base. She had a weak offering. She didn't win. Like, why can't it just be that? Why do you have to lay it at the feet of black men?
Yeah, and you weren't in the space, but I said this earlier. Like I talked to one of her comms people, and I
Mhm.
told them directly, take your ass out there to the hood and talk to them people and go to Greenbrier and go to the barbershops and everything, and they wouldn't do it.
No, absolutely. Like we're a Swiss Army knife for the failures, right? The failures of the family, right? They black men, they any type of when they're trying to push any type of rhetoric, it's always, well, the black men would do this. What's funny is that you have it proclaimed on one end, we don't need black men, then you have it proclaimed on the other end, well, it's because of black men that we're failing. It's like, just which one is it? Because we can't be a Swiss Army knife for everything, so it'll have to be accountability on somebody else at some stanza. But a lot of this comes from, especially in the black community, just political immaturity. The brother Q touched on it. You touched on it. The brother Malcolm touched on it, and the brother Steph touched on it. We're very politically immature, because one of the things he was talking about, when he was talking about make yourself and make your own reality. We don't understand state and local government. A lot of times when people come and they grandstand about policies and political policies and things of that nature, they talk about the federal government or the president, but they don't understand what affects your everyday life is your state and your local government, and that's what people disregard, right? Who's your DA? Who's your sheriff? Right? Who are the judges within your areas or your purviews, right? Who's your representative? Who are your city councils? They affect your everyday life. What's going on with your everyday taxes? And that's where we can really get involved, right? They call it church in the streets. And that's what really needs to happen. There really needs to be more of us in the community, more grassroots. Forget, trying to be a part of the boule class and trying to, get invited to all these, conventions and stuff, because that's what a lot of these people do. And you spoke on, right? The Jamel Hills of the world and things, they're so out of touch and they don't represent any of us. You can have my skin, but you don't represent our reality. You just want to get invited to the next award show. That's the only reason why you're willing to tap dance and say whatever they want to say. But nothing of what you do or the life that you live reflects the everyday black person, specifically black men. But that's the thing. I always try to tell people you need to focus on the state and local government. And I do agree with the brother Steph talking about, get yourself in order. And I believe I've had, some communication with the brother Malcolm in here too. I believe he's come to some spaces and we've talked about this, right? How to get yourself in order. You know what I mean? And then, so I wholeheartedly agree with get yourself in order, then start on a state and local level and then work it up from there. But focusing wholly on, the presidential election or the federal government and starting there is just foolhardy, especially at this point. But what I will say is when we start to recognize as a people, but specifically black men, political maturity, we'll recognize that I'm not like you guys have said, I'm not a Democrat or Republican. I'm independent. I'm free thinking. I'm going to leverage my vote. I'm going to say it again. I'm going to leverage my vote. They tried to crucify Ice Cube, who talked about leveraging his vote and meeting with both Trump and Biden to see what they're actually offering, what's actual and actionable, not just if you don't vote for me, you're black. Or I got hot sauce in my bag and all these hollow offerings that always quell us, that always keep us at bay, that are such BS. What are you actively going to do for us? Because we're the only people that have never had legislation passed for us exclusively, right? Not a part of. I'm talking about exclusively. Every other class has had exclusive legislation passed for them, but us, and it's always the excuses. But we always come to everybody else's rescue, and we always take on everybody else's plight and their fight. But we need to start to focus on home first. So I'll land with that because everybody else has kind of expanded and gone to the historical context, but definitely we're absolutely disrespected. A lot of it is not our fault, but some of it is absolutely our fault. But we definitely need to wake up in mass and start to understand and become just more politically mature and understanding and more aware.
Fresh, appreciate that, man. I want you to stay on the mic. I might have to rotate some people out because it's filling up, but I want you to just hang for a minute because I'm going to pull in two more speakers, get their point of view, and then we're going to go into the last couple of questions about this. So let me go to
Gotcha.
CB Real, and then we'll go to Who Do You Love, Atlanta State Fire. He's been waiting patiently, dropping in and out, so I'm going to let them speak. So CB, thank you for your patience, man. Go ahead.
No problem. Excuse if you hear any noise in my background. I'm at work, so please forgive me. But I just want to say thank you to the speakers, man. I don't know what else to say. Besides, yes, black man is disrespected politically for a myriad of reasons. But all the brothers here pretty much said it, and I want to give a shout out to them because for you gentlemen, it's going to be up to us as black men to get this knowledge out. It's time for us as black men to speak. If we want to stop getting disrespected politically, we have to stand up for our damn selves. You know what I'm saying? We don't need black women to do it. Most definitely don't need white people to do it. You know what I'm saying? We, as black men, just like we did back in the past, need to do it. The only one who's going to give a fuck about us is us. We thought that our women would care about us, but as we all have explained here with historical context, that is obviously that they don't. Well, I would say that not all of them, of course. It's a lot of black women that support black men. But we know that a lot of black women don't. You know what I'm saying? And we are the only ones that can kill the narrative. You know what I'm saying? The reason why Kevin Samuels, is so powerful was because he used, excuse me, I'm sorry. He used statistical evidence and everything else to prove that everything people were saying about black men was bullshit. You know what I'm saying? And the reason I love Kevin Samuels because I was doing it way before he was. You know what I'm saying? Because I read. And all you gentlemen read. So it takes the men that are knowledgeable to go out here and put out this information. You know what I'm saying? And let people know that Michelle Wallace's book was a whole lie. You know what I'm saying? That a lot of these black women that we thought were on our side was lying about black men in order to increase their part of what they thought they were going to get. You know what I'm saying? These are the things that are left. And this is why we are disrespected politically, because we allow everybody else to talk for us. We need to stop allowing people to talk for us and talk for our goddamn selves. Don't allow people to put narratives or things that we don't believe or things we do not do in our mouths. They say, like for instance, I'm just gonna land my plane after I say this part, just to make a point. Like for instance, the narrative that there's no good black men out there. Only 4% of black men are locked up. You know what I'm saying? There are more black men in college, as we all know, that are than it is in prison. There are 54% of black men don't have kids. A large percentage of those black men do not have criminal records. So what are we talking about when we talk about there's no good black men out here? They're either dead, jail, or in jail. I don't think that, I'm not saying that every brother in jail is guilty, but a black man in jail I don't think is a good man. A gay man don't want you, so it doesn't matter if he's good or not. And of course, dead, he's dead. What can he do? So all these narratives that go around, what about everybody else? What about all the other black men? If not, we have to start, we as black men got to lift our voice and say, hey, this is what we going to do, and we stand on it. And we don't fucking budge. It don't matter who it hurts. We don't fucking budge, and that's what we got to do as black men. All right, thank you for allowing me to speak. I appreciate it.
All right, CB, appreciate it, man. Thank you for talking. Sounded like he was on the CB in there, but it's all good, man. Thank you so much for your thank you so much for speaking. Let's go to Atlanta State. Let's go to Atlanta State Fire. All right, question: are black men politically respected or disrespected? Yes or no, and then go into what you have to say.
Well, definitely, I appreciate the boss, and I thank you for this space. But definitely, black men are definitely disrespected. And it's always been like this, especially if you're talking about from a political standpoint, as well as the point of everything being in actual power. What I want to do was I want to share something with you, and I want to ask you a question and everything involving going back to the campaign with Stacey Abrams.
Okay.
But on last night and everything, to be honest with you, I was actually in a conversation just last night with a friend of mine and everything, where she's getting phone calls and everything for from actual mayors to come down to they're actually having in December, where all the mayors and the city council people and all the big wigs are going to be getting together for dinners and stuff like that. So I find that quite interesting. I feel like that's the information we need to actually start talking about, because that's how things are generally getting done. They're actually recruiting. They're actually bringing the people that they actually want to come in and everything to actually be a part of what they're trying to do next. And with her being somebody has a business and has presence in the community enough, and now they want her to come in and possibly be a part of their team and everything. I think I'm gonna kind of go back in later, like probably update you guys on what's gonna kind of happen next, because she's really strong minded and she's really more about her community than actually being a part of a system. So I think it's gonna be interesting. But the actual question I have for you directly and everything, because when we go back and look at the last election, in the last election and everything, when they kind of moved on from Iowa and they got down to towards South Carolina, you saw what they did in Bible, South Carolina when Clyburn did his thing. Then to point, I think when it started coming to Atlanta, everybody all knows about Stacey Abrams based upon her actual history and based upon her first election and then all that she did after that. Now, and my question to you and everything is, involving that campaign, as you see how the campaign was done differently from one year to the next one, do you think that was more of a sabotage situation, or was it intentional, or how you really feel about the last campaign that she actually put on?
You know what? I think in hindsight, what it was is two things. Stacey Stacey Abrams herself, I don't think she really trusted. She didn't trust the process that goes on in Georgia, and she let people. And this is just my personal opinion, just from being an observer. I think she
Mm-hmm.
let people who are political professionals get in her ear and influence her more than she was able to influence herself. And what I mean by that is, if you are connected to the people that you're trying to reach and you're trying to get to vote for you,
Mm-hmm.
you really don't need to be flying in people from out of the state and from DC and New York and paying them six figures to be able to tell you things that somebody who's worked here and has actually run successful campaigns could tell you for half that price.
Mm-hmm.
Do you get what I'm saying?
I mean, because she actually had data from her first actual running there, so she
Eh,
actually had information already.
Exactly, exactly. Every campaign, whether it's successful or not, you gather mailing lists, you gather data, you gather
Mm-hmm.
voting precinct data, you gather I mean it's atomized down to the damn street to the way people vote. You could have taken that data, and let me
Mm-hmm.
go back before I answer you fully. I knew people, not just black people, but white people, who even after Stacey lost the first time, they kept her yard signs in their yard up until damn near they fell apart and disintegrated. There
Facts.
were people here who were willing to get on board with Stacey that she didn't even need to go see. And I'm talking about people who are in white people who are in gentrifying suburbs who were still back at Stacey. What she didn't do was put in ground game on the south side of town, and that's like Greenbrier Mall. She didn't put in ground game in the neighborhoods. She didn't put in ground game in the beauty shop, in the beauty salons. She didn't put in ground game in the barbershops. And if you want to pull it, and if you want to win Atlanta, you gotta have the black vote. And if black people in the city don't know you, they're not gonna vote for you. And what I mean by that is people got to physically see you. I don't give a damn if she had to stand on the side of the road on Old National and wave a sign. People got to see you and recognize you and identify with you. And if you don't do that, you're not gonna make it. She put all her people. Every, I'm saying this, and I guess I can say it now. The majority of the people that she brought down here to work on her campaign were white people and white women
Mm-hmm.
from New York and DC. Those people they put her in the places where they identified with, which was the suburbs and the liberal parts of Atlanta, which are in the suburbs, who she didn't even have to go see. They were going to rock with her regardless. None of those people told her to go on the block and talk to the people in the hood. Therefore, the people in the hood didn't know her and they didn't vote for her. And here's another thing that's
Okay.
funny. Killer Mike, who I know,
Mm-hmm.
Killer Mike
Yep.
got into it online with who is it? The governor of Georgia right now. I'm blanking on
Yep.
his name, and
Count.
that's a damn shame.
Governor
Yeah,
Count.
yeah.
Yes.
He made a statement online, and he told Governor Kemp, we got this situation going on in Edgewood where we need some economic power base. So some of the things you're doing are too close to Trump. Brian Kemp got online on Twitter and said, if you want to talk, I'll come meet you wherever you want to meet at. Killer
I
Mike told
remember.
dude, come meet me at the swag shop. That was a
Right.
Friday. Monday afternoon, Brian Kemp got in that Suburban, went down on the swag shop, got his haircut,
Yeah.
and walked up and down
Hmm.
the street on Edgewood. This is
Right.
the Republican governor of Georgia, who was a Trump, who was in the pocket of Trump at that time.
Hmm.
But this man was willing to come down, leave the Capitol, and walk on the block. Why the fuck didn't Stacey do that?
I remember you. I remember when you said something about that and everything. When you at the very last minute, Kit was doing those things and she wasn't. But also the other thing that what hasn't been talked about when you go back and look at the numbers, she didn't
But
get the votes of the white females that she's supposed to get to as well. So not only did she not get the rural areas against the black vote, the white females they didn't show up at all either.
But here's the thing, though. This is my point, though. My point is, how is this white man who had been taught as the enemy, and he's a minion of Trump, was able to get on the phone with this dude, come down, walk up and down the block, and talk to black people who own businesses on Edgewood on the west side of town, not too far from Martin Luther King. But Stacey couldn't do
Mhm.
that. Make it
T
make sense to
Because
me.
T
because
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 she
she had
wasn't
nothing
really
to
trying to
offer.
win. No, hey bro, Stacey
It was it
Abrams was
was it
not
was
really trying to
sabotage.
win, bro.
It was sabotage.
I don't think that was sabotage. Look, man, that ain't sabotage. If I'm running a political race and I see my opponent doing some shit like that, my ass is gonna be out there the very next day. I don't give a damn if it's a hurricane going on. Why she didn't do that?
She
One word,
Stacy
donors.
Stacy
She didn't have to wait for him to be there. She should have been there in the first place.
Bro,
Stacey
Exactly.
Abrams
but
Stacey
hold on, but this is what I'm telling you, bro. Like, listen, the misconception a lot of us have is that a lot of that because we see somebody running for office, we think they're trying to win. Them niggas is
she
not
wasn't.
trying to win. These niggas want book deals and brand deals, and they want lifelong fame. That because that gives them real relevancy. Because
Thank you.
listen, there ain't no reason why a bunch of us regular ass people in this Twitter space have better political strategy than somebody who was able to raise millions. There's no reason why because these niggas don't really want to win. These niggas are thrown in your face as mascots, but they're not really trying. Like, so a nigga like Brian Kemp, yeah, the reason why he took his ass down to go fuck with Killer Mike is the same reason why his ass won in the first place, because that nigga was trying to win for real. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what it is, bro. Like this shit is a game for a lot of people. Sorry to butt in, but like these niggas not trying to win for us. It's a game. It's a con.
I
And
feel you.
when we sit back talking about that Brian King situation, when he was out there talking to Killer Mike, Stacey Abrams, she was on the stage shaking her butt and everything in concert. So that's what she was doing.
That was also another thing. That was also a situation where you saw the confluence of the stuff I was talking about earlier. The messaging that's
Right.
given to black women isn't the messaging that's going to resonate with black men. I don't need to see Stacey Abrams up there pop locking with Lotto, talk about her pussy and stuff. I need you to come down I need you to come down to the barbershop where I get my hair cut and talk about some things you can do economically for black men specifically. Because when you uplift black men, you uplift the rest of the community. And
And she only and she only
it was a clusterfuck and it was a
Oh, I
failure of
thought
a
it was the
lot
other
of
way
things.
around, bro. I thought it was when you do something for black women, you do something for the whole community. Oh, wait, hang on a second. That didn't work with affirmative action, did it? God damn. Never mind.
The way that works is if you do something for a handful of black women, you get them jobs and TV shows, and everybody else got to figure it out the best way they can. That's how that works. But
Stop pocket watching me, nigga.
but yeah, man. But Atlanta. Go ahead, Atlanta. Finish your point though.
no, I guess like we are already saying that I want to make sure we kind of got those things straightened out there because when you look at that campaign and everything, it looked like she kind of got the word from up above. It's I can say, no, we're not going to do it this time. We're going to move on to somebody else because you look at our mayor and everything. When she was trying to get into the White House, she didn't get there, until recently after the other rejects kind of got put out and everything. But the bottom line was that everybody was kind of doing their own thing to kind of try to find out where they fit in at. And it looked like she just kind of, like you said before, started listening to the wrong people, and then forgot about the people she's supposed to be actually, taking care of and everything. So she lost. Period.
Yeah, and like I said, that's just something that's endemic to Atlanta. That was that particular situation. I know different cities have different things going on, but just from being an outsider looking in, that's what happened here, man. She trusted other people more than she trusted her own instincts. And I can't speak to her own instincts, but like Steph said, I don't know what the backstory is on the backhand on the back end of on the back channel of it. I just know from looking at it, that shit was just crazy to watch because there was so many things, whether she won or not, that just should have been no brainers that could have been done that weren't done. It was just nuts to me. But let's see, let's go over to Malcolm. You in the building? What's up, brother? You got something on your mind?
Man, I mean, right now everything's just moving pretty good. But again, just to keep it in perspective, you got to remember, man, the political game is one where there's twists, there's turns, there's backroom talk, subterfuge. Normally, when people do things like bring in connections and bring in all these consultants and whatnot, they're not just trying to get a pulse on how they can better appeal to the groups like the black men and whatnot in the community. They're bringing these people in because they're over here trying to get access to specific donor classes, to get access to specific people who can, change the money, who want to invest in a candidate. And they say, oh, this consulting group that manages this candidate that I've invested in is managing this person. Bet. Let me go ahead and take it. So that's just another little bead to Steph's point that, again, you don't try to affect top-down change because the game is so convoluted and so complicated from the top that breaking into there is not going to be a good return on investment in time. You need to change your own personal household and your own personal status. And I think that's one thing that we need to continue to keep in focus when it comes to talking about enriching black men, is that we have got to, again, return black men to a place where we can start building communities and, again, making our community strong enough to where if we do want to get together, we have enough powerful individual units within that community to have sway on the local level, which then echoes to a gubernatorial level and then to a federal level.
All right, let's go to let's go, hope he didn't drop out. Let's go to Mr. Lilly Show. That's a dope name. Mr. Lilly Show, are black men politically disrespected or respected? Yes or no? And why? The mic is yours. The Mr. Lilly Show. Unmute your mic. If everybody else can hear me, put up a 100 or a thumbs up so I can see.
No, that nigga sleep or something.
All right, going once, going twice. All right, I'm gonna go to my sister April Showers, and then we'll go to Marcus Farrell in the building. What's up, my man? So, April, you got it. Are black men politically respected or disrespected?
Thank you. Peace, power, and reparations to the people. So to answer the question, they're absolutely disrespected. Black men are disrespected everywhere in every aspect and area of our lives. I had came up to speak on the Stacey situation. Kudos and shout out to y'all for not falling for the lotto okey doke. But from the perspective of a black woman, we found it to be extremely disrespectful that this is how she thought of us. As well as Stacey's primary focus was on the immigrants. Her plan was to make the state of Georgia a sanctuary state, which is harmful to Black Americans. So not only was she not showing up in our neighborhoods, she was showing up at all of the immigrant parties and celebrations, and never came to spoke with us. So we were in the hood campaigning against Stacey and letting them know exactly what her plan was, which was not to prioritize our existence in this state at all. And so that also had a lot to do with it. Black men and Black women were out in the street, in the hood, and having these conversations with our people. And that's where she failed, her focus. Thank you.
I, I'm actually glad you spoke because I want to ask you something real quick before I go to Marcus, before I move on to the next part of the conversation. Um, was I right or wrong when I said that if you want to win Atlanta, that you have to go where the people are? That you have to go to the block, you have to go to the barbershop, you got to go to the beauty salon and talk to these people, because I feel like if people don't know you here, then they're not gonna rock with you, even if they know you just on a cursory note, on a cursory basis. Am I right or wrong?
You're absolutely right. And I think what needs to be understood is that symbolism is dead. So, you being the first Black, we don't care about any of that any longer. We care about you actually doing your job and working for your constituents in their best interest. And she had none of our interests in mind at all. At all. And so, we just really championed that and was very loud about it.
All right, sis, thank you for that. I want to move on to the next part of the conversation. And by the way, again, I'm Torraine Walker. If you like my work and you like the stuff I do, go up to the Jumbotron. You can go to my website. You can see everything I do. I do digital storytelling. And again, if you like my work and you want to contribute, show me some love via Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, and Patreon. Also, go to my podcast, the Torraine Walker Podcast. I have some very powerful guests that came through. I talked to Cornel West a couple of weeks ago, and my latest episode is with Nina Turner, senator from Ohio. I want to talk about messaging because, to put it politely, the
Hold on,
messaging.
Hold on. Before you continue, I want to say something for you and to you, because you've been a good friend on this platform. Like we've met in real life and all that. So I'm gonna give you some free consultation right now,
All
because
right, I'll take it.
but being on, I mean, I give you free game all the time anyway. You know what I'm saying? But being on this platform and listening to you and Q, I've learned a lot. So what I want to say to you as far, and here's the thing, like y'all connected a lot of dots, the dots that I knew about and dots that I forgot about, right? And I want to say for you as a digital storyteller, brother, what y'all were talking about with Rebecca Walker and her mother and Michelle, I can't remember her last name.
Michelle
Like, bro,
Wallace.
yeah,
Michelle
Michelle
Wallace.
Wallace. Like, bro, listen, just off of that, you could make Instagram Reels, YouTube Shorts, Twitter. Like, bro, like connect those dots and tell those truths. Cause yo, you're talking about this book in chapter 5, man. Listen, I mean, I read, we read, but for a lot of folks, you want to hide something from a nigga, put it in a book. You know what I'm saying? So real talk. So a lot of our people aren't gonna go in those books to see those truths. So listen, man, be a digital storyteller. Tell those stories. Take that shit from out of the books and put it on video, because listen, even in this space, yo, yeah, we gonna get it here, but yo, it's gonna come and go. Those videos will last forever. So listen, man, tell these truths, make that content, because yo, you are the media arm of what black men need. So my brother, I implore you, put more content out, and you got a big brain. Put that shit on video, my nigga, because niggas need to hear what you're talking about. And that's all I'm gonna say.
Now, brother, I received that, brother. Thank you for that so much, man. Thank you. I know your expertise and I know your field, so I'm learning to shut the hell up about things that I don't know and listen to people who really be doing stuff. So I appreciate that, brother. Thank you. I do know when I made that Septic Ring TikTok, that shit got 50,000 people that started talking about it. So yeah, but you're right though. I do need to get back on that. So much love. But yeah, let's talk about messaging because the messaging that black voters get in general and black men get when they do get it is totally different than what anything anybody else gets. I talked about this before, and it's funny because Steph brought that up. Even though different cultures receive information in different ways, there is a universal thing that happens when candidates are running campaigns, regardless of whatever else is going on. When a candidate wants to be taken seriously, they put on a suit, they book a hall, and they get a podium, and then they tell you exactly what they're going to do. Whether it's true or not is a different story, but they tell you exactly whatever policy platforms they have for you and what they want if you vote for them. Black people, we get twerking, we get booty shaking, we get Sexy Red and whatever other rappers hot that week to come out and tell you to come vote. We get your booty to the polls. We get the electric slide. And I'm gonna tell you right now, I love the electric slide until I got into politics. Up to the point now till I even hate seeing the electric slide even at a party at this point. I don't want to see the swag surf. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see the wobble. I'm tired of seeing it. I'm saying that to say that this is the sort of outreach that black voters get. Black men in particular don't get too much of anything outside of old black and white footage of that dude getting rolled down the street by that fire hose and the dog that we see that comes out every 2 to 4 years. Or we're told to get behind our sisters. Or if we don't even want to listen to that, we're told that we're being patriarchal or we're being hateful. And I feel like this messaging that we get is really disrespectful to us. It insults our intelligence and it doesn't do anything to address the issues that are specific to black men that we're concerned about. So I want to throw the mic over to somebody who knows about this a whole lot more than I do. Brother Marcus Farrell has been in my spaces. He's somebody I know personally. We've had some real serious conversations. And I'd love to get your point of view on this. I want to throw the question to you. Are black men politically disrespected or respected? Yes or no, and why?
Yeah, so black men are not respected politically. I do want to chime in on what the last brother said, man. Like if you enjoy Torraine's work, man, make sure you send them some cash and support the work that's being done. Um, so I have a long history in politics, right? Like I once served in her first campaign as Stacey's deputy campaign manager, and I served in a lot of campaigns, and I've actually worked with a lot of organizations that do like real work, right? And when it comes down to messaging, I like to bring up one point that it's not like campaigns don't know what we need to hear. People get that confused. It is always a choice on whether they want to deliver those messages to us in a fruitful and positive way. The information is there. There's a brother on this call right now who runs Black Male Voter Project that talked to hundreds of thousands of black men across the country and in Georgia. There's NGP, who I work for. There's a lot of entities that go to places, sit down, and shut the fuck up and listen. And then they have all this data that they've grabbed, right? What do black men want? But you got to understand that the political industrial complex that I'm going to keep talking about over and over again, the political industrial complex does not necessarily want to hear black men's opinions about what they necessarily need in their communities. Because when you start talking about what black men need, it's not just go along to get along, it's nah, bro, this actually has to change or I ain't fucking with you. So the problem is that once they get this information, once they see that, you know what, I'm a little upset that I have to spend uh $20 just to get to the hospital because there's no hospitals close to me. I don't have adequate health care. My kids aren't I take care of my kids and there's no adequate support for me, right? There is crime in our neighborhoods, but like there's no holistic approach. I just want to throw more cops in our neighborhoods. These are the messages that black men give back to these campaigns or these entities that give them to the campaigns. But the problem is that there's two things. These campaigns, they think they want to be legitimate. So they don't want to say things that they actually might have to do once elected. Remember that. So they try to give as vague an answer to black men as possible and give us chicken skin fries and outsource messaging from rappers and stuff like that. And don't get me wrong, some of these people are legitimate, like can legitimately like turn us out. But even the deliverers of the messages, they believe, yo, wait a minute, what the hell are you talking about? How come we're not talking about the things that these guys just said? Because they don't want to be held accountable by black men. You got to understand this. People always miss this point. And it's the most important point. When it comes down to the Democratic Party, the second highest, most consistent voters are black men. Point blank, right? And when it comes down to it, if you want to be honest with about the situation, we decide who really wins elections and who loses the elections. Because if we don't turn up, those sisters are going to turn up every single election. But if we don't turn up, you don't get the whole black vote. And what you're starting to see in a very slow fashion, I'm not saying this is official, but what you're starting to see is folks turning their back on these entities because it's like, well, how long do I have to go and tell you exactly what you need? You're the candidate, you're the campaign, you're the organization that's supposed to be turning us out. And you're the organization that's supposed to be helping us out. And you're the organization that even shows up to barbershops. But once we tell you, you regurgitate it right there on the spot. And then I look at the website 5 days later and you ain't said a goddamn word about it. So the issue is that more important than anything else, this is all about money, folks. This is all about who gets the money. If a consultant comes in and has no idea how to speak to black men, but they're gifted with a multi-million dollar budget, then what are they going to do? They're going to rest on the things that they've seen before instead of doing the organic work, instead of doing work where they bring black men together and they actually propose policy and actually push that policy once they're in. And also, they want that money. So they'll take the money, do a horrible job reaching out to us, and then make the candidates feel like, well, you really don't have to talk about that to win this election. And also, if you get elected, you damn sure don't have to talk about it because black women are the ones who saved us. And no offense against black women, this ain't an anti-black woman statement. This is you don't have to address the issues of black men because we have created a narrative that the only black people are black women. And it's that simple. So that's my opinion on it.
Let me ask you this, because you ain't got to divulge too much, because I know some of the things we've talked about with each other. But do you remember that time? You remember that conversation that we had when I did the space right after Stacey lost, and we talked about the time that I spoke to that guy who said who asked me directly, how can she win? And I said, go to the block, go do that, and the dude didn't do nothing. And we both know who we're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, yes, I do recall that. I mean, listen, I'm not going to go into the ins and outs of why Stacey won and lost. I think I've expressed myself on that one many, many
Please.
times. What I am going to do is say that there is a current mentality that wants to act like black men aren't at the precipice of intersectionality. You hear that word a lot, right? You hear the intersectionality word a lot, right? But when it comes down to black men, we aren't the ones that are supposed to be intersectional for. When historically this country has done us worse than damn near anybody else, except Native Americans, maybe, right? But besides that, like when it comes down to right now in the current times, we're the ones who are suffering the most, and there is an allergic reaction to actually addressing our issues, and they even know it, right? Because when you put our issues on your website, when you put our issues on a platform, there's going to be a little white girl in suburban America, whether it's outside of Jacksonville, whether it's one of the suburbs of Atlanta, whether it's middle of nowhere, Iowa, who sees these issues and is like, well, why do we have to address that? Why do we need police reform? These police officers are doing me perfectly fine in our neighborhood. And instead of touring the line, because what side of the aisle is money people going to go with? What side of the aisle, where they're pushing their money historically? They want white women. They want white women voters. They expect black women votes, and they expect black women to bring black men to the polls. Damn if our issues are being talked about or not. That's exactly what's going on right now. And so what are they going to spend money on? What are they going to spend resources on? Those white women. And when you put police reform, when you put reparations, when you put those things that are important to the black community up on the platform, they're afraid that it's going to turn away their most coveted vote, even though their most coveted vote isn't their real swing vote.
Let me ask you one more question, because I think you're absolutely right in everything you said, but I feel like 2024 is going to be the year of a lot of very rude awakenings for a lot of political comms people and for a lot of political campaigns, because you're starting to see a lot of black men and a lot of black women too, but a lot of black men are really at the point of like, you know what, fuck y'all. And we're not going to vote for neither one of y'all. We just going to sit home. We get disrespected. We feel like anytime we try to talk about the things that are concerning to us, we get ridiculed and attacked. So you know what? Y'all figure it out. I really feel like that's coming, man. Do you think that's right or is not, or do you think that's going to be something that people are going to have to contend with on the Democratic side?
Hey, man, I'm back and forth on it. And the reason why is because a lot of us, there's a lot of people who vote who aren't politically educated, and there's a lot of people who vote that are politically educated, right? All I know is that when I talk to people, when folks ask the question about, hey, who's running for, who's running for president, and they say, well, yeah, Biden again, but I'm not necessarily as excited as I was when Barack was running, and Barack got away with it because he was a black man. He used all the magical words. We're starting to go into policy. I do believe one thing, T, that we're going to have to buckle up. 2024 is going to be a wild, wild, wild ride. And 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 the only thing that I have to say to your point is that I'm going to repeat the same thing I said earlier. The information about what black men think politically, they have that. There are people who are listening to this thing right now that knows how to turn out every single black man in the country. There's two people on this right who are listening right now who knows everything about turning out everybody in the country when it comes down to black men. And the question is, do these campaigns want to spend their political industrial resources on doing that or not? And let's be when it comes down to industry in America, we know one thing: black men have historically done what? fell to the dark side, fell to the forgotten people when it comes down to where money gets spent, who gets hired. And all you got to do is look at the makeup of the campaign. When you look at the makeup of the campaign, you got everybody else, every other person in every other demographic in the planet running everything from the comms department to the campaign manager to the field director, and the only place you see black men is way at the bottom of the field structure where they choose what doors we're going to knock on, even though that's already been predestined by a computer and somebody and some data person. Then that's where you see exactly what's going to happen. So I'm very interested. The only thing Democrats really got going on right now is Donald Trump is in trouble and he's in court. That might affect it. Besides that, it would be a very hard push. I'm gonna be very honest with you. It would be a very hard push because there are a lot of people who are saying those promises that were made to us has not happened. And I say that in the most respectful way. And to be honest with you, we as black people, I will say this. As black men, the more that we educate ourselves on our issues, the more that we can either do A, hold these people accountable, or B, sit the fuck at home. And it's our choice. And I can't tell you what choice to make. What I will tell you is that it's a real thing. And when next year's coming and the years beyond that, the only thing that I'm afraid of is that the Republican Party, which by the way, I'm not a Republican. I don't advocate for them, but if the Republican Party starts getting an idea of, you know what, more than just saying the words "get off the plantation" because that's some fuck shit. What I
Yeah.
say is, if once they start saying things like, "Oh, you know what, all we need to do is give you some reparations and y'all to shut the fuck up," and I'm not saying that's what we're gonna do, but that's gonna be things. Those are the things that will actually take folks away from the normal Democrat, especially black men, because they want to hear something. We're not as wedded to the Democratic Party as folks think that we are, because we're not. We have to have some tangible actions happening for our community. That's all I got to
Hey,
say.
look, I'm gonna tell you like this, man. Republicans are going to screw it up every single time when it comes to black outreach. Their current crop of stars suck. I'm just keep it 100.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
They
I,
suck
I
at
agree
that.
with you.
No, I say that too, man. It's like I'm not that I'm a Democrat or a Republican, but it's kind of wild looking at the way the Republicans try to do outreach just to black voters. It's like there are people who are black and conservative who are very articulate and people who know how to make their points without getting on a stump and tap dancing. They find the most embarrassing nocturnal marsupial they can find and platform that person and think other black people are gonna go with that. You know what I mean? It's like they find Sergeant Waters from the soldier store and tell you go follow that dude, and nobody's gonna follow that. You know what I mean?
Hey, T,
Just for your own
T, but
self-respect.
hey, T, but here's the problem. Here's the problem, right? Because and Malcolm and I can definitely relate to this. I mean, I wouldn't consider myself a conservative, but I mean, I definitely walk in a lot of those spaces, and Malcolm walks in a lot of those spaces as well. But the problem arises when a lot of these Republicans and conservatives, whatever, they, if you're a black conservative, they think they own you because they think, oh, you're a good nigga. Oh, you're one of the good ones. I like you. You say some good shit I agree with. And then if you say some shit that they may not agree with because they don't have the context and the cultural experience, oh, now you're woke, now you're this, now you're that. Like even over the weekend, I said some shit
Mm-hmm.
and Malcolm retweeted it, and a pretty big conservative was in his mentions, like was like really Malcolm, this is what you
Oh
believe.
yeah, Dave.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
yeah,
man.
Dave. You know what
No,
I'm saying?
no,
And bro,
fuck
Dave
that boy.
lives down here. You know what I'm saying? Like I damn near want to catch him in traffic. You know what I'm saying? But that's another story. But like nah, for real, like it's like you can't be too black. You can't even look at Candace Owens. I know y'all don't like her. I don't even fuck with her like that either. But even her stepping out of line got Ben Shapiro about to
Yeah,
fire her ass.
I'm
You
kind
know
of
what I'm saying?
yeah. I'm sitting back looking at the fallout of that because that's gonna be interesting watching where that
Mm-hmm.
goes. But yeah,
And
Oh
but
yeah.
but that's what it is. Like the thing about it is they can't have, bro. Listen, man, look, I could make M's a year being a consultant for the Republican Party and politicians, just telling them what not to do. Like, yo, stop being a goofy dickhead. Don't do this. Don't say this. Maybe if you wanna get some black voters, hey, this is what matters to us. talk about this and let's negotiate and make some things happen. But they're so damn goofy that, like, listen, nobody is more detrimental, whether it be Republicans or Democrats. No, nobody's more detrimental to their own party than the actual party itself, because they don't want real motherfuckers saying real shit, and that is the problem for any political party.
I want to bring in Mondale Robinson, who's the founder of the Black Male Voter Project. He's also the mayor of Enfield, North Carolina. I know he's very, very connected to a lot of these issues that we've been talking about, and I want to get his point of view on this. So I'm gonna throw the question to him: Are black men politically respected or disrespected? Yes or no? And then what do you have to say on that? What's good, brother?
Peace. What's up, fam? I got a lot of shit I want to say. Let me step outside. I'm actually at one of these bullshit ass conferences y'all talking about,
Oh
where
hell yeah, it's
decisions
gonna
are
be
made.
good.
Who's gonna
Hello, before you
who's gonna
start, let
spend
me
money on what?
I may have to rotate the room out a little bit because we got some more people I want to bring in. So if I drop you out, don't take. I'll try to bring you back in. I just want to get everybody to speak. So go ahead, Mondale.
Yeah. So here's the thing. Listen, I, there's a couple things. First of all, it's not even a point to ask if black men are disrespected or respected in politics. Politics is um, the policy work. We automatically know that black men are disrespected because there's racism throughout our policies in this country. Every system hurts black men. There's not a system that this country built that benefits us. So that question is answered. But what we're really talking about, what we're getting mixed up, is the political and the electoral work. And in the electoral work, black men are made invisible. And that shit is innately problematic for so many reasons. Mainly because if you consider that for millions and millions of years we were hunters and gatherers, and to be invisible is to be dead to your tribe, to be dead to your clan. We don't see ourselves in the work. Marcus was talking about people, consultants making money. A great example of this is 2020 in Georgia, where we saw $860 million get spent in 8 weeks for the runoff. $860 million. That's almost $1 billion. And not one new black millionaire was made. And it was because of the power of the black vote that we were able to win 2 senators and also a presidential candidate for the Democratic Party. Here's my problem with us and how we see ourselves in this space. We talk about the Democratic Party like it belongs to somebody else. We are so willing to cede a party that we make work. There's no fucking Democratic Party without the black vote. Yet and still we talk about it as if it's outside of us. The idea that there's a party that we if we walk away from the Democratic Party, we have no political strength. If we demand shit from the Democratic Party, so much shit will get better. If we change the idea of which Negroes are comfortable or they are comfortable with, they can't stop funding these issues. They can't stop believing what they believe. The idea, though, is we would rather stand on the outside of this work and do this, what we're doing now, than get in there and say, this is our fucking party. And without us, none of this shit will work. None of this will happen. I actually run Black Male Voter Project as a counterweight to what the Democratic Party is doing. The problem with the Democratic Party is black people like us, black people that see the world the way that we see the world, are choosing to opt out of having a say in what that party looks like and what will be supported. Until we step in that space and own it as if it's ours, we can't we allow people like Joe Biden to say, I swear on my name, if you give me 2 senators from Georgia and also let me win this election, then I will make black people a priority. We allow Joe Biden not to make us a priority, and then there's no repercussions for it. The repercussions should have happened in 2022 when there should have been a red wave, but instead of being a red wave, we saw black people still show up in a way that they shouldn't have because we don't need the win. You don't need to win on black people issues, but you gotta fucking fight for us. The idea that you tell us you're going to fight for us and you don't is disrespectful to the vote. That only happens when black people don't understand what organizing is. Black people don't vote for individual issues. If we did, a lot of us wouldn't be voting the way we vote. Black people vote collectively. We know this because no other demographic, not white people, not Spanish people, not Asian people, vote like black men and black women. And black men and black women find themselves across all economic spectrums. Yet and still, overwhelming majority, 90% of both demographics, black men and black women, still vote in the same manner. That tells us there's a collective tissue. Even though people try to divide us, there's a collective tissue that works, and we understand about our community what's important. Unfortunately, we've not allowed ourselves to build structure inside of the party. We've not allowed radical motherfuckers to believe that you're not playing yourself by trying to take over the Democratic Party at your county level, at your state level, and at the national level. So what happens is you get weak motherfuckers like the motherfucker sitting beside me right now, Jamie, who's running the DNC. You get weak motherfuckers like the black people at the DS. You get weak motherfuckers like the black people at the D Trip. All of these black people get to say they speak for us when in actuality they were hand chosen by white folk. Niggas didn't send them there. And until we have niggas that we sit there to actually not try to create a new table, fuck a new table. Creating a new table in political space is the equivalent of telling black people you need to go back to Africa and fuck everything that your people built here. It is illogical to believe that black people don't own America when the grass is green because of our ancestors' blood. And then we don't even have a functioning two-party system. The idea that black people can even consider being a conservative is whack as fuck when their entire platform is racist as fuck. They can't say it's not racist. They're black, and we just saw what happened in Mississippi. Democrats could have won in Mississippi the governor's race, but in Hinds County, a county that is 73% black, we just watched them run out of ballots 5 times. And every time they would run out of ballots on election day, they would only bring less than 100 ballots each time. This idea works and is successful because black people like us that see the world like us think we don't need to, we think it's corny to say, this is my Democratic Party and I own this shit, when it's the only structure in this country other than the Republican Party, which we know don't give 2 fucks about us.
Let me ask you something, though, Mondale. I hear what you're saying, and I agree with a lot of it. But the people who control the narrative and the people who have this information that you just gave us in this space, the people who really put that work in, they don't really get close to that. The people who control the party, like the people you're talking to and the people you're in the room with, they're not. How come they're not telling that stuff to the people who are on the grassroots levels in the city you're in, and the small towns and the other places like that? If this is really true, how come they haven't put any work in and making that work, making that something possible? You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do, but here's the problem. You hear what you're doing? You're flipping how this is supposed to work. Those people shouldn't be in charge. Those people don't control the narrative. Those people, the reason they don't control the narrative is because it depends on where their narrative is coming from. A great example of this is black men. Let me be specific about black men. Black men, less than 15% of black men that are registered to vote in this country believe that they can be swayed even a little bit by an ad. So the narrative that whatever you see on TV or the narrative that the party is saying, that message is not for black men. It's not swaying them. Majority of black men are moved by the Cameron and Mace podcast, the Gillian and Wallow podcast. The sport podcasters have more control. The battle rap leagues have more control over majority of black men in this country that are registered to vote. So this idea of narrative and who's controlling it is all about where you're getting your narrative from. So a great example of what I'm saying, Torraine, is that the narrative. We don't need the party insiders to tell us shit. We just need to get rid of them. It's all electoral. Everything in the party is election based. We can control all of that simply by going. Great example. You could probably take over the county that you live in. You probably could take over the county Democratic Party with 5 or 6, with 20 people from this call. You could be the county chair. You don't need nobody to tell you at that point because you get to control the narrative for which candidates you're gonna let in the primary, or how radical you're gonna be, or how loud you're gonna be about we need to stand with Palestine. All that shit changes when we participate. I'm not upset with people who do protest vote, meaning they sit out elections. That's your right. I'm not here to tell you what the fuck to do. I am saying though, it is also a protest vote every time black men show up to the poll. The idea black men to see the world like us. It is not capping to say that we need to control the Democratic Party. That is not cap. We can't fuck. If we're being honest, the shit sound good. It sounds good to be radical on Twitter or wherever when we say fuck the system. I'm tapping out. We can't do that because tapping out is not going to stop the fucking cops getting funded the way they're getting funded. Tapping out is not going to fix sheriffs willing to sign 290 GBs with ICE agents. Tapping out ain't gonna allow that to happen. What will allow that to happen is if we take over the fucking infrastructure, the party infrastructure, and win shit with niggas like us.
All right, I'm gonna go over to Marcus, but I want to ask you one. I want to ask you one more
I'm here,
question.
bro. I'm here.
Okay, all right, cool. I don't want to take you away from the conference if you gotta go and
Oh
stuff,
man,
but I
fuck
do
that
want to.
conference. I'm cussing them out all the time. I'm here with y'all.
Okay, so from a practical standpoint, how is that done? Because, like I said, I'm not saying if, even if you take away from the narrative, you got to also talk about the funding and the money it takes to get that shit done because this sounds good, building from the ground up, and I believe in local politics. But when you
Mm-hmm.
start running up against a state and a federal system, and you start running up against a state and a federal machine, it's going like, well, fuck what you talking about down there. We got this money. We're going to back our candidates. What does that leave you?
Money doesn't win elections. Every presidential candidate that won an election had the least amount of money. Hillary had more money than Donald Trump. Donald Trump beat her. Barack Obama had less money than Hillary Clinton. He beat her. Money doesn't win elections. The idea is to make the boogie monster seem strange and big. Absolutely, you need money to win elections, but not all elections. And here's the strange thing: we don't need massive numbers to make them look at us. If there's a statement, for instance, if there was a statement from a group of black men that said we are speaking on behalf of black men, and collectively we are no longer allowed the Democratic Party to say this person, and we can name names. We are no longer allowing Jamie or Clyburn to say that they are speakers or the managers of black male vote and they are the monitors. If we said that, and to prove our point, we will have this percentage, whatever percentage we name, we will have this percentage of black men vote against your candidate. Any candidate you side with, we're going to vote against them in the primary process or anywhere. That scares the hell out of them, especially when we deliver. So delivery of content of this is an organizing meeting right here. If we were serious about this shit, we would be having conversations right now with black men in our spaces in ways that allow for us to listen to brothers who don't normally participate. And it's so important to name that because when we talk about narrative building, majority of black men don't vote. First of all, nobody voted for Biden because of Biden. They voted what was possible under Biden. We should know that about black men. Black men don't give a fuck about personalities. In Georgia, there are 1.3 million black men registered to vote. Of that 1.3 million, 460,000 were eligible to vote for Barack Obama in 2012 and did not. They didn't vote in 2014, they didn't vote in 2016, and they didn't vote for Stacey Abrams in 2018. That is a powerful number, 460,000. No one can say they are successful at reaching this demographic when that many people who are already registered are not.
Hold on, did we lose you?
We only target. Can y'all hear me?
You were going in
Yeah,
and out,
you
brother.
back.
Somebody called my phone. I apologize. So what we know was
Oh,
of
good.
that 460,000 that did not vote for Barack Obama in 2012 or Stacey Abrams in 2018, and any election in between there, we just targeted them all year in 2019. And of that 460,000,
Hold on, brother. You cut out again.
I'm trying to put my phone on do not disturb because these people keep trying to call me back inside. I don't want to talk to them. I want to talk to y'all. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Loud and
Yep.
clear.
Yeah. So I had
Yes,
to put my
sir.
phone on do not disturb. So what I'm saying is, of that 460,000, what the world calls sporadic, or low information or non-participating voters, what we found out was of that number, none of these brothers were apolitical. None of these brothers were apathetic. There's a level of antipathy that exists. That's hate, though, and that hate, if you consider the epigenetics of trauma. That hate is related to the passage of the 15th Amendment when they started killing niggas for trying to exercise their right to vote. And that shit didn't just stop in the 18 or the 1900s. That shit ain't stopped ever. I mean, in North Carolina and in some parts of Georgia right now, there's in Southwest Georgia, there's counties, there's towns where there's only one fucking factory job owned by a white Republican who tells his black workers, if you go vote, I will know because the person at the poll is going to tell me and I'm going to fire you. That is voter suppression that we can't fucking talk about. But our job at Black Men Voter Project is to train them how not to worry about going to the poll, just request a motherfucking ballot and mail it in. So I'm trying to tell people there's ways that we can do this that don't cost a lot of money. And I think until we understand and stop seeding what it means to be percentage-wise the second largest base for the Democratic Party, we're going to continue to lose. 70% of black men across this country that are already registered have not voted or only voted in one of the last 3 presidential elections. 70%, dog. That is an army that can scare the hell out of any party. We own them. We speak for them. These are not brothers who see themselves, and I'm a college educated brother, so I'm not knocking anybody, but we don't see ourselves in the fucking boule. We don't see ourselves in Greek organizations. We don't see ourselves in 100 black men. These are brothers who are part of street tribes, what the world call gangs. These are brothers who are drug dealers or participate in the underground economy. These are brothers who do more than just have white people in their barbershop to come talk to their customers.
I feel you. I feel you. And my point is, I'm gonna go to Marcus next. 'Cause I know he wants to speak. And but my question about that is, all these strategies you laid out are very good strategies. The thing of it is, how do we if one of the plan of action is taking over the Democratic Party from the grassroots and having black men be heard, how do we get these conversations into the mouths of people who can really affect these things? Because everybody on this space is pretty much politically active, but if we're talking about brothers who are just going to work every day, not to say that they're not politically aware, but their main issue is keeping food on the table and keeping the rent paid and stuff like that. How do we get them activated to move in this way so they can actually have real power outside of just lip
Yeah, I
service?
mean, so what you're actually saying is the nature of our program. I mean, the idea that if you are living in the richest country in the world and all you can do is go to work to keep the food and lights on, then you're not really living. You're surviving. And that is psychology, right? So if you think about what Maslow told us, people that don't have their basic needs met can't think about things that are self-actualization. So you ask, how do you do that, right? So to put that into terms of politics, black men can't participate in the voting because they see voting as some shit you do when you got free time, not as a tool to help address what's ailing us. So at Black Male Voter Project, we don't invite black people to a space that they're not at. We don't invite black men to any other space that they're not already going to be in. So you might see Black Male Voter Project holding VIP sessions in nightclubs. You might see us in your favorite hookah lounge buying free drinks for every black man in there. That's our own ramp to politics. Drinking and chilling and relaxing and escaping, vacating from the bullshit that is America. That's the beginning of our program. From there, we have massive sessions of listening, just listening to brothers who are not participating. And from there, we build our platform. Our platform is not the narrative that the Democratic posters tell us are the issues that are plaguing black men. We literally just build a platform based off of these brothers who are gang members, drug dealers, and brothers who just not participate in an election, who don't see themselves in this shit. From there, we tell them how, we train them how to see politics and in a manner that it addresses what's ailing you. Not everything. It's not an end all be all. It's a simple fucking tool to help you get past of just surviving. Just surviving. That's how we move brothers to the pole.
All right, okay. And then my last question, then I'm gonna throw it over to Marcus. I know he's been waiting. I want to bring it back to the idea of messaging because since we have a real conversation now, you done turned it up in here. The messaging that black men get from the party and from a lot of these surrogates is basically
Facts.
bullshit. Nobody wants to sign up for somebody who's gonna tell you, well, nigga, if you're not voting, then fuck you, you ain't shit. And I've heard people who are paid by the Democratic Party who show up in a lot of these spaces say this type of stuff. You ignorant nigga, go out and vote. That's basically
Facts.
what black men
Facts.
are told. I would tell anybody would tell anybody kiss your ass, you tell them
Facts.
that. That shit has got to change. So how do we fix
We don't
that?
need to fix that. Them stupid motherfuckers can only turn out 30% of black people. We don't need to worry about them motherfuckers. Listen, white people in DC and spaces where these conversations are built at and have, they believe James Clyburn is a ghost whisperer for niggas. But they won't even look at James Clyburn numbers in his district. Only 13% of black men in James Clyburn district votes for him regularly. 13%. But they swear he's the reason Joe Biden became president. That ain't the reason Joe Biden became president. Joe Biden became president because of proximity to blackness, his black community, his access to Obama, and also black people were not willing to test out a new old white man, i.e. Bernie Sanders. Never had a chance because he spent 4 years in between running for president in 2016 and 2020 trying to entice the Latin vote in Nevada versus going to fucking South Carolina. So
Amen.
what we need to know is what we need to do is we need to stop worrying about the loud shit that motherfuckers are saying. The answer to a motherfucker to tell you if you don't vote, you're a dumb nigga, is fuck you. And I'm gonna vote against your interests, right? I'm gonna vote for the community in a way that engages the other 70%. We've already told you that majority of black men rejects that notion. 70% of us don't vote for that message. That message don't move us. But there is a message that moves us. This white man on the ballot right now is not the savior. His issues and his work ain't shit. But we got to use him as a fucking vector to get what we need. The way we do that is by doing this. And the this that we do is voting for to take over shit. Starting at the local level, starting because what people don't understand is I ran for mayor just as a proof of concept, showing people I ran zero ads, and there was a Senate race on the ballot when I ran. Sherry Beasley in North Carolina. I ran zero ads.
Hmm.
I ran no mail, none of that shit. But what I did do is talk to black people that are starving, poor black people that are averaging less than $20,000 a year for annual income. I talked to them 11 times about what it means to have secure housing, what it means to have a fucking universal basic income and how I was going to work to get there. We had a record-breaking turnout, and I outperformed everybody on the ballot: the sheriff, the Congress, and also the Senate race. And niggas who had never voted before, that didn't even vote for Barack Obama, even though they were registered, came out for my little black ass. I'm trying to tell y'all the shit. We spent less than $4,000 on a race. This shit can be done on a mass scale if we're thinking about our group of people, not those who are already buying into this. And I love my brother Roland, but last night on our show, I told him, like, it ain't about trying to convince black people what Joe Biden has done for us. Black men are not looking for a fucking savior. Black men don't think anybody is their leader. If you ask the average black man that fit in our demographic, there's no community leaders. They're their own fucking leader. They're not taking marching orders from nobody, from Jay-Z to fucking Roland Martin. There's nobody leading black men. We feel like we're our own leaders. And until we understand that this savior messaging does not resonate with this demographic, we're going to continue to have these lukewarm performance from this demographic, whereas we're not being represented in those who are voting. Period.
All right, man. Thank you for that, man. If you got to run, you got to run. I
I'm right here,
respect it,
bro.
but thank you.
I'm here. This is a black conversation.
Yeah.
Okay, cool,
I
cool.
got you.
So let me go to Mark. Go ahead, Malcolm, and then we'll go to Marcus.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I hear it, and I think it's good. I hate the complexities involved again when it comes to going up against the apparatus. But the only question that I've got, because I mean, I know one way or the other, something's got to get taken over if you're going to actually change the programming. But the only question I've got for real is, again, so the lowest rung, I get that kind of, the people make in those poverty categories, maybe the people making less than $20,000 a year. But how do we attune and adjust democratic messaging, messaging of the Democratic Party that's fundamentally baked into the actual DNA of the party to appeal to those in the middle, the lower rungs of the middle class, and then those black men in the middle class that feel everything slipping under each policy, each proposal that gets passed, but then haphazardly or ham-fistedly carried out.
Yeah, I think what happens is we forget that if we're being honest with ourselves, the black men that don't vote, don't participate in elections, are not middle class brothers. And this idea of middle class and social mobility does not exist for black men. We're the only demographic in this country that can be born to a middle class or wealthy family that will experience poverty in our life. Nobody else is like that. We have the shortest lived experience in all of the people in the Americas, not just in the United States, but all of the Americas. So this demographic can only be reached talking about those who live with their back against the wall, those who are disinherited. And I'm trying to tell, and I think it seems big, y'all. I swear to God, the idea of switching this shit seems big. But we watched in 2020 in Georgia, we watched the sheriff elections in counties that we've targeted outperform Senate candidates. These guys had hundreds of millions of dollars. These sheriff candidates had $10,000 maybe. I'm trying to tell you there's a way forward that we don't need. Worrying about what the party's going to do is fucking us up. We don't need to worry about that until we have complete control over whatever space we are trying to get into. That's a fact. Trying to control the national party when we don't even own our county, when we don't control our county party, is us trying to fly before we even fucking crawled. Trying to control the state party when we ain't even demanded nothing out of a coalition of regional county parties, and we ain't built that, it's not gonna work. Our method has to be methodical and real, and it's not gonna happen immediately. But we can do it in two cycles. We can control all of the county parties. Literally, we can kick out those brothers who are saying that bullshit that the NAACP taught them or that the party taught them at the county level. All we got to do, I watched, if you bring in 49 people to go vote for who's the county chair, you would control most of the county chairs around Georgia, most of them. It's that simple. When that happens, they have to fund those parties, and then at that point we don't need to say shit, because when our money comes, it comes. They're not going to stop the money, because then the way it's baked in, the funding for the parties they know what they need for which parties. Georgia has been leveled up. Georgia is what they call a high priority battleground state. They don't want to see Georgia anymore. It's a part of their map forward, their victory map to 270. That means regardless of what they're doing, they've already built these 3-4 year plans that includes Georgia. That means how much funding the state party is going to get. Well, if we don't do shit right now to take over the county parties, then we won't have a voice at the state level. But if we control county parties, if niggas think like us control county parties, there's nothing they can do about Georgia.
Mondale, can I add on one thing to what you just said?
Marcus, you know you can.
Yeah. So a lot of people like I'm not a party defender, but I am going to say like this right here. First off, there's two things. Number one, it is Mondale might not have mentioned this, but it's going to be a heavier lift to change the party within. And what I mean by that is that you like the same way that you need to get elected to office is the same way that you need to get elected to a county party or to a regional party or to a state representative party or become a PC in general, right? It's not as easy as pie, but on the same token, it's important. And the reason why is because, believe it or not, these county parties, these legislative parties in Arizona, their district parties, these folks have an agenda that they vote on. Every single county party in America has
Yep.
an agenda. They have an
Yep.
agenda that they vote on, right? That means that the only people that can get to vote are elected precinct committee members are people who actually ran for office within the party, right? Now, do we have time to do that or not? I'm not certain because we're working people, right? We got other things going on and our interests aren't there. But when it comes down to actually like changing what the party says and does, Mondale's completely right. The only thing that I think, Mondale, you might be, missing, and I point to you yourself, Mondale. Like, first off, shout out to my brother because my brother he's one of the most hated people in DC and hated people in America when it comes down to Democratic politics because he brings up these conversations amongst people who hate doing anything for us, right? They don't like Mondale. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Like, he's not liked, right? But one thing that I think he's missing that he might not be saying right now is the pushback for us within the party and how hard it's going to be to change within the party. Yes, it is easy if we mobilize, but no, it's not going to be easy in general because the thought process that still remains is everybody can have whatever the fuck they want except black men,
Mm, mm,
except black people. And Mondale,
Marcus, that's powerful.
I'm asking you a question. I'm gonna ask you a
Go ahead.
question,
Go ahead.
right? From precinct committee man. See,
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to go into the technicalities of it because it's
Go
really
ahead.
deep. But from PC all the way up to state committee person, right?
Mm-hmm.
I
Mm-hmm.
think you might if you're going to bring that up, you might need to bring up the process.
Yeah. So
Because
the process. So yeah, Marcus is right. Listen, let me. If I oversimplify this, let me say this: you have to be a member of the county party to participate. All that means is you need to be a registered Democrat and you need to go participate. Some places charge a $5 fee to be a member of the county party. I know in Arkansas there's like a $30 fee to be an active member of your party. But shit, we can collectively raise. My org will pay for every black man in Georgia if there's a fee to join your county party. I commit to that right now to all 146 people listening on this call. Black Male Voter Project will pay every fucking dime if there's a cost to joining a county party in Georgia. 100%. And at that point, all we got to do is say on the date, because we are active members, whatever the process is to be an active member in your county, on the day they elect precinct captains, we will make sure that we have enough votes from that precinct that are niggas or see the world like niggas, and I'm talking about us, that see the world like us in that meeting to win that election. On the day they elect county chair, we will make sure we have enough brothers that see the world like us or people who are in close proximity or love us and believe that we should have a voice are in that space to say that we will vote on this issue and we will vote for this candidate, and that is enough. So I'm trying to tell people I'm not saying there's not a democratic process to participate in these spaces. As Marcus said, that is a fact. And mobilization is real. And I also know that it's taxing for people that work 2 and 3 jobs or work a second shift job. But the sacrifice is necessary if we are trying to tame $1 billion motherfucking industry.
Let me. Okay, I'm gonna move on to Fresh real quick, but I want to ask you and Marcus this. Okay, I've been on this space. I've had this space going for like 3 hours. You come onto this space, and between you, me, Marcus, Malcolm, and a couple other people, we've gotten to the place where there's a potential workable solution to get black men who don't give a fuck about the Democratic Party, who feel fucked over, to be able to take over and start moving some things on a local level. How come we were able to do that with no money, and motherfuckers who pulling out 7 figures can't do this?
Yo, but motherfuckers with 7 figures don't reach the brothers we reach. Listen, your reach for the demographic of brothers we need to reach is powerful, more powerful than motherfuckers with 7 figures. And I'm telling you, the money is the noise. The money is the noise. I'm telling you, campaigns raise billions of dollars. They spend 80% of that on TV ads. That don't reach black men. They're not. They're spending that money on conservative leaning white women.
They also buy influencers too, by the way.
So but influence, but their idea of influencers is Barack Obama. They sent Barack Obama to Georgia to talk to turn out black men. Barack Obama can't turn out black men. I just told you 460,000 black men in Georgia sat out for Obama. They don't have a clue because their lack of understanding of who black men really are, and the brothers around them won't tell the truth. Jamie Harrison would never say, "Oh yeah, you can't send this guy to you can't send James Clyburn to Georgia because he ain't gonna reach black men."
Not a
They
damn
can't.
person.
The black church ain't gonna work when there's 2 generations that ain't been to church in their entire fucking life, and those are the
And
biggest
Mondale,
generations ever.
you're also missing one more thing. The more money that you have within Democratic Party politics, the more lazy you are.
I mean, we saw that with Hillary Clinton. That's a fact. We saw that with Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton didn't even go to Michigan or Wisconsin in the lead up to the 2016 election because they were already in October planning, and I know this, in the brownstone in Brooklyn because I was there. They were in there planning. They were in there planning on what job they were going to have in the White House. Motherfucker, you ain't even won the White House yet.
She got the okie doke from polling firms though, and that was part of the problem. The polling firms fucked her because they were too scared.
Well, I mean, it doesn't even matter if they're scared. Polling firms are black people don't tell pollers the truth. If you even get a call from pollers, consider your grandmother. Your grandmother, most of us, I'm 44. Most of our grandmothers are grandchildren or great grandchildren of people that were enslaved. The fucking poll is a product of the plantation. White masters asking their slaves if they're happy or unhappy. To tell that white man the truth is to get yourself killed. So that white people really went back and told people, oh yeah, my slaves are good ones. They happy as fuck. No, the fuck they ain't. They telling you that so you won't be ready when they bust you in the back of your fucking head.
And we also got to talk about since we're on that subject, we got to talk about what Malcolm talked about, how there's always a couple of house Negroes that Massa goes to ask how the rest of them Negroes doing, and they always take their head off and be like, "Oh, everything fine, Massa. Them Negroes out there don't need nothing better."
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. That's the Jamie Harrison and Clyburn. This idea that Biden is like these people that give Biden the pass to say you can literally say as Biden, you can literally say if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. Like somebody should have checked them in this circle. Like nigga, if you say that shit, we're gonna smack the shit out of your old ass. Straight up, you can't say stupid shit like that to black people because we don't lose our blackness because of our political decisions, regardless. Even if it's dumb as Candace, right? Period. Even if it's dumb as Kanye, you're still black. And I think what happens though is we are focusing on the wrong thing. The path forward, you don't need money, small amounts of money to win control of county parties. Small amounts of money, small amounts of people. You do it at the county level, and that shit is so strategic and it can't be stopped. It can't be stopped. And then what happens is Marcus was talking about the platform at the county levels. They absolutely do vote on county platforms, but these people are also the folk who get to go and vote on the Democratic national platform. So without any money, just winning the election of precinct chair and also county chair, you get to participate in what the national platform is without any money.
Hey, last thing, man. Can I add one thing? Is this simple, right? Like, I want to give a real world like example. Like, if you want to be on your county party and you know 10 Democrats, right? You can go and say, hey, man, you know what? Here's how you sign up for the Democratic Party. Here's how you, and here's my thing. Again, I'm not pushing the Democrats, but if you want to take it over, the strategic way to do it is officially here's 10 registration forms. Mondale said he got the money. All you got to do is show up to this meeting, right? If you show up to this meeting, right? Vote for me. I want to be on the county board of this party, right? Then all of a sudden you get on that board, right? Because nobody else is going to do that. The issue is the only thing that I worry about is time, right? Do we have the time to do that? Do we know 10? Because all it's going to take is really 10, 20 people that you know who already votes to actually get on there. Then you have then when it comes out, you get your boys like from different areas of the county. Hey man, you know what? Do that shit. Then you take over the whole goddamn thing and you create your own fucking platform that you already have a budget for, as Mondale said, to actually talk about. So if you want the Democratic Party in your county to be talking about reparations, then that's how you fucking do it. But the
Yep.
problem is that we don't have time to do it. And also our distrust for this process is real.
It
We
is.
should
I
be
mean,
distrustful of these people
we
because
have to.
yeah, we have to, right? Because ain't nothing changed for us. But
Yeah, and
like,
that goes back to my point that I was talking about earlier and that you mentioned earlier. The people who have control of the microphone and the people who are doing the messaging and the messaging is to black men is almost setting us up to be discouraged to even to participate in the process because all they get is, go watch this booty shake video and then go vote. And if you got
So
some
so
if you got some questions you want to answer, shut up about that, just shut up and vote, Negro.
so so
That's what
so
we get.
so in on full disclosure, that booty shake video was not from the party. That was my video. And I'm gonna be a buck with you. If you go back and look at that video, I actually created Get Your Booty to the Poll. If you look at what those sisters were saying, that was the most politically astute fucking ad ever written. It's the most watched political ad ever. If you look at the 3 points those sisters were talking about, those were the most important issue to black men in Georgia at that point. And no other candidate ever said that shit. You can say what you want to, Steph, to pretend that there's not a culture of black men that like strip
Bro.
clubs is to be corny as shit. There's
No,
a
I'm gonna be
group
I'm
of
a, I'm a, I'm gonna be
let
I'm
me, let me
gonna be real with you, brother. I I
I hear you.
I I,
I
I
hear
didn't know
you.
I didn't know you did that, but that's
That's
wild.
cool.
But I'm
No,
gonna be
listen,
honest with you, man.
go
That
ahead.
shit ran a lot of motherfuckers hot because I'm saying
It
the average black man, I understand that there's a strip club culture in Atlanta. I
it
know it
is.
fully well. But what I'm
It
saying
is.
is there's a lot more brothers who go to work every day, man, and have wives and have other shit, and they can listen to a conversation without having all that shit. That's all I'm saying.
And
Hey,
I think
Steph,
and I think and here's
hold on.
and
T,
hold on,
T,
Steph. Let me say one thing real quick, Steph. And I think Torraine, and I think that's the problem right there. There lies our problem. Just because there are brothers who go to work every day and have wives and have a certain type of conversation that they want to have, motherfuckers are offended by other people who don't go to work every day and who do spend thousands of dollars in a strip club, and they are the ones that don't vote. So why are we offended? Why are we not offended when motherfuckers text us and say hi, hello, how are you? Why are we not offended that they are not using African American vernacular when they reach out to us? Why are we not offended when we sound like the status quo in our ads? So when I'm saying I'm trying to reach a demographic who is at the strip club, who's at the hookah lounge with me, who's in the nightclubs, who are actually not hearing what the fuck we're saying because we're saying it like brothers who go to work every day, when we're saying it with correct English vernacular. Why are we discounting these brothers' lived experience just
No, no,
because
no.
it's
I'm
not
not.
ours?
No, I get
Just
no. Trust me, I'm with you. I'm with you on that, brother. I'm not saying that those brothers don't need to be heard. What I'm saying is just from watching the way that shit played out down here, it was the fact
It would.
that black men didn't get no other messaging but that. That's all
that's
they
a
fucking
lie.
pushed,
That's a lie.
and that's what I'm saying.
That's
I'm saying,
bro.
but that's
That's
what people saw. That's what people saw.
bro.
well, we saw it
I had
because
over
we
1
saw it
million.
because there was a lot that was the only thing that stood out. My question is, why can't we do it all? Right? Like, I don't
Exactly.
think. And
Exactly.
listen, I don't think that Mondale like put money behind it. What
None.
they put money behind? Right?
No.
Like Mondale made a video, and I don't think they put money behind that thing,
Not a
and it
dime.
became a goddamn thing. My thing for you, T, is like they don't put money with the brothers who have wives. Don't go to the strip clubs. They put money behind shit that says go support immigration. They put money behind
Yep.
shit that says
That's the
black
only
men need to
platter.
support the LGBTQIA community.
all right.
They
So
put money behind everything else
Yeah.
except their messaging itself. Now, Mondale, maybe
The-
you did or you didn't put
I didn't put a
a
dime
video
behind it,
out
but
there for
no,
middle for like the middle of the road black men
I
who.
don't talk to black men who I talk to the 70% of black men who don't participate in elections. And that's the only demographics I focus on. These brothers do not see themselves in the way we talk politics. And to say that nothing else was out there is a disrespect to everything I did. We sent over 54 million text messages in 2020, the same time we put out the ad. We knocked on over 600,000 doors talking to black men. We knocked on over 600,000 doors having conversations with black men. To believe, not to mention the focus group, and Marcus, you was at 3 or 4 of those focus groups. We literally are not playing games when we talk about. We do this year round. We have conversations. Our nightclub ambassador program partners with some of the largest clubs in Atlanta and fucking turn up and show good time to black men and offer them relief to all this shit that is America. To believe that the only thing that we did, we spent zero money except for paying those sisters to do that work. And also, it should be noted that 2 of those sisters now are news anchors after they did that and started getting interviews from everywhere, from Brazil to everywhere, about their stance, and we did training on how to talk about these issues as it pertains to black men, because everybody was looking at the ad, and clearly y'all weren't listening to what they were saying when the niggas in the club was like, she right, dog. We really are fucked up about this. Qualified
Man,
immunity.
That's fair. Okay, hold
hold on, hold
on.
on,
Cause
hold on,
I did
hold
want to
on.
provide.
Listen,
Okay,
Malcolm, I'm sorry, cause you already know you're my brother.
yeah, I
Listen,
want to.
man, I'm sorry, Mondale. I respect a lot of what you're saying. I'll probably say a good 75, 80% of what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? So I wanna start and lead with love off top. I mean, I don't know too much about you, but based on your passion and your transparency and how you speak, I believe that you genuinely care and believe about what you're saying. But I also think that a lot is being missed in translation, man. Because listen, and ironically, I don't even think if you noticed this, but what you just said just within the last minute actually tied back into what we've been talking about overall. You know what I'm saying? Into the overall disrespect and political irrelevance of black men. Because yeah, them shorties who was in the video shaking their ass. You know what I'm saying? That was dope. But they got deals. They got deals after the fact. So they came up. Black men didn't come up off that. We were insulted and disrespected. Like that shit, when I seen that shit, I was like, nigga, what the fuck is this? I couldn't believe it. And here's the thing, bro. I love a good booty club. I live in Miami. From Miami to Atlanta to DC. I love a good booty club. I love a
Tell
good
Mm,
them.
lounge. But
right, right.
when niggas is talking, here's the thing. But if you're talking to me about
Mm,
politics,
yeah.
talk to me as an intellectual thinking man who
You
can
are being,
understand what you say.
check your
Hold on,
privilege,
hold
Steph.
on, hold on,
Steph,
hold on, hold on,
Steph.
hold on,
Come on,
hold on,
Steph.
hold on. Wait a minute, wait. And see, you done made it worse because listen,
Check your privilege, dog.
because to that point, you said, listen, black folks, black men, we own the Democratic Party, but the
We do.
Democratic Party is not speaking to us. And what you just said was, you said, check your privilege. When
Right,
I hear some shit like that, nigga,
right.
I don't give a fuck about what you're talking about because
I hear you.
because now
I hear you.
because now
I
you
hear you.
sound like the ops. Like
Yes,
why
yes.
why would I fuck with the Democratic Party when you niggas just talking down to me? You're insulting my intelligence.
Mm,
You're focused
mm,
on every other
mm. Let,
demographic than us.
right,
Like
right.
bro,
Let
check
him
my
go, Torraine. Let him go.
hold on. Check my
Torraine, let him go.
privilege. I'm a black man, nigga.
Right,
Sorry.
right,
What
right.
privilege do I have? I
I,
have zero, brother.
so,
And
so, so,
I say,
Steph,
hold
go
on,
ahead,
hold
go
on.
ahead, go ahead, go ahead, Steph. Go ahead,
Let me let
go
fact.
ahead.
I say this with all love, brother.
I hear you.
Listen, y'all are out. The powers that be in the Democratic
Mm,
Party are out
mm.
of touch with the app. And listen,
Yes.
I get what you saying, yo. You in the hookah lounge, you here, you there. But listen, that don't translate overall to a lot of black men. Like y'all are
So,
really out of touch, and y'all
so,
need some real.
so,
Listen, hey, hold on. Not to say you're not a real nigga, because I
no, go
believe
ahead,
a
go
lot
ahead,
of real shit about
go
you. You
ahead.
know what I'm saying? Off
Hmm.
top. But y'all need some real and bro, I get what you're trying to say as far as trying to connect with 70% of black men who are politically disenfranchised. Da, 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 da. Listen, a lot of them is in the hookah lounges. A lot of them is in the club. Da, 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 da. But a lot of us are regular niggas trying to get to a bag, invest, build ourselves up so that we can be assets to our
So,
community. I don't need to see no ass
let me,
cheeks to
I
get
hear
that
you,
message, brother.
bro.
Hey,
When I say, hold on,
Mondale, before you
hold on.
go, Mondale, before you
The
go, I
brother
just
made
want
some
to
good
color it.
points. He made
I
some
know,
good points.
I know,
The
I know.
brother
I
made some
just
good
want to
points.
color. I just want
Hold
to
on,
color it,
Malcolm.
though. Just
Malcolm, hold what you got. I'm gonna let Monday respond, and then I'm gonna let you come in, and then we'll go to
He got
press.
some
So I
good
want
points.
Monday to respond.
Yeah, because the brother made some good points. This idea, when I said check your privilege, you have to talk about context. The context is the privilege is you said you listen to what you said. You want to be talked to like an intellectual. Most niggas would say you talking over them, dog. They're gonna say you trying to be Ti. If you're talking about what you want, I don't talk about what I want. I have 5 fucking college degrees, bro. I'm not talking about what I want. I'm talking about what these niggas are telling me they need to see themselves. This is why this ad had 50 plus million views with no money spent, dog. What I'm telling you is, when I said check your privilege, I ain't trying to talk down to you. I'm trying to tell you, me and you are living a life that most of these niggas ain't, fam. They
My
don't
nigga,
got no college degrees. Hold on, hold on,
I'm a
hold on,
college
hold on.
dropout that stole pounds of
I
weed. My
feel
nigga,
you. Bro, I
I ain't
feel
got
you.
no
Let me
degrees.
hold
My
on.
nigga,
Let me finish. Let
I
me
came from the
finish.
strap and
Let me
made some.
finish. I feel you. Let me finish. You don't have. And this is the shit I'm talking about that people are bothered by. That we gotta like remove ourselves and listen to the collective. I hate strip clubs, but I don't speak on behalf of Mundell when I'm using Black Male Voter Project. I'm speaking on behalf of the 6.6 million black men that are in the states that I work in. And I know what they're saying because I'm just listening at data, looking at data over and over. So the idea that some people were, man, listen, motherfuckers were offended that we were sending text messages like, yo, what's good? Instead of saying hello. And those are the brothers I'm not trying to reach. Because the minute they was like, oh, why are you talking to me like this? I skirted them. Like, you ain't the fucking nigga I'm looking for. Because clearly you already tapped in or you upset that we're not code switching on this call. Because every time I meet a black man, it's yo, what's good? I don't meet a black man that I've never met and say, hi, how are you? I'm Mundell. That's not how I talk to black men. That's how I engage you when I'm code switching and that shit is necessary for work. That is not life. That is not life, period. I don't give a fuck what nobody say that's capped to say that you meet a black man and you say, hi, how are you? It's yo, what's
brother.
good? So let me get to the next point.
Sometimes I
Let me get to
do.
the next point.
Sometimes I
Okay.
do though,
Well,
brother.
cool. That's cool. But what I'm saying is you can't say that it's disrespectful for me to say, yo, what's good? Motherfuckers that offended that these sisters had on their work outfit. This is the same reason that motherfuckers have a problem with sex work and it being legal or need to be legal. The motherfuckers that are offended that these women had on their work uniform talking about politics, but they're not offended that LeBron James can have on his jersey and say something political are baffling to me. The fact that LeBron James can have on a fucking jersey and say shit that is absolutely incorrect. LeBron James has a fucked up stance on Israel and Palestine's conflict, and niggas ain't coming for him, and he said it with his Lakers jersey on. So if those sisters are saying what's right about what's plaguing black men in their stripper outfit, why is that problematic? Why are we okay with black men in basketball jerseys saying dumb shit as it pertains to black men, but sisters with their stripper uniforms on is problematic even though they're saying real shit about black men?
Hey,
I'm
brother,
trying to
brother,
say,
brother.
let us remove ourselves and talk about what the people that were rich. And the idea that we need real niggas around is crazy because I spend time organizing GDs, Bloods, and we tested this ad. And there was 2 or 3 brothers, Steph, no disrespect to you at all. 2 or 3 brothers, Malcolm, 2 or 3 brothers, Torraine, in that room. And we had no political people in that room. We had brothers from the street, drug dealers from Atlanta, from all over Georgia in that room. And Marcus, you know it to be true. We were in a room, and everybody in that room felt that ad, except for 2 or 3 brothers, and they make the same statements you made, and I try to make the same comments I'm making right now. The ad is not for everybody. The ad ain't for everybody. But to
Hey,
discount the fact
Okay,
that it
there we
was,
go. Hold on. That's no. That's a good point. That's a good point. Now my thing is, and I'm going to illustrate it this way. Say you go to a restaurant and it's got sections for different races. Let's say you got a section for the white people, and they got like 4 different types of cuisine there. You got a section for the Mexicans. It's got like 3 different types of cuisine there. You go to the section for Asians. It's got like 5 different types of cuisine there. But then you go to the section for black people, and they got to choose to have only one type of cuisine. It's like that's what that ad was. That there were so many different ads you could run to resonate with black people, but at the same time, the only one that we got was the booty shaking one.
Yeah,
Like,
that's not true. That's not
brother
true.
Malcolm,
We made
no, my damn,
17
let me
ads.
say something, brother Malcolm. I do want to say this. Like like as a political scientist, I sit back and watch every ad targeted towards black people, right? Every single one. When I said earlier, why can't we do it all? I meant that because there was ads that were targeted that we seen that we just
Facts.
brushed by
Facts.
for just more than just like in using your example, the Asian people, right? There was multiple ads targeted towards black folks, right? And here's my thing: whether you love it or hate it, I even told Torraine this. Like there was multiple ads that were out there. The one that caught our attention was the one with the strippers, right? And also there was one more ad that caught all of our attention, and that was the brother from Louisiana who was smoking the blunt in the goddamn chair.
Hmm,
Those were the 2 ads that caught our
hmm,
attention,
hmm.
right? And the reason why they caught our attention is because they had something to do with our culture. I'm not saying it was right. I'm not saying it was wrong. I'm not sitting up here saying that what I'm saying is that some ads that's targeted towards everybody else really, really, really sucks. They
And
suck.
I'll concede that. I'll concede that point. But I mean, why do we have to go all the way to
Marcus,
the like?
Malcolm.
It's just yeah,
Hey, Malcolm, can I ask you a question, brother?
yeah.
So
Go ahead.
if I showed you other ads that had Black Male Voter Project hand on it that didn't go viral at all, that was running at the same time, would you still continue to say that it was the only thing that we got? We had multiple options. We made a song about we took a Grammy winning artist and she wrote a song about Black men being human, where it just showed Black men smiling and laughing. And y'all, when I'm talking about y'all, I'm talking about the collective us. No one and no, it didn't get 3,000 views. We had a video where we helped the brothers rewrite Turn This Motherfucker Blue, where we rewrote the ad about how a bill becomes law. That shit didn't go viral.
Because
We
that shit
did.
sucks.
I'm not upset about that. I'm not upset about that. This idea. Torraine, are you allowed to share videos
It's
in
hold on.
space?
Yeah, I can. If it's like a tweet, I can put it up and pass them up and put them up in the jumbo. If you should shoot me a
So
DM.
I'm gonna shoot you a DM. So I literally want to be on this call about take back the power, our videos that for what Steph is asking for. I literally want to hear people listen to these videos and tell me they suck, because I don't do shit that sucks.
Hey, hold on, Monday, hold on. I got one question to ask you. Who do I need to speak to? What is the process for me to become a political consultant? Because the
Bro,
problem is,
in this world,
listen,
you don't need to speak to nobody. You can just
You're
start you a firm.
already one right now.
Yeah,
no,
hell
no,
yeah.
no, no.
Start you a firm
Hold
and
on.
do it.
No. I don't want to be one right now because the shit y'all niggas need to hear from me, I need to get a bag for because y'all niggas is lost. Y'all have like brother, and I believe your intentions are pure. This ain't no
Yeah,
hate. This is all love from black man to
yeah.
black man. But
Mm,
what you're telling me about, I know that you believe in it and y'all put
mm.
work into making it happen. I know that. And the reason it didn't connect is because and it's because it sucks. Because y'all don't understand the messaging. I do marketing, bro. That shit would never convert. And it's not going to convert because y'all don't understand who you're
It gets
speaking to.
clicks. It don't convert though. That's the
And
problem.
the reason why it went viral was not a good reason. It didn't go viral because it was magical and powerful. It went viral because we was shitting on it, my
Yeah,
nigga.
it's very
That shit was
But
backstep.
yeah,
You know,
ass.
that's what it came off as.
Yeah,
Hold on.
listen,
And to Steph's point,
and hold on. Listen,
okay, my bad,
Let
bro.
him finish. Let him finish,
listen.
Marcus.
If y'all niggas want to win, y'all not gonna win like that. And listen, and I'm sorry. Matter of fact, maybe y'all niggas need to lose, and that's why I'm not gonna listen, bro. If y'all want some shit that wins and converts and gets to the people where we need to, and here's the thing, bro. I'm like you. I be where you be at. I love all that fly shit you talking about. But when I'm talking about politics and real and niggas' lives and their children and their legacy, I ain't talking about no ass shaking. I don't want to hear no Grammy Award winning singer pander to me on no sucker shit. Don't sing to me about shit, nigga. Talk to me about some real shit. I don't want to hear no fucking remix. Nigga, fuck a remix, nigga. I need some
Mm.
real shit. Talk to me. And you know what? And if you want some real shit, y'all niggas gonna have to motherfucking pay me. Cause y'all niggas are so ass backwards and lost. My God, I'm scared. I'm
Nigga,
but
scared.
see
you
the problem. Hold on. But the
Go ahead,
problem
Malcolm.
is
Go ahead,
that it
Malcolm.
will. Yeah, the
Go
problem
ahead, go
is
ahead.
it'll never get to paying you because when you look at the Democratic Party, it's like it's a nexus. Like if we talking about storming the castles, you got one castle that's kind of rickety, ain't been maintained in a while. You got one that's the fucking nexus of evil, got turrets, got spikes, caltrops, all sorts of fields. That's the Democratic Party right now. You want to talk about
Mm,
storming that?
mm,
I want to take over what's going to fall
mm.
apart because when it falls apart, you can rebuild the ashes.
Man, listen.
That's what Marcus says is that we don't have
I hear
time
you.
because again, there's so many levels of fortification. The Democrat Party has so much money flowing through it at all levels. Act Blue and all of these PACs that can literally single-handedly fund their choice guys from the
Mm-hmm.
most granular elections.
Mm-hmm.
Like it takes a
Yo,
little bit too long, and to
so
even influence the way y'all do things is like
here's my
pulling
problem.
teeth.
Y'all keep
Hey,
Well,
this
saying
well,
before,
first, 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 I
hold on,
want to
hold
say
on,
something,
hold on,
Mondale. There is no y'all.
hold on, hold on.
Like,
Before you
I
step,
have to
hold
say,
on
I
a
have to
second.
say this
Before you step
because
in, I did want to say
I
this.
have to say this because this is important. Steph is on one, and to be honest with you, like I was about to reinforce what he said. He's right, right? Like, but there's a misunderstanding of who is y'all and who is us. There's a very big one. And I see that and I say that because there are real niggas trying to do shit that get smashed in the fucking face every time we try to do real shit to bring basic awesome, like, nigga, I tried to hire the hottest goddamn directors for commercials in Atlanta, Georgia, to do Democratic politics and commercials and shit like that. And guess what? They don't want to fund that shit. They don't. They like. There's not no. Like when you start creating messages, and if you decide to become a consultant, Steph, and you do that shit, you should get the goddamn bag. Because fuck these people. Right now, everybody in the goddamn game is getting a bag and not being effective. So why can't you make money? I get that shit, right? But on the same token, don't take the approach that the niggas that every nigga ain't trying, and that there's a you guys. Ain't no you guy. I don't consider myself. I don't think Mondale considers himself. I don't think anybody on the next call considers himself a you guy. We're trying our goddamn hardest to like hear what the fuck you saying. Like, nigga, write the goddamn commercial. Let somebody throw you some a bag for that shit. And talk to the right people. I am not saying that you're wrong. I am not saying that Mondale is perfectly right. I ain't saying that anybody on this call is right or wrong. What I'm saying is that we don't even have enough power. If a nigga makes a commercial that is free and he goes to the strip club and he puts that shit online, whether we love it or hate it, we don't know where it came from. What if it's from the strip club owner? What if it's from the strippers themselves? Right? Like, I'm not like, nobody pushed that shit. That shit got hot because it was strippers, point blank. But what doesn't get hot is that normal ass, bullshit ass, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that, and they don't do shit commercials that you see all the time. But that's not a y'all thing. That's a motherfucking them thing.
I
That's
mean,
all.
let me
That's all
hold
I'm
on, hold on,
saying.
hold on,
Steph,
hold on,
can I
hold on. Let me
Steph,
say
can I
something real
respond?
quick. Hold
Go ahead,
tight,
Torraine.
hold tight. Um, I want to speak to this point that y'all are talking about. Everything y'all are saying is absolutely excellent stuff. It's good to hear everybody chopping it up and all this iron sharper than iron. But I do want to say this. I think I want to bring it back to Mondale's original point about being able to affect things on a local level. But I think what you're talking about, what Mondale's talking about, what Marcus is talking about, and what Steph is talking about, all this stuff is all valid. The issue is, in my opinion, and y'all can tell me if I'm wrong or not, is that when you start getting away from the local level and you start trying to build power and you start trying to build messaging, when you're trying to deal with people who are either not aware of how the political process works or they have an agenda that they're trying to push, and if they see that your agenda is different than what they're trying to sell, they're not gonna fuck with you. I think what has to happen from that point is that you either have to start doing the same way like podcasters do or some other people who do their own media. You have to start creating your own market. You have to start creating your own messaging and say, fuck what the Democratic Party establishment is doing. You do that. I'm not knocking no, I'm gonna tell you right now, I have never been a fan of that "Get Your Booty to the Post" video. I hated that shit because I thought it was disrespectful to black men.
Indeed.
That's not saying anything against Mondale because I know Mondale's work outside of that, and I understand that something like that has a place. And I'm
So
gonna
let me.
step off first. Hold on, hold on.
All right.
Let me finish. Let me finish my point, and I'm gonna say this. The difference is when you're talking about black men and trying to get black men voting and getting black men energized in the party. You absolutely are right. There are brothers. Look, I'm originally born and raised in Florida. I'm from Duval. I grew up in Jacksonville. I spent half of my high school years in Florida. I used to go to Pac Jam and Uncle Luke's club, and I really didn't need to be in there. So I know this culture, and I live in Atlanta, so I know all that. I know the world around strip clubs. There is absolutely an economy that happens in strip club culture, whether it's hip hop, whether it's brothers who are trying to work and they do business deals. And I understand that's a real thing. I also understand that there's brothers who are poor and working class who are
Yep.
making ends meet, and they want to
Yep.
be and they want to be spoken. Let me finish. And they want to be spoken to as well. I also know that there's brothers who usually get the lion's share of this messaging who wear suits every day. They got 19 degrees and they work in the office. I'm saying there's room for all of that messaging to be connected, and there's room for all of those different fragments of the black community to be catered to. Just like there's different fragments of the white community, just like there's different fragments of the Latino and any other community. My issue is that black people, all we get is one type of messaging. It's either ass or shut up and vote or listen to this old. Or they gonna pull out that old ass picture of the black dude getting rolled up the street
That's
with the
my
white
point.
with the fire hose and the dog. And,
So
and all I'm saying is this, and then I land, and I throw it back to y'all. My thing is the same way that we grew up with different types of hip hop, just like you had the Two Live
all right.
Crew. You had
Right.
Public Enemy, you had
Right.
Eric B, you had Ice-T, you had NWA. I think there's enough room in the political process and in political messaging for black men to be catered to the exact same way.
So,
That's all.
so what I'm saying, what I just said is, so first of all, I think we're talking out of both sides of our face when we say that the strip club is a part of the culture, but it's not what you like. So it's offensive to black men. So you're discounting the black men that didn't find it offensive, which were a lot of them. And whether Steph want to say it or not, I mean, the demographics of the video tells like, if you were offended by it, that's fine. Nobody's saying that you're wrong. That's just no shape. The idea though that you speak for real niggas and I don't is a flaw in the way we having this conversation. This
Yeah.
idea,
Okay.
it's a flawed statement. So all I'm saying is you can't tell me you want one thing and that's the only thing that black men should get. When I'm telling you that entire diversity in our messaging exists. And I'm
But
telling you there was
Yeah,
Point.
I agree with
Point.
there
that.
were mess.
Hold
Let
on.
me
Hold on, guys. Hey, let's let them
you
finish.
just
Then we'll go
no,
round
no,
robin.
but I did not say
so
that
so let
I
me
speak for all the real niggas and you don't. I don't
so
want that point to be
you
conflated
said
because I never said that.
touche. I hear you, but what your messaging was, you niggas are so disconnected. My program is all about black men
You
that
could
do
be a
not
real
participate.
disconnected nigga.
Hold
I'm just
I
saying.
I mean,
All right.
I
Okay.
I
So
all right.
all right, all
So
right, all
so
right.
all
Now,
right. So check it out.
so
Check
I
it
hear the
out.
funny. So I heard I go ahead. Somebody's trying to say something. I just want to
No,
finish
that
this
was
point.
me. Go ahead, brother.
So my thing is to discount a lifestyle because it's not ours is to say that one type of hip hop is real or right and the other one is not. I'm not here to judge. I don't speak for Mundell. Mundell drives fucking crazy cars. Mundell lives a stupid life. That is not the experience of black men. So I don't show up speaking for what my needs are. I show up about what the data from this demographic of black men that I spend a lot of time with. And I think people forget that there's science that can be duplicated or science itself must be duplicated for it to be considered science. Anything else is anecdotal. And I'm not talking about the anecdotal. I'm talking about millions of conversations with black men about what moves them, how they feel, and not black men in a space that is tilted to feel a certain way or mean a certain way or get a certain answer. I'm talking about conversations without cameras, without white people, without women, to have real conversations that deflates the idea that the political status quo can have influence over what we're trying to put out. So I know for a fact that the messaging that we're doing is not based on me or what the party is saying because I don't let more than 3 political people in our space. It's only niggas that are niggas. I'm talking
okay.
about real.
Point.
All right.
So
Hang on. Hold on. Go
Yeah,
ahead, brother. I want to bring in. Hold on now, because he's been waiting patiently. I want to bring in fresh to the conversation, and I don't want to stay on this too long because I know we've been on this for a minute. I want to get off the topic of the ad itself. I just want to get
yeah.
focused back on the whole idea of black men being politically respected, disrespected. So fresh, you've been waiting for a long time, man. So go ahead and speak your piece, and then we'll roll it out. Go ahead.
play that ad too,
No, I
Torraine.
appreciate you, brother. I just want to say shout out to all these brothers. Shout out to the brother Mondale, man. Out there in Enfield in the Rocky Mount area. I'm out here in Charlotte, man. So just shout out to you, for actually, whether we agree with the methodology or whatever, actually doing it on a state and a local level. Because that's where it starts. The grassroots, the church in the street style. That's where it starts. So I do want to go ahead and give you that shout out because we just don't see that done enough. No, regardless political affiliation or whatever, you're a black man and you're doing it. In that avenue. So I just want to give you a shout out for that. And I also, what I want to like move the conversation forward, to kind of talking across the aisle because I believe, in 2023, most, and I may be overstepping, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I believe most of us are just more independent, right? We may not be Republican or Democrat, we may be independent, and we may have just characteristics or agreements of both or disagreements of both. And what I don't hear often, right, is when you get a Republican or when you get, conservative in the room, you get a more liberal in the room, like let's start talking about the real life things that we can start talking across the aisle. And I think that honestly, that those are things that can help bring a lot of people into the fold, even those folks you were talking about when we were talking about the strip clubs and when we were talking about, church in the streets, because I do understand what the brother Mondale was saying, that, if you are talking to folks, sometimes they feel like you're talking over them. You get out there and start talking about, kind of how, Killer Mike was talking about with the money and things of that nature. Some of them are just surviving. They're not living. You know what I mean? So start talking to them in the means. But I think you also have to bridge the gap, because there are some brothers who have been able to pull themselves up, right? Even though it's bullshit, we had to do that, but have been able to kind of pull themselves up and to think on a different level, whatever have you. I think there's a way to bridge the gap of all, because, hey, I may not be in the strip club, but where do we meet? We all go to the basketball court. We all go to the barbershop. So I just feel like there's a way that we can do it that can kind of appease and get everybody into the fold, because that's necessary. They definitely need to get the street hustler in there, just like you need to get the brother who's a poli-sci major. You know what I'm saying? They all need to be in the same room. Because at the end of the day, we've all been underrepresented. We've all been misled and sled. You know what I'm saying? Like, we've all not received any type of help from this political landscape. You know what I'm saying? Whether it be liberal, whether it be conservative. You know what I'm saying? No matter your views and things of that nature. Because, like I said, I consider myself more of an independent. But there's things I agree with on both sides. You know what I'm saying? I think that's the problem is, a lot of times we are party minded. You know what I'm saying? Too party minded. You know what I mean? I understand there has to be a game to be played, but I just think more so we should harp on that and those solutions and things of that nature. But I just wanted to kind of move the conversation kind of towards that.
I appreciate
Definitely.
that. Can I say something? In this country, there are more independents registered than right now. I think it's about, depending on which state you're in North Carolina, where you are, where we are. Absolutely, right now, 33% of people are registered as independent. The thing about being registered independent and being an independent, a lot of the times doesn't shake out really. What I mean is, most people that are registered independent either always vote Republican or always vote Democrat. So the idea of the independent party shows up kind of like Bernie Sanders does. While he's labeled as an independent, he always votes with the Democrats. So this idea that we are independent doesn't bear out in a way that it shows that we really have an independent party.
Oh, by the way, I
Well,
posted the ad. I posted the ad up, Mondale. So it's up there, so people want to check it out. The one you sent
Yeah,
me.
gotcha.
cool.
I mean, now to that point though, again, being an independent doesn't mean that you're going to cross over the aisle like 5 or 10 different times in a shake. It just means that like you have some key divergences from the whole. But I mean, here's the point. Just I don't want to harp on the commercial either, because, like I said, that's kind of dead. It's just one of the main points is that, yeah, I see what you mean with the commercial. You got a lot of views. It went probably the most viral that most of the ads that you could have produced would have. The issue is, whatever you evaluate success based off, what are your metrics? Is it just
Mm,
maximizing the
mm,
clicks, or is
no.
it producing something that's going to be impactful, that's going to necessarily speak
Mm,
to more people, although it might not get the higher end of the clicks. You might be somewhere in the middle, the middle quartile when it comes to where the ads place, but it speaks to more people and galvanizes more people to be on code with a better message. Because right now, yeah, we've all been to the strip club. I'm not gonna lie. Like I said, that is a part of our culture. Is it something that we're necessarily happy is a part of our culture? If we had a choice to have a more positive cultural example, no, but it represents a period of our time when we were younger. We just sort of chased passion. We lived a different lifestyle. And it's like, if you're trying to reach those people in that lifestyle rather than the people who need political activism the most, which is really the people who have committed to climbing the social ladder, have families and whatnot, and don't go to strip clubs or don't go to the strip clubs as much because the old lady will kill them, or they really ain't got money. They just got to feed their kids. Then it's like that's not going to cut it. And the clicks that you get from a clip from an ad going viral, where people are just looking at the asses and not paying attention to what's coming out of the mouse on the other side of the ass, it doesn't have a good lasting payoff. And those aren't really the kind of people that you want for the amount of negative cultural stereotype that you reinforce with that. Like, we're trying to
So
move more of our young
yeah.
men out of that phase and to
So
a more business minded.
I think it's improper to believe that strip clubs are not. You can't be in strip clubs and be business minded. I think that the idea that negative stereotypes are surrounding about around strip clubs is a flawed idea anyway. That's just my personal point of view. I appreciate and acknowledge sisters that participate in stripping, and also those who work in the sex world. That ain't, to me, that there's no negative culture associated with any one of those industries. That's just me. So I want to start there. But second of
Rampant
all, my
sexualism, though,
I
that
I
is
don't
somewhere we can go.
again for me,
Okay.
that's my point of view. I mean, I don't care about what people do to pay their bills. That's their business. But as it pertains to my metrics, I have one successful metric that matters to me: closing the gap between black men and black women's participation in electoral politics, in a space where we're including more brothers who speak on behalf of the community. From the gap currently is about 13%. I don't need any decrease in black women's turnout, but I want the participation between black men and black women down to 7%. At that point, we cannot lose on our behalf when brothers are speaking in that manner, in that tone. Every party is obligated to stop and reevaluate all this bullshit as it pertains to black men and this pathology that they believe exists in us as it pertains to us being apolitical and as it pertains to us being, and this shit is, I need to say this again. My work is not based off of emotions. I feel like emotions will get us lost. My work is based off of 20 plus years and 162 campaigns dealing with black men all across this country and also throughout the diaspora. So I'm not talking about shit that I feel moves black men. I'm talking about shit that black men uniformly agree on, which is why we always narrow down to the top 3 issues that we can figure from all of our focus groups, not just in one of them, all of them. So, and we own more data on black men than any other organization in this country. Again, Black Male Voter Project, a black man organization, 100% black organization, owns more data on black men than any other organization as it pertains to our social life, the clubs, the groups, the street tribes that we belong to. We own more of that data than anybody else in this country.
All right, I'm gonna bring in.
That's
Go
powerful.
ahead. I'm gonna bring in another speaker, a returning speaker, Atlanta State Fire, and then I'm gonna go over to who? Let me see who this is. Reverend. I can't see all this. Reverend Damian Jones, and then we'll go into a couple more questions, and we'll spread it out, and then we'll start winding it down in about another 30 minutes. So, Atlanta State Fire, who do you love? Go ahead.
I want to definitely speak on what he's talking about and everything, and be real frank and honest with everybody involved in what he's actually doing. He built a commercial and everything based off of persona. So basically, what he did and everything was accurate, and he actually did it the right way. It just to the point and everything. The persona wasn't what to point what we actually wanted it to be, but based upon his actual reach and the people who was trying to actually reach in the process, I don't know his complete metrics, but he's actually 100% correct. Now, I mean, it is what it is, but based upon what he was trying to actually do and everything, and based upon marketing, when you're dealing with marketing, you're dealing with commercial, and you're dealing with reach, regardless of whether it's positive or negative, it's based upon your actual point and everything, what you're trying to actually do and during the process. So only he knows that, but he's actually 100% correct, and based on his marketing and persona he was trying to actually do.
Okay.
All right.
Hold on. I didn't mean to mute everybody. My fault. All right. So I'm gonna bring in Reverend Damon unless Monday wants to respond. And also after this, we not gonna talk about this commercial no more because I understand people. This commercial got people heated, and I understand people feel a certain way about it. I feel a way about it too. But I don't want to turn this space into let's go at that commercial. I want to kind of keep the focus on what black men can do to gain their respect. Are we respected or disrespected? I know I get it though. I know ass is a hot topic and it draws people's attention. It's actually kind of ironic because we just spent damn near half an hour talking about that commercial because of ass and everything, and everybody's on that. But I do want to get off that. I want to get off the ass and get back on the polls and everything for a second. Down. That's kind of a pun, but you know what I mean. So I'm gonna let Monday respond, and then we go over to Reverend. If you are a Reverend, forgive me, Reverend. I didn't mean to say all that in front of you. Forgive me. Just you got to forgive me on that. I'm sorry. Just pray for me on Wednesday. So go ahead, Mondale, and then we'll open it up again. We'll move on.
No, I mean, I just not to hop on this ad anymore. Steph, I feel
Yeah.
you, brother. It's not for you, my guy. I hear you on that. I hear you, but you cannot discount the millions of conversations we have with brothers that it is for, though. So I feel you that it's not your ad. I hope one of the other ads we created was for you. If not, send us a motherfucking idea and I will fund it. I don't care,
All
dog.
right.
I fuck with black men across the board,
All
straight
right.
up. But I can tell you right now, though. I can tell you right now what I can't do. I can't put out a message that's conservative because black men ain't conservative, not in the real
Hold on,
sense.
hold on. All right, now my man.
Oh boy,
Hold on,
hold
hold on,
on.
Oh,
hold on, hold on,
Steph,
here
hold
we
on,
here we
go.
go. Well, okay,
Uh,
30 more minutes. Let's mark it down.
hold on. Oh shit, my brother Mondale, my nigga.
Hey,
Woo,
Steph, go on
brother,
mute.
you.
Take some breaths. Take some breaths
Hey,
and go on mute.
hey, I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna let you go ahead and collect yourself. And I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna let you. I can see you probably done got up from where you sitting at and walking around the room and everything. So I'm gonna let you do that. And then when you take a deep breath, matter of fact, let's all do that. Let's do that. I wish I was still hosting these with my sister Black because she had that real soothing, chill voice and everything. I used to love hosting these spaces with her, but she's living her life and doing her stuff overseas. So I'm gonna let her do her thing. So let's breathe in, then breathe out. We're not gonna talk about the get your booty to the polls video no more. If y'all agree with that, put your thumbs up or 100 so we can move forward. We finna jump into conservatism or whatever, and then we gonna keep it pushing. But we not gonna talk about them ass shaking girls no more. We've thoroughly exhausted that topic. So now I'm finna open the door up again. I'm gonna let y'all speak. I'm gonna give Steph the microphone, and then we gonna move on. All right, here we go. Let me get a whip and a chair just in case you see it. Oh, so let me open it up. Here we go. All right.
Hey, what news station them girls
all
work
right,
for though?
all right,
For real.
all right. So look, all right. So hold on. So listen, man. So I want to say, hey, that last line you said was the perfect segue. It don't get much better than that. But before I even touch on that, I want to holler at what Atlanta State Fire said because here's the thing, man. I am 35 years old. I have been doing marketing myself since I was 15 in the streets promoting. I've done it from guerrilla marketing to digital marketing. I run my own digital marketing agency. Like, listen, if you want to talk about data sets and demographics, bro, I do this. I live this. I breathe this. You know what I'm saying? And what I'm telling you is all that data don't matter if it doesn't convert and it doesn't translate. So listen, data can be the end all be all, but if it's not utilized and guided in the right way, then it's not. Then it's a waste. So listen.
Mm.
So I'll tell you that off top. But here's the thing: to say to say that black men are not conservative. Whoa, listen. First of all, I even hate that. I hate that label because it it's it's so cheap, right? Because if I tell you I'm conservative, now I'm a I'm a black MAGA dude with the red hat, and I'm Kanye, and I got an F-150, and I'm this and I'm that, and I'm telling you, listen, that you just saying that alone shows me how big, and this is not to say you not a real nigga, because I believe I listen from listening to you. I know that you're authentic and you believe what you say. And like I said, everything that I say from black man to black man is always from a place of love and respect,
Of
and
course,
most
of course,
and most importantly honor. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna tell you
of
that off
course,
top.
of
But
course.
listen, there are so many black men who probably and not even just black men. Listen, if you want to talk about black culture, listen, man, black people, especially back in the day, right now, not so much, but back in the day, were the most church going, the most God fearing, the most forgiving, the most loving, the most Christ like. We're talking about Baptists,
That don't make you
all that.
conservative, dog.
But listen. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to tell you. I'm sorry to tell you. But a lot of the beliefs that come from the church and come from Granny and them and come from Papa and them. Listen, mind you, I'm a Jamaican. I'm not a black
Wagwan.
American, but I have well, respect, but I have a lot of love and respect for black American culture, especially the black American culture that came out of the church. Because as a Jamaican, I connect to that. You know what I'm saying? And what I'm
I
telling
feel
you
you.
is, is that our beliefs, a lot of them are quote unquote, however how folks want to describe it, as conservative. So what's happening is that a lot of what's being said is being lost in translation. And here's the thing, like I told you, bro. Listen, bro, I'm in Miami. I love the
I
strip
feel you.
club. I got homegirls and strippers and sex workers and listen, I all that and shit. Hey, I got homies that be pimping and doing all that. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm telling you is this: from a political perspective, there is a balance between all right, here's a stuffy ad telling you about policy and what we want to do, and the other extreme of yo get your booty. Like there's a
You,
healthy medium where you can speak to the black man. Bro, you ain't got it. You ain't got
Steph.
to be Ti. Hold on. Let me finish. Let me get this out. You ain't gotta. You don't have to use 4 or 5 syllables in a word to try to speak us because we are whether we're street or college educated, we still have our own mindset and the things that
Indeed.
we know. Right. So what I'm saying is that there needs to be a better approach in how we in how politicians, especially the
So
Democratic Party, connects to black men because listen, I know you got all the data, but it's like there there's still a disconnect, and like I
so
said, it's
so
not a real nigga, but there's something being missed,
so
and hold
again,
on.
I want to say again, Steph, you're saying you're forgetting the meat of the conversation, my bro. And I think let me chop it up a little deeper.
Hold on. Tell me, pause, what the meat what the meat is, pause.
All right, that's what I'm going to right now. So you're
Straight
saying
up.
there's a happy medium between a stuffy political policy ad and also get your booty to the poll. And I already articulated that we run the gambit on those ads, stuffy political ads, all the way across remix videos which you don't like, strip club videos, also funny ads. We do everything that reach the demographic of black men we need to reach to. Now, when I say we're not conservative,
Clearly
when
not.
I do.
All right. What we're gonna do is let the man finish his point, and then you can respond. And then for the last time, we're not gonna talk about this ad no more. All right, we're gonna open it up again. This done turned into the get your booty to the pole space. We're gonna leave that damn ad alone, and then we're gonna keep it pushing. All right, go ahead, man.
Yeah, we need to move past.
Go ahead, Mondale. Wait for the double mute to go off. Go ahead.
Yeah, I said we need to move past this ad expeditiously. Listen, here's what I'm trying to say, Steph. We run the gambit on ads. They're out there. The idea, what we can't do though is I can't argue. You're saying I got all the data and it don't matter unless you're trying to tell me my ads don't transition. I'm telling you, the year that I ran that ad, the year that we're targeting this demographic of black men, we watched 140,000 black men that fit in this demographic vote that did not vote for Barack Obama or Stacey Abrams or anybody in between those years. So you're saying because you feel some type of way about the ad, it didn't move, brothers. I'm telling you, the work of Black Male Voter Project moved 140,000 people, not just to vote in the general election where you can't tell how they voted, but 140,000 of them to vote in the primary, and they never voted. These brothers did not vote. The only thing they did was register. And we moved them from registering and being registered from 2012 to 2020 and not voting to participating in the electoral process. So the idea that you don't want to take my data into consideration is something I can't argue because at that point it goes back to being anecdotal and I can't compete with how it made you feel because that would be me trying to invalidate how the ad made you feel when in actuality my job is to engage more black men in the electoral process and Black Male Voter Project has been successful at doing that.
All right, so we're gonna I'm gonna bring it over to the Reverend. Maybe he can move us off of this into something else. Reverend Damian Jones, come over here and preach the word over everybody so we can move on to something else.
Yeah. Appreciate you, brother. No, ain't gonna be no preaching, and I think y'all done a good job to unpack that ad. Peace to all the brothers and sisters in the room. Thank you, brother, for having this important space. Um, I don't know if I'll say something that other people have already touched on and talked about, but politically, I have a very unique experience because I'm now a Republican, but I used to be a Democrat for a long time, a political operative, did a lot in Democratic politics. So I've seen both sides of it, right? And so to answer your question, are black men politically respected or disrespected? I would just say disrespected. I really don't think there's any level of respect for black men, any value for black men in the political spaces right now. If you talk about at the grassroots level, if you talk about at the very top, if you talk about Democrats, if you're a black man who is true to your conservative values, because black men, black people are conservative, we just don't want to admit it. And when I say conservative, that doesn't mean you are a Republican. It just means that we all, mostly as black folks, are raised conservatively. If we came out of the black church, we all espouse conservative values. Now, where you align in terms of Democrat Republican, that's based on, your neighborhood relationships and things of that nature. But we're conservative. But as a black man, if you stand on, hey, I'm not a big fan of the LGBTQ agenda. I want to protect my kids from drag queen story time and things of that nature, right? If you feel that every job or every position shouldn't go to black women and you think there's value in black men, on the Democratic side, then they call you a bigot. They shout you down. They'll try to find ways to attack you, attack your character, attack your career, and things of that nature. Happened to me, right? And so you're not respected unless you are jumping on the Let Black Women Lead program, and the program that says that black men are supposed to sit in the back and not be leaders and just go along with this agenda that's attacking our children, attacking our family unit, and things of that nature, right? Now, flip it on the other side, and I'm just talking about sides here. On the Republican side, I won't say that black men are disrespected, but I won't say for surety that is the case or is not the case. What I will say is that Republicans are somewhat afraid of black men because they haven't figured us out. They are trying to figure out, like, what's our angle, right? I'm telling you, when I go into Republican spaces of black men, they look at me, they're happy to see me, but at the same time, they're like, is he up to something? Is he a plant? How can we embrace him? Is he going to bring value to our situation or not? Right. And so they're kind of like, I want to embrace it, but should we, or should we just stay with the traditional thing that we're doing? Right. So I think there's a kind of mystery over there. But we as black men, what we should do, and I say this all the time, I don't advocate, although I'm a Republican, I don't advocate for black men to go be Republicans, right? I don't advocate for black men to be Democrats. I advocate for black men to be on all sides of the spectrum, right? So if you feel like you're a Democrat, go be a Democrat. If you feel like you're a Republican, be proud and go do that, right? Don't worry about the shaming that's coming from other black people who aren't proud enough to stand on their values and stand on protecting their children and making their community stronger. Go do that. And if you, as the brother said earlier, most of America are independents, black, white, blue, red, or what have you. Most of Americans are in the middle. No American aligns with every issue of their particular party. So most of us are independents anyway. So we need to be independents as well. And then, as we're doing now, meet in the middle and have quality, respectful conversations, Torraine, right? To talk about how we build as black men, not as a I'm on this side, you're on this side, and attack one another, but how is we as black men who are at the end of the day trying to build the black family, what can you do in the Democratic bucket? What can you do in the Republican bucket? What can you do from the independent standpoint? We meet in the middle and make our family stronger. But to overall answer the question, there is no respect for black men in the political process. And I'll say this last point, because one of the things that happens is black men, Democratic black men, attack any other black men who don't align and talk like them and speak like them and
Cap.
espouse the same values. And it's very, very detrimental to our community, right? If you aren't a Democrat, if you aren't supporting Joe Biden, if you aren't talking about lifting up all these crazy, controversial talking points coming from the Democrats as a black man, then you are shouted down. Your opportunities are taken away from you. Like the brother said, you're called a MAGA bigot, so forth and so on, and that is just so unproductive. One of the things Martin said, when Malcolm died, when Malcolm got killed, and they interviewed Martin, and they asked him about the situation, and Martin said, "We have to learn how to disagree without being violently disagreeable," right? And so, if black men are not going to be respected in the political space, if black men aren't respecting each other in the political space and aren't valuing each other's opinion and differences not lifestyle differences of perspective in the political space. And so I'm not seeing any respect, to be honest with you. I don't care what facet, what corner you come from, and I wish we could do a better job of that. Thank you, brother.
So
Hey,
thank you so
Reverend, let
much.
me ask, hold on. Reverend, I want to ask you something real quick because this is something
Okay.
I think is important. When we talk about conservatism, I don't want you to, and I want you to correct me if I'm wrong. I'm gonna ask you this question. I think the majority of black people, when they talk about being conservative, a lot of us grew up, quote unquote, conservative without even really knowing we were living by that title. Am I right or wrong? And I'm gonna explain what I mean.
No, you're exactly right.
Most black people, especially from a certain demographic, coming from I'd say up until maybe the 1990s, most black people, especially like older black people, they would be considered what would now be considered fiscally conservative and socially liberal. And what I mean by that was whether it was your grandmother, your auntie, your mother and father, most of us, if you not unless you grew up really wealthy, had people who were living either, working class, sometimes poor working class, maybe middle class. But people who grew up that way tended to be very, very conservative and very, very particular about what they did with their money, how they spent their money, how they spent their money. I've looked at the research and we had stronger saving accounts up until maybe the early 2000s where people would put every dime that didn't go into their household upkeep into checking accounts or saving accounts, and they would never touch that money unless there was a family emergency or a household emergency. Am I correct? Am I right or wrong? I think you're a little bit older than me. I can't tell. Am I right or wrong?
I'm 38, brother, so you might be
Oh,
older than
okay.
me. We might be the same age, but you're right.
You got me back up. Okay, so and now when we talk about social conservatism, um, every black neighborhood, I think, no matter where you grew up, had some people who may be LGBTQ or gay or whatever you want to call them. For the most part, I'm not saying things did not happen. I'm not saying there weren't like unkind things said to people, but for the most part, most black communities have a live and let live policy for the most part. People leave you alone as long as you're not bothering
Exactly.
nobody. People leave you alone. Am I right or wrong?
As far as I know, that's how we
That's not a
grew up.
conservative standpoint,
Okay.
though.
No. Wait. No. I get it. Let me finish my point. My point is this: the way black people view conservatism is totally different than the way white Republicans and
Mm,
far right people have taken conservatism and stretched that out to mean a lot of different things. A lot of things that black people consider are conservative are really just basically socially moderate and financially moderate positions. The issue I think is a lot of the people on the far right have embraced a lot of the white supremacists, even though you can all say it's all white supremacists. But I'm talking about the hard white supremacist world point of view about what conservatism is. And they poisoned the idea of conservatism to the point where other black people won't even go near it at this point. Am I right or
ooh.
wrong?
Can I say something though,
But
Torraine?
let me say this real quick.
No, I'm gonna let you in on it. I just want to get this brother's point of view, then I'm gonna throw it to you. Go
No,
ahead.
yeah, you're exactly right. But you have far right and far left people on both sides. But yes, sir.
No. I get that. I'm just speaking. I'm just staying on conservatism because in the public mind right now, the first when you think of conservatism, the first thing you think of is somebody like a Rush Limbaugh or somebody like or Mike Pence or people like that or Donald Trump, people like that. And even though they're not really conservative, they're really opportunists. But I'm saying that's in the public mind what conservatism is. And I think there's a middle ground of what social conservatism is, which is really just being financially responsible and socially responsible. And you believe that a household may be a man and a woman and your children and everything else around that. That doesn't mean you hate it. It just means that this is what I stand on. And for the longest amount of time, the black community stood on those principles. And I think a lot of black people who can call themselves conservatives, that's what they mean. Now we have the people like the dancing, we have people like the Uncle Toms and people like that who we're not going to address in this point of view. But I'm just saying, I think sometimes there's a disconnect between what black people consider conservative and what
Mm,
people who control the narrative of conservatism really mean. That's what I wanted to say.
Hey, brother Turin, let me say this real quick, 45 seconds. A
Sure.
last point and my last point I was making about black men attacking other black men and the differences of opinion. I want to lift up this specific example.
Hmm.
In my opinion, we have two fearless, ferocious, free black men leaders in this country. One is the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, and then the second one is Dr. Cornel West. Dr. West is brave enough right now to run for president, and you interviewed him, Brother Torraine. You did a great job there.
Thank you.
And Dr. West has always talked about uplifting black people. He always said his love starts on the chocolate side of town and then it oozes out to other people, right? I'm a devout, loving Christian today because of me finding Dr. West in 2008, right? Because I was in the wilderness before that. And so I thank God for that brother and what he's done in my life, right? But you now have black men, particularly Democratic leaning black men, attacking Dr. West on every side, attacking his relationship with his children, attacking his taxes, attacking his relationship with his baby, all this kind of stuff that ain't really none of our business, because he's brave enough to be a Jesus loving free black man and stand up tall and lift his voice and run against the powers that be in what he sees is a better way to lead America. And instead of a lot of us lifting him up, right? People are tearing him down because he's running against Joe Biden and that he's challenging the quote unquote Democratic nominee. And that's one example where I think it's just disgusting, right? You may not agree with Dr. West, that's fine. But that's a black man that has not sold out for the community. If we want to talk about his personal issues, that makes him more relatable because there's a whole bunch of black men that have complicated relationships with their baby mothers and taxes and child support and things of that nature. That does not invalidate their experience in America, and it leads to the higher point of that black men are not respected in the political space, because if you don't say what people want you to say, then they'll start digging into your child support payments and try to discredit you instead of listening to the valid and credible points that you're making about how to make America better. Thank you, brother.
I'm gonna say,
So
before,
Torraine,
hold on. I'm gonna let you get it. I just want to speak to that point, and then I'm gonna throw it to you, and then we'll go around to Fresh and the other speakers and Marcus. I do want to say this. It's kind of funny you mentioned that. After I finished interviewing him, we had about 5 minutes before he had to go do something else, so we talked a little bit. And I said to him that now that you're moving into the political sphere, a lot of these people on a lot of these platforms that used to blow your phone up to have you come and speak and be on their documentaries are gonna come at you, right? And he just kind of laughed at me and he said, "Yeah, brother, I already know that." So I'm just saying that to say that, yeah, once you step into politics, it's a whole different beast. A lot of the people you thought were your friends are going to put a knife at your throat. So I think he's aware of that. But to your larger point, a lot of times, man, we have to separate the political pundit class from the poor and the working class. And the people who were in the pundit class, the people who were in the powers that be class, even though that's a terrible turn of phrase, the people who were in these rooms and the people who were connected to the system, they don't give a fuck about nobody. They don't care about you. They don't care about me. They don't care about nobody in this room talking right now. So whatever's going to get them a bag, whoever they got to flip on to get them a bag and make them get a pat on the head from the people who really pay their paychecks, you just got to understand that it is what it is. So that's what that's about, man. Go ahead, Montel, and then I'll go to
Yeah.
Fresh, and then we'll go to Marcus.
So I don't have Reverend in front of my name, but I'm also, I wear the cloth too. So let me just say this: the idea that the black church is a conservative space historically, it's just flawed. I mean, the idea the black church is founded on black people being free and equal. That is the most radical motherfucking position you can have in America. The idea that black people are equal to that of white folk, that we have a right to worship free without the restraints of government, without the restraints of slavery, the black protest, it comes out of the black church. The black church is not a conservative space. Conservatism has never been that of black folk. This idea, everything that brother named as conservative is names that white people came up with. To be conservative, I mean to be black and black church, the black pastor is Cornel West, yes, but it's also Howard Thurman. It is also the brothers the books. If you talk about James Cone, there's nothing about Jesus and the lynching tree that is conservative. The idea that you can't talk about the gospel and the hanging or the cross hanging of Jesus Christ and black people being lynched. That is not a conservative idea if you consider that book was written in the 60s when black people were being hung. When he was saying that the only reason that we have gospel is to address that is plaguing those who are oppressed, meaning to address what's going on, the status quo. The conservative is to maintain and hold the status quo. Black people are not a conservative people. That's just the point of it. The idea that conservatism is marked by whatever the LGBTIQ movement is, whatever the Black Girl Magic movement is, that ain't the progressive movement. The progressive movement is Jesse Jackson's 1984 platform that said everybody deserves universal health care. Black people deserve reparations. That is the black church movement. Reparations and equality for black people. That is progressive idea, progressive thinking. And the fact that we're willing to sell that off to people for bullshit makes no sense to me. The idea that we want to call ourselves our thinking, the black church is a radical institution, and it always has been. You can't even understand the black church if you don't understand black protest. The first black protest, the most black protest that happened during slavery was around church. Black people wanted to eat their food when they had service. White people wanted to give them their food on a certain day. Black people said, "Fuck that. We will break your tools. We will not pick cotton if we can't have what we need to have our church service the way we need to have it, to have dinner and our food prepared the way we need to prepare it." That is not a conservative idea. That is a progressive idea. So that my thinking is the black church has never been a conservative space. The black people are not a conservative people. Our entire movement, everything we do is about progress, moving the entire people forward. Every movement, even including the LGBTIQ movement, is built off of the struggles and fighting of black people. Everything. Everybody that's fighting to be free or seen as whole is based off of black people. That's just a fact, man. And that is the anti of conservative.
No, I feel you. I get you on that. I just wanted to make the point that I'm saying that a lot of the things that we have that we call traditional values in the black community, a lot of that stuff has been folded into the idea of conservatism, and then it's been folded into the larger idea of white conservatism, which is totally antithetical to what we deal with as everyday people. That's all I wanted to say. Let me go to Fresh again, and then we'll go to Elder Max, and then we'll bring in a couple new speakers. And I see there's a lot of people. There's a lot of hands up in here. We got about almost like 500, maybe 700 people in here right now. That's crazy. But thank y'all for listening. I'm gonna try to get to as many people as I can while I can. So just bear with me because I'm the only person hosting this. So go ahead, Fresh, and then we'll go over to Elder Max, like the church coming in here today, and then we'll go over to we'll go over to Marcus.
Say, look, y'all rang the alarm. Y'all talked about the church, boy. They showed up. Man. Shout out to the Lord. No, but I do want to say just shout out to both the Reverend and Brother Mondale just for having the conversation. I think quite often, a lot of times, and at the top levels and the more represented levels, we see a very dismissive nature on both sides. But when you have a conversation, right? Like it's just always rhetoric that's weaponized to like demonize each other. I mean, I think most of the times, right, on both sides, what you'll see, and I don't think this always represents the totality of the parties, but it's their representation to the vast majority. It's always extreme points that are weaponized, right, and used, and it off puts people on both sides, right? Because I do believe I slightly disagree with you, Brother Mondale. I do believe that we are historically moderate conservative, right? Because we also talk about historically how the parties flipped, right? How the parties also flipped, right? In terms of their views, right? The Liberal Party was more of what the ideals of what the Republican Party, claims to run on or says they run on and things of that nature, and the Democratic Party was more, was more of the conservative party, or the more staunch party at that time, historically. So I think that has to also be represented. But I do believe that historically we are moderately conservative as it comes to family structure and things of that nature. As what puts a lot of people off, right? If you talk about the Democratic Party, what puts a lot of people off is the extreme points that come out. And they may be misrepresentation, but like I said, they're said, which is we're the morally correct party. That's how it's portrayed. And I'm not saying that represents everybody in the party, but that's how it's portrayed. Like if you don't support this, you're morally incorrect. And then on the flip side, from the Republicans, it's we're trying to save America from those people. Both are the extreme views that are kind of pushed. And I'm not saying that's what it is and that's what the party is. That's what's kind of pushed and that's what people kind of see. And that's why I spoke earlier about we need to exist in the midline. We need to exist in the median because I feel you draw more people in like that, especially in the Black community, because there may be one or two things where we may have really strong ties to, but I feel more often than not, we need to get more to a communal thinking and be like, okay, how do we do this? How do we weaponize, or not weaponize, how do we motivate and leverage our vote to get what we want? One thing a lot of other races do, right? And this is one thing that we can learn from them, right? One of the few things that we can learn from them is just leveraging our vote. That's why I keep speaking on political maturity. Malcolm spoke about how we were very politically immature, right? And whether you liked it or not, right? Like when Trump won that first time, how he was kind of running on the outlier of politics. Like, I'm not a politician. I'm coming in. These guys have had years and years to do things. They're actual career politicians. They've done nothing for you. That stirred a lot of people up, whether you like him or not, whether your opinions of him or not. That point right there was such a strong point to people, no matter what he said, that's what really quelled and got him a lot of votes. It's like, bro, these people, like Joe Biden's is a lifetime politician. What has he done for you? These people are lifetime politicians. What have you gained? What has helped your status quo? So I think that's something to really focus on, moving forward, because I think we definitely have to start talking across the aisle, and not just hollow representation, like really having conversations, sitting down and iron it out. Black people, right? You know what I'm saying? We need to start ironing it out. Like, how are we going to do this? How are we going to focus on the housing crisis that's going on in many major areas, right? Most of us live in the major areas. How are we going to start focusing on, how to get, gain or attain generational wealth, or just livable wealth, or livable standards and things of that nature? We need to start talking about things like that. Start talking about, gun control, because historically, gun control is only hurt Black people. Right, we know that all the types of gun control and the way they try to politicize guns and things of that nature, it's historically meant to disarm Black people. That's all the original uh, uh, gun control laws that were on the books were meant to disarm slaves or freed men from protecting themselves. You know what I mean? So it's just things like that when we start having a conversation about that they try to hyper politicize and take out of our hands. But those are the conversations we need to have. Even surrounding, like I said, with the LGBTQ, like it's been a problem that the LGBTQ has been the mass representation. And I'm not talking about what it is, I'm talking about how it's portrayed of the Democratic Party. And it's like, if you don't get on board 100% with what we're saying, right? Because a lot of times what happens is people who are of that community make that their whole person, like their whole personality, their whole representation, when you're more than just that. Like, we can probably agree on so many other things politically, and we may disagree on that, but it's like, cool, don't make that your whole representation, because if you do that, that's like a staunch disconnect between us. You know what I mean? So I just think we have to start focusing on talking across the aisle and really, coming together with some actionable things.
No, thank you for that. Thank you for that, Fresh. I really appreciate that. Let me go to Elder Max. And same deal as everybody else. Are Black men politically respected or disrespected? Yes or no, and why?
Hey, respect train. You always have the serious rooms, serious conversations. Reverend D. Uh,
Thank you for that, man. I try not to do the. I know there's plenty of places who call themselves political and they get into screaming matches and cussing each other out, but I run my spaces like I try to run my life. I keep
well,
everything even and chill.
we've forgotten for some reason how we can disagree with each other. But a lot of times you can change minds through respect and open dialogue. Today we can't disagree with each other because once you disagree, then comes the threats, and then comes the rundowns, and it gets us nowhere. And it keeps happening in these damn spaces. And a
No,
lot of times I get pissed
we're
off
all we're
about it.
all
You know what I'm saying?
no, we're all grown men in here, man. We talk with each other, even though it's passionate and we disagree. It's all love, man. That's how I try to do that. But I feel you though. Thank you
Exactly.
for that.
Exactly. But getting back, conservatism is a commitment to traditional values and ideals with opposition to change or innovation. Proponents, right? The holding of political views that favor free enterprise, private ownership, and socially traditional ideals. Um, we've always been for that. Um, as far as the way we lived our life has been conservative ways. But we did lean Democrat when it came to social issues that helped our communities as far as policies for our communities. What we've seen now is that a lot of these policies have dried up. They're no longer talking about our communities. It's just like 2 years on here, I've been telling people immigration is the number one problem facing Black Americans in our communities. Because if you no longer have the power in numbers in your votes, you're not going to get jack. You hear what I'm saying? Your housing is going to be gone. Your policy, your resources are going to be gone. Your say so as far as what you want for your community is going to be gone. You're not going to have that power no more. They're going to look over you. You are being replaced. There's a reason why they are targeting the major cities at one time for Black American cities. Look at it: Chicago, D.C., New York. New Jersey, Los Angeles. You can go on and see what they're doing. And it seems like I don't know if these people on the left are getting paid money to screw their own people, but it's like they're doing it. And we're like, what the fuck? You got to vote for policy. This time, we got to vote against immigration because it's killing us. There
Yep.
was a space yesterday, right? Where there's one brother, I don't know where in the hell he's from, what education he had, saying that it's not hurting us. All this is not hurting us. He has to be fucking stupid. He don't know nothing about the Office of Money Budgeting. That you got to be counted for that money and resources to start coming back in your community. If you're not counted, then you're not doing nothing. There's a difference between reparations and delineation as far as getting the resources back to your community. You know what I'm saying? And I want to say one other thing. We've had gay people in our communities all our lives, all through time. You know what I'm saying? You knew somebody was funny, or you knew that uncle that was special. You didn't make a big deal out of it. Now, what we are faced with today with this LGBTQ shit and the way they pop off in our damn rooms, going after straight men, going after our women, we have to put a stop to that because you can't be LGBTQ first and you're not voting to put black first. Once you stop being black first, you have no value. You're no more use to us, all the damn community, and we have to start calling that shit out for what it is. Reverend D, I can disagree with you all damn day. Most of the time, we're on the same sheet of music, but I will never curse you or wish you harm or talk about your family. Okay, we gotta learn that only through respect for each other and love for each other that we can get on code, we can do things together, and it'll be wonderful. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to agree with the other person all the damn time. I don't know why today it has to be one way and not multiple truths because there's multiple truths out here. But we see this every damn day. We got to put a stop to it. Start having spaces that we produce and stop. I mean, kick out these immigrants and these tethers the hell out of our damn room. There was one the other day. It was putting down black men. Or I fire them every chance I get. I do this to black men. I do that to black men. What in the fuck are we talking about? And they're talking about your black women are better off with us. What in the fuck are we talking about? We have to stop allowing this bullshit to happen in our communities. And I'll land with that. Thank you.
Hey,
All
Max,
right, Elder Max.
thank you, Max. Hey, and
I didn't
thank you
Hmm.
for
expect you
your
to go off the
service to the
Bible.
country.
I didn't think he was gonna go off the Bible and turn up, but okay, I respect that though. It's all good. Damn,
Hey,
they say damn and hell in the Bible. You went a little bit left, but it's all good. It's all good. You the
It's
elder, so I'll be
passion.
quiet.
It's passion.
All right, it's all love. I joke. Okay, let's
mhm.
let's go to
Yeah.
Malcolm real quick, and then we'll go back to Mondale, and then we'll bring on a couple new speakers. It's 4:34. Let's give this a hard stop at 5 o'clock, and then we'll call it a day. I actually postponed two meetings I had because I wanted to get into this conversation. I think this is actually better, so we good. So Malcolm, you go ahead, then Mondale, and then Benny Lee, I think.
Hmm. All right. Bet, man. Hey, I'm loving the conversation right now. I feel like, again, we got some good retention rate, even though we delved into some more serious issues and some more serious talk. So that's great. But, a little bit to your point, what Elder Max is saying is entirely correct. And that's what I always tell people, especially when you're dealing with political parties, is that there's always a play at hand. And currently, appealing to the immigrants. We heard that about Stacey Abrams and how she ran her campaign, which is why Sister April and them basically went against her. Is that again? They're trying to also import a new populace, a new voting base. And the problem is when these people come in, they need social assistance. What social assistance is, it's not something that's like this infinite pool. It comes from your tax dollars. So large opposition to even the neoconservative party of old, the Koch brothers who were for open
Mm,
borders, but also the Democrats is that they want more immigrants to come in, and that creates a new voting bloc. And not only that, it siphons off social funding, a lot of the funding that people who are legitimately down on their luck, American citizens, actually need. But then furthermore, when you factor in birthright citizenship, after a generation, they end up replacing you as a voting bloc that can be catered to. They're not just coming here and not having kids. They're coming here and having 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 kids while they're sending remittances and money back to their home country, which eventually that influences more people to come on over and then into these communities and change the voting demographics. There's the same reason why Israel, number one, is ethnically cleansing Gaza and rejects the idea of a one state solution. It would be really easy just to annex the Palestinians and basically create a one state solution. But the problem is, when they do that, they are no longer an ethno state. Their population, the ethnic makeup of Israel, goes down to 40 to 30% overnight. And then all of a sudden they lose their political power. Then what? The politicians start changing. They don't start listening to your problems. They don't start hearing your issues or worrying about your community. And then the lines shift. And that's what you got to watch, especially when we talk about just sort of the Democrat ideology, when we are looking at the Democratic Party as, can we take it over? Probably. But the problem is it's a slow process and they see that ability coming. So what do? They preempt it. They start pushing open borders ideology. They start diluting your voter, your ability to vote. Again, voting rights, voting access, mail-in ballots, things like that. It sounds good on paper, but the issue is that, again, it does disenfranchise a lot of the people who are politically motivated to get out there and actually go vote by allowing people to simply write in simply send votes uninitiated, be persuaded, and basically, be bought. And, it dilutes your voting power, which dilutes your say. And that is a net negative for Black people, especially as we endeavor on this, this journey to ascend the political ladder, to ascend the financial ladder. Black men are out here trying to rise up. There's a reason that they don't want you to rise up, because when you start rising up, it's like I said earlier, you begin to start asking for more. You're no longer in that easily panderable political class that they can sit around and just earmark dollars to. Now they actually have to start fixing the economy. They actually have to start fixing the roads and spreading the wealth and spreading the money and the finances out. That is something that many of the companies and people that back these politicians and their candidacies and fund these super PACs, they don't want to do that. I'm telling you this now. That's why you have to remain politically independent. I mean no disrespect, Brother Mondale, but again, when we talk about Black people ascending to respect via taking over a party, when you get into bed with somebody, when you enter into intimacy with somebody, they're also entering into intimacy with you. So while you think you're taking from them, they're also taking from you. So you got to be careful there.
And hey, Malcolm, I want to say to your point too, and even to the brother before, elder or something. I can't remember his name, but I gotta say this real quick, because I think a lot of people also have a total, complete misunderstanding of the immigration that's happening right now. And I'm saying this as an immigrant, right? And it's actually you bringing up Israel is the perfect was the perfect point too, because I want all y'all, when you get a chance, to Google a company or Google an organization called Israel Aid, right? Israel Aid, right? It's an Israeli non-governmental organization, right? And here's the problem, right? And a lot of y'all will hate this, a lot of y'all won't, right? But the problem that's happening in America isn't right now immigration. The problem is illegal immigration, right? And as far as illegal immigration goes, listen, you guys are seeing Haitians, you guys are seeing Haitians on the southern border, right? First of all, how did they get there? You're seeing Africans in the middle of Atlanta. How the hell did they get there? They're getting there because they're being funded by international non-government organizations. Listen, a lot of Haitians, a lot of people in Africa, a lot of people in a lot of these poor countries, they do not have the money to travel the distances that they're traveling to get here. What's being done is being done deliberately from outside forces. And unfortunately, I know Mondale ain't gonna like this, but unfortunately, a lot of your Democratic politicians are wholly compromised by Israel, by Zionists. And these are
Check
the
the
particular
jumbotron, by the
people.
way. Look at
Like
Van
these,
Jones, CNN.
listen. Van Jones is particularly compromised. All of your black, the majority of your black talking heads, your black pundits, your black politicians, your Democrat politicians in general, they are compromised by the powers that be, and they are deliberately flooding your cities, and like you said, particularly black cities. For what reason? Because now not only are black people politically disrespected, I'm sorry to say, Mondale, you ain't gonna like this, but black people in America right now are politically irrelevant, and they're going to continue to pump illegal immigrants into your country. Listen, I came here legally. I flew here. I got my papers. My mom's got her papers. Like our whole family, and we love America. We contribute to America. In every city that we live in, we hire black Americans, hire Americans, and we contribute to the overall economy of the country because we appreciate what America has to offer, and we pay it forward, and we actually contribute to the society here, and we respect the history of black Americans, what they've done to allow a lot of Jamaicans and other people to be able to get here and do what they do. So I want to say all that up front, but y'all got to understand what you're seeing right now isn't just immigrants saying, hey, I want to come to America and I want a better life. They're being deliberately funded to get here because they want to destabilize American society. And the first people that are going to be disenfranchised are sadly black Americans. And why? Because as I said, as of right now, black Americans are politically irrelevant. And the last thing I want to say, Mondale, like you said, listen, you want to get black folks into voting. Listen, man, voting ain't enough. Voting is not enough because like I said, the Democratic Party in particular treats you know what they treat black people like? They treat black people like hoes. They treat black people like sex workers. They treat black people like prostitutes. They listen. They're gonna hoe us for our votes, and as soon as we done voting, as soon as we done basically fucking, like Malcolm said, because it's intimate. They're getting in bed with us. As soon as Democrats get their nut off, what they do? Kick us the fuck out their bed, except for another 2 years, 4 years when they want to fuck us again. And then after that, we'll see y'all niggas later because they treat us like hoes. So as black people, y'all need to understand. Stop being some hoes. Stop being some prostitutes. We need political power. We need economic power. We need media power. We need educational power. We need all that shit to come together like the goddamn Infinity Stones. We need that shit to come together like some goddamn Captain Planet shit so that we can make some real change. But thinking that voting is going to solve the issue, and it's not, my nigga. It is not. And as black folks, we need to put our heads together to make some real shit. And the last thing I want to say, every black person in America does not have to unite on some kumbaya singing songs, holding hands shit. All we need is a good 5-10% of people who got their shit together to do some real shit, and the rest of the folks who see what's going on will fall in line. But it has to be an organized elite group of folks to get the ball rolling, get the momentum rolling, and everybody else will fall in line. And that's my piece. Love.
All right, Mondale, I'm gonna get you. Got it.
So real quick, I first of all, this idea that Mondale's gonna have a problem with you saying some shit about Van Jones and the political voices of the talking heads means you don't know Mondale. First of all, I've deliberately for 20 plus years I've been in political work and never taken a fucking check ever from the party ever because I don't want to be compromised. That's the first thing. Secondly, I hear people bigging up Torraine for having intelligent conversations and also space, but we're saying shit that is not grounded in facts. And I feel like if I don't push back on it, they're just gonna go as if they are the fucking way of the political world. Why would the Democrats want to first of all, illegal immigrants is what the word you said. I don't believe people can be illegal. First of all, the idea that people don't have immigration status are diluting black vote is beyond illogical because you can't vote if you don't have status. First. Second of all, Democrats flooding the country with immigrants that don't have status makes no sense when they don't vote for Democrats. Brown people aren't voting for Democrats like black people are. They're splitting their vote more along the lines of white people. I don't mind the thumb down. Naeem, I feel like you have the right to feel that way, but I'm talking about facts. So if this conversation is about what's factually happening in this country, let's be serious about it. Let's be serious. The idea, when I'm telling you, Latino men vote just like white men. Latino women are voting just like white women. So why in the hell, if we know majority of this demographic is voting for Republicans, why would Democrats be sneaking them in, flooding them in when they're not becoming more and more this idea that they're becoming more and more Democratic generation after generation? That's not what we're seeing. That's just not what we're seeing. They are a conservative base. This is a Catholic base. These people don't believe in the LGBTQI community. They don't believe in overwhelmingly in abortion. These are not progressive voters. Let's just be honest if we're going to have this conversation. Let's be real. Secondly, the idea that Black people historically been conservative is funny to me for a couple of reasons. One, let's be serious. Black people have not been big enough to be considered in anything. So this idea that we've always believed in free market and bullshit is bullshit because we know this country's never been free market. The only thing free was our
we've been on
labor.
free
Hold on
market
one
since
second,
Africa,
Steph.
brother.
Hold on.
Yeah,
We're not gonna do that. Let him finish, and then we gonna go ahead. Go ahead, Mondale. Keep going.
Black people have never seen a free market in America. We've watched this country pick and choose what will be for white people and not giving us the same fucking thing. We've not seen it. Black farmers created the organic movement because the USDA wouldn't give us chemicals to keep our plants alive. So we figured that shit out by ourselves. And then they took our farms when they realized that we can grow shit. So this idea, this is how we had 1 million plus acres and lost it over 100 years. It wasn't because we didn't fucking pay our taxes or we were lazy. It's because they took it. Secondly, this idea that what used to be for Black people is the definition of what it means to be Black is flawed in a number of senses. Like what I said was we weren't like large enough. If you consider the largest generation before millennials, you have to go to baby boomers. Baby boomers was the largest generation ever. The problem with that is they were 80+% white, which means less than 12, 13% of them were Black. Right now, we have generations being born bigger than baby boomers. Millennials were bigger than baby boomers, and Zers are bigger than millennials, and they are the blackest and brownest generations ever, which means what's happening with these young generations must be listened to, must be followed. I don't give a fuck what we historically done. That's not the way forward because we can't determine what was and what is to be when the majority of Black people are being born now. Black people are being born now at rates that they never were. There was never a generation with more Black people than millennials. Now there are no more Black people than the generation behind millennials, the Zers. So to discount what these people are saying, what it means, their existence, these people are not in the church. These people are not buying into that narrative. So this idea that we have to do what was and discount what is illogical. Furthermore, and lastly, immigration is not the number one fucking problem for Black people. We just saying shit like that is wild to me. The number one problem for Black people is America. And it ain't got shit to do with immigrants. If we can spend more money in fucking Ukraine, if we can spend more money giving aid to Israel than we can to fucking brothers and sisters in Detroit and Flint with dirty fucking water, the number one problem is our government. The immigrants are not taking shit from us. The fact that immigrants are coming here with no status means they're paying taxes and not benefiting from those taxes. And we're not being serious when we're having conversations, saying shit that sounds good on the internet, but is not grounded in facts. So if you can fucking throw thumbs down about Mondale and what I'm saying, the truth of the matter is what's really ailing us is that our fucking government don't see us as human. The fact that the government will give less money to Detroit taxpayers than they will to Ukraine, Israel, or anywhere where there's light-skinned people. And
Now, I
ignore
can
the
agree with
fact
you
that
on
they're
that
not.
one.
That's the
All
real
right.
problem.
Let me go to Mr. Lilly. Mr. Lilly show. I tried to get him in early, and something was on with his phone. So let me go throw it to you, and then I'm gonna bring in some more speakers and a couple new people who were here before. Mr. Lilly, answer the question at the top of the space: are Black men politically respected or disrespected? Yes or no? And then give us what you got. Go ahead.
Well, like I can like well, good morning, sir, and I really appreciate you, and I really appreciate everybody
Good
down
morning.
there.
Good morning. Where you at? You
Good
overseas?
afternoon. I mean, good afternoon. Like I've been running around I've been trying to find a new job, and to answer your question, fuck no. Like no offense, but like fuck no. Like God, because dude, I am literally in the shit like every week trying to get involved locally in my government right now. And like, and yeah, I'm with the Republicans. So like the last guy is not going to like what I have to say, but I will tell him that I agree with like half of what you said, because that's the issue. You're right. The government has been fucking us, bro. And like, we need to get our people more of our people inside of these positions of power, because nobody's going to give us a break but ourselves, and we need to give ourselves a break, man. We need to start. That's what I did. I fucked up. I didn't fuck up. I wrote a letter because these niggas was doing some shit that was fucked up to my to people at my job, and I wrote a corporate letter, and they started retaliating against me. And like, you know how it is, they want you to laugh the little dumb racist jokes that are not really racist, but they're, you can hear it in their voice that they're saying some condescending shit because of the color of your skin. And the thing is, I got to the point where I was fed up with it, and I said no more. And so I tried to follow the proper channels. I tried to, talk to my manager. I tried to write a letter about it, and like I was a car salesman, and in the dealerships, we were fucking failing economically because there was a car shortage. There was a lot of turnover. There was a lot of issues we were having. And so I tried to use some of the community outreach that I've been doing. Like, I'm with the 1st Marine Division Association because I was in the Marine Corps for 5 years. And I also, do a lot of things locally with the GOP around town. And I go protest for Leave Our Kids Alone, because I'm to fight against the indoctrination. And I have a post on my page that says, "Wake the fuck up, America," because we need to wake up. People keep thinking it's about a Republican, a Democrat thing. Ain't shit. It's not about the political gangbanging. It has nothing about that. It's about each one of you guys rising up, becoming your own. Like New Negro and La Farmer said this in their space, and I've been preaching this shit all motherfucking week since I heard them say it. Is you need to rise up, be your own Martin Luther King, be your own freaking Malcolm X, be your own leader in your own community, and start being your own small business leader. Because that's what I did. I said, fuck those motherfuckers. I'm not gonna work for another corporation. I have my own business. I do small business consulting. So if y'all need a DJ LF, he does the hottest Latin shit. So let's
All
go.
right,
We gotta
brother.
run
All
our
right,
own
all
shit.
right.
Yeah.
You get to the point though. Land your plane,
Yeah,
brother.
that's my point. You got to run your own business, like what you're doing, sir. And I really appreciate you. And I'm gonna tell you props for you, because you are a leader in the spaces. Like, you don't realize how important you are, because you are gathering all these black people together to actually come together and talk about something. And how often can you get people to do that? And I just wanted to thank you. And I'll
All
step
right,
down.
man. Appreciate you. All right, let's go to Benny Lee,
What's up, Mr.
and then
Torraine?
what's up, brother? How you doing?
Good, from Jacksonville, Florida, born and raised. So,
Duval.
Duval. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I definitely appreciate having this space, man. I love political conversations. Uh, I am conservative. I'm not. I'm not espoused to any party. I am a registered libertarian, but I'm an opportunist, as well as I'm a capitalist, but I'm also a social justice warrior. I don't wholesale tether to any party. Um, One thing I would say, as far as answering your question, um, at at the top, is, of course, we're not respected, and I think a lot of what these brothers were saying are they're touching on a lot of good stuff, man. I definitely want to applaud y'all. um Mondale was saying our biggest problem is America, and that I think that's the second worst problem. I think our first worst problem is us being divided and us being as uninformed. We need to be a lot of so knowledge. They say knowledge is power, and I disagree with that. I would say applied knowledge is power. So we
Mm,
definitely need to have knowledge, but we definitely need to apply knowledge, and that's exactly what Steph was alluding to, as far as numbers not translating into action, right? Applied knowledge is power, and I do believe that once we are more informed about American history, but our history in American history, and not stopping there, of course, going into our own roots. If we want to try to preserve America, which is a place that's really not ours, we put sweat equity into it. If we want to do this and, stay abroad, I definitely do think that we need to understand a lot more, because the Constitution that this country is supposed to be built on is largely misunderstood by blacks and whites, by most Americans. Right? So, and I'm not saying I'm not the genius. I haven't arrived. I just have a lot of passionate conversations with anybody that has well intentions to share information and to get understanding and to elevate to different knowledge, different levels of knowledge. Um, yeah, I would say, like I said, we need to be. We don't have to be Republican or Democrat, but we do need to be monolithic in trying to leverage politically for ourselves. And that's something I do believe that the Democratic Party has been they've been pimping us. And what somebody else was saying, as far as Republicans, they've been trying to figure us out, but at the same time they can't really figure us out. And I don't think that we need to, wholesale go to one political party. We need to be for ourselves and be sophisticated enough or colorful enough or united, I would say united enough to be all over the place, but still arrive at a point that benefits us first and foremost. If we're going to stay in America, I would dare to propose, of course, covering home base first, which is Africa, and then building abroad, because I believe without connecting back to our roots, we're orphans, in an unsupported land. And of course, like somebody else was just saying, we had a black market, Tulsa, Oklahoma, but it got bombed the fuck up, right? So every time we do something for ourselves, we have no way to protect ourselves because we're in a land that was built for us, but wasn't built. It was built by us, but not built for us. And we can be united, but I mean, even that needs to be protected, right? So, I definitely have more to say. I can keep rambling on, but I want to circulate, let somebody else talk, and hopefully I could jump in later.
No, man, I appreciate you saying that, and I think you raised some very good points. Because look, we've this space has gone on for like 5 hours. It's been mostly black men speaking, and black men who are coming from different backgrounds, different economic statuses, different political points of view. And the conversation here has been very passionate. It's been heated a couple of times, but it's always come from a baseline of respect. And I think what has to happen, just on a cultural level, is that we got to get back to this idea that we don't all have to be on the same accord as far as like what we personally do in our own houses, what we believe in, even what we care about. But I think there has to be a baseline of mutual respect among black men. And then we have to understand and try to figure out how we can build and uplift ourselves as a collective instead of as individuals. Because you're right, we live in a culture. America is the ultimate individualist culture. America is the height of capitalist individualism, and the basic word for our culture. And I'm not talking about black culture, I'm talking about American culture as is, and it exports is fuck you, get money. Fuck
But see,
everybody, I got mine.
another thing
We
to
believe.
that American culture.
No, let me.
We
I'm gonna,
drive.
let me fin-
Go ahead.
hold
Go
up,
ahead.
brother.
Go
Let me
ahead. Go
finish
ahead.
though.
Yes, sir.
I'm just I'm just saying. I'm just saying that sort of mentality. I mean, hell, we were brought here because of that mentality. We were here. We were brought here to be cattle. We were brought here to be chattel slaves. Be brought here to be property. We weren't even considered human. And a lot of America's psyche about what we are, and even about the way Americans treat each other, is that we are only worth what we can do monetarily, and we're only worth what we can be exploited by. And I think a lot of us as people have basically internalized a lot of that shit. A lot of our politics comes out of a lot of that. A lot of our politics is altruistic, true enough, but a lot of our politics is so individualistic and capitalist that we can't even consider thinking about anything else. And we're going to have to get back to what we had before. I don't want to sound like the uncle on the porch, but it's funny that when we had less, we had more cohesion in the community. And I think I don't say we got to give up what we have financially or economically, what we do have, but we got to get back to thinking collectively and thinking like a community instead of thinking like individuals. Right now, America is a culture of individuals, and black people can't afford to be fucking individuals. We don't have enough to be able to do that shit. We got to come back to being leaders. We got to come back to being leading our community. We got to come back to the war when the old lady could be on the porch who wasn't even related to you and tell you to get your ass out the street. This car's coming. We got to bring that back. I'm not saying directly, but that's hope. We got to bring that mentality back. We got to start looking at ourselves as a collective politically, economically, and we can be individuals. We're all individuals. We all got shit we want to do. We all have dreams and goals and aspirations. But if the collective doesn't move, we're going to be fucked. And if you think I'm lying, talk to some of these people and some of these sisters that have been working in corporate America all for the past 30 years and feel empty as hell because that's happening. There's a whole TV show called This Is Us that talked about black people who put their whole life into corporate America. And corporate America don't give a fuck whether you live or you die. When you're dead, they will bring your daughter in to come work for them. We got to start thinking about ourselves again. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead,
You know,
man.
that communal resolve, man. That's what you just hit on, Torraine, was key. That communal resolve, and that's what's been lost. Because absolutely, we've always had people who were individuals, but when it came a point where it's like, okay, this is where my individualism leaves, and this is where my community picks up, and that's where we need to kind of have that resolve, and that's what's lost. And that's by design. And the thing is, and this is where I agree with the brother Benny Lee, and Steph. I was agreeing with Steph. We do have a lot of people who are very educated, who have a lot of numbers, right? And I've said this in spaces with you, Brother Terrain. Numbers don't mean anything until they're applied. Knowledge doesn't mean anything until it's applied to a lens. How does this knowledge or a context, how does this knowledge fit into this? Because if I just come and tell you 2.5% of this is 2.5% of this, it's like, cool, well, how does that apply? Well, it applies because of this, or, it applies because this is how it affects black people on this level, right? Like they were talking about immigration and the numerous ways how certain people believe that immigration affects us this way or that way, right? You see how it has to apply rather than just spout numbers? And a lot of times we get hit with the mysticism and the misdirection by a lot of the top politicians because they just throw numbers at you. And, a lot of people are of the resolve because they're uninformed because they've checked out. Oh, they said it, so it must be true. I mean, he threw me some numbers, so it sound good. It sound official. You know what I'm saying? So, I think that's the biggest thing. And like I said, once again, I do want to give all, especially you, brother Torrance.
Facts.
Yeah, especially you, Brother Torrin, because you have really curated a lot of these conversations since I've been on Twitter, or back on Twitter, and even before, you know what I'm saying, and having the tough conversations, but always with respect. And that's the biggest thing, yo. We need to learn, and I know it's been said multiple times, but we need to come together. We have to be able to disagree with respect and hear people out, you know what I'm saying, before you shut them down. I'm so happy, that the brother Mondale, you know what I'm saying, not only because he's in North Carolina, but that he was able to come and give his perspective because he did it on a grassroots level. Whether you agree with his methods or not, he did it. So we can't keep preaching, let's do it on the grassroots level, and then you not invite somebody into the fold that's actually done it. You know what I mean? Whether he have the same 100% political views, none of us are going to be 100%. Like I said, we just have to have that community resolve, and that's what's coming back. And shout out to the brother Damian Jones for coming in here and giving his perspective. Because we got to bridge the gap. I just think I'm gonna keep punching that and pushing that home. We got to talk across the aisle. We got to bridge the gap, because we are mostly independent. You know what I mean? So we got to really come and hone in on what Black people need communally. What are the things that are most important to us? So
No doubt. Um, let's segue into the tail end of the conversation. All right, so where do we go from here? We've talked about a lot of different issues. We've had a lot of different people come in with different perspectives, people who are actually doing grassroots work, people who are politically aware but may be apathetic, or people who are just tired, frustrated. So, where do we go from there? What do we do with this conversation that we had? What do we build on? I'm gonna throw it to Mondale, and then I'll pass it around the room, and I'll pass the mic. If you want to speak, put your hand up so we can see you.
Yeah, I appreciate the I appreciate the invite from well I was in the chat, but the invite to speak, to be a speaker. Thank you so much, Torraine. Here's what I would say. Listen, um, I don't think I've expressed one view that I believe to be mine other than how I feel about uh, sex workers, because that's my point of view. What I speak on is data that we own pertaining to the Black men who don't see themselves in the political space and how we move them to those polls. We are the only organization in this country, the first and only organization in this country that is a national organization with the sole purpose of being the voice of the 70% of Black men who don't regularly participate in electoral politics. That is a massive number of brothers. That is a massive number of voting age Black men from the age of 18 to 65 plus that don't see themselves in our electoral process. If I am to speak on what they would say, how do we go here? I would say we need to infiltrate Democratic Party structure. The reason I emphasize Democratic Party structure is because I am a pathway of least resistance of taking over. We see the other party in this country is dead set on saying that Black lives don't matter. These people are talking about protect the blue or stand with the blue, shit that is actually killing Black people in a real way. Motherfuckers don't want you to forget 9/11. They actually say never forget talking about 9/11. But more Black men have been killed by cops in the past 5 or 6 years than all the people that died on 9/11. And nobody wants us to remember that shit. I'm saying the only way we can change what's happening to Black men is if we be political. You can't say politics can't change shit when everything that's plaguing our community is political. Everything that's plaguing Black men in this country is a policy. A policy has to fix it. We have to start at the base level. It is not going to be quick, but it is also possible. And until we acknowledge that and bite into that idea that being political requires us to have a voice requires us to have a vote and exercise that vote. And if it wasn't so important, why in the fuck do they spend so much trying to take it away from us? Until we understand that narrative, we start exercising it in a way where we tell corny ass Black people, you've been barred from being the Black person voice, i.e. Van Jones, i.e. all the other motherfuckers that are taking these dollars, knowing that they don't give a fuck about our communities, knowing that they live in rich white neighborhoods benefiting from that. Then we are left in the wilderness. The idea that we could just up and leave America right now in the tone of tens of millions of people when Black people are living paycheck to paycheck more than anybody else is unrealistic in this moment. It's unrealistic in this moment. So if we are to look for what's real as it pertains to addressing what's ailing us, then we are obligated to take over the fucking political party where we already have a control mechanism. And that control mechanism is the Black vote. Thank y'all so much. I need to jump. I love y'all. Thank y'all for this call. Whether you like me, disagree with me, I appreciate y'all for being here. Peace.
No, thank you, brother. I appreciate you taking time this part of your day to speak on this, man. I appreciate you. All right, let's go to Benny, and then we'll go to Fresh, and then we'll go to Malcolm. Question: where do we go from here? And then we'll close it out.
Again, I definitely like to thank you for hosting Space Mondale. Everybody that's up here speaking, it's a breath of fresh air. Again, just talking with some intelligent Black men that challenge and give me fresh perspective. It starts with leadership. That's where leadership is where we, succeed and fall, right? One thing about leadership that I see in the Black community is especially, unfortunately, when it comes to Black men, um, whenever there is a leader that is a Black man, happens to be a Black man, we try to find something about that Black man to destroy his image and to disqualify him and to not follow the lead. We're not gonna find Jesus on this side of the planet, on this side of life. There's no perfect man, but um, we definitely need to find good leadership that actually is from around our neck of the woods and is like able to actually get engage our especially the younger generation, millennials, and younger, as well as knowing how to resonate with all people, really, essentially. I mean, I know that sounds a bit cliche, but that's really where it is. We have to start with leadership, and I just start. I just that's it. That's really where I want people to get to. Good leadership. We need to find good leadership.
All right, Bennett. Matter of fact, Bennett, send me a DM. I know a lot of people down in Duval who are doing community work. I'm gonna link you up.
Yeah, I definitely look into it. I'll definitely shoot you a DM.
Yeah,
I'm a sea merchant, so I'm not really at home a lot. But whenever I can really find some people to chit chat with, you ever heard of the great what is it, the Great Black Commission?
say again. I didn't hear you.
The Black Commission. I think it's the Great Black Commission or the Black Commission.
Not familiar.
Okay, we're talking to DM. Yeah,
Okay, send me that. And do you know Rockman on the city council?
I don't know Rockman. No sir.
I'm gonna
No
send you
sir. No
just
sir.
Yeah, DM me your info, and I'm gonna put you in. I'm gonna put you in the space with them and everything. We'll talk.
Okay, bet. We'll talk. Yes, sir.
All right, brother. Stay safe down there.
Yes, sir. Take care.
All right. Let's go to Malcolm, and then we'll go to Fresh, and then we'll wind it out. I think there's a couple more speakers, and I apologize if I can't get to everybody, but it's been 5 hours, so I'm sorry for that. All right. So Malcolm, where do we go from here?
Man, it's been 5 hours, but it felt like it was only two. So I mean, we got it going good. One thing that I'll say, especially having had good characters like Wandale and all them on, is that we've got plenty of things to put into action. We've got all sorts of great minds trying to come together and at least work towards some sort of solution. But the one thing that I do think that we can always do, regardless of whether or not we come together for some big sweeping reform, some amazing grandiose action, or some master plan that's been in the works for like 10 or 20 years, is to work on ourselves, man. Personal supremacy. Create your family unit, create your clan, inspire those around you to. Let's start building our communities out one event at a time. Let's you've got to have get-togethers, man. You can't organize your community if you're not even knowing what your neighbor's name is, or how many kids they got, or what they like to do. Like, there's a level of camaraderie and community building that, with this most recent generation dying out and going, it's falling by the wayside, man. Our generation, the millennials, we dropped the ball on this. Like, I remember going to all these cookouts, not just family gatherings, but these community events, and it's like, they're starting to become far few and in between. You just don't see the new old heads, the Gen Xers and the millennials getting together to hold it down like the boomers and the generation before them did. And that's going to go further in building out the culture and building out positive black male stereotypes than any other political action, any our funding behind, or anything else. Because you can build it, but if you don't teach your people how to maintain it, it's going to fall to shambles anyways. And that's what we saw. So, point being, guys, let's work on trying to host spaces like this, and not only just on X or Twitter or whatever, but hosting spaces in the real world, just in your small communities where y'all can get together and chop it up and have conversations like this. I know like I said, Dr. A, man, he had or I guess now he's Hannibal. He had one of the ideas of, building a having a group where they teach young men how to work on cars. And man, there's so much bonding that goes on there. And that goes a long way to help and teach people skills that can then allow them to become a benefit to their community and bring people to their community, and a service that then spitballs into rebuilding the community, man. It's not rocket science, and it doesn't have to be this massive military action or this massive reaction. It just takes time and effort, and it can be done on our off chance, man. Nothing's going to stop you from, looking up and getting together with a couple of your friends and, maybe starting a car washing organization just to help people out. And then, while you're doing that, you get a couple of more names and, you figure out what people want to do, and y'all start building an organization from there. Like, it's literally that simple. And you can do that while you're building your family. If you got kids, man, pass it along. Bring your son with you, like bring your son or daughter with you. Start building family. The same thing. Then before you know it, you can turn the tides, man. It's like football scored one touchdown, safety, or a field goal at a time. Nobody bounced a great comeback without doing one score at a time. Like, it just doesn't happen. So you got to take it that way. But other than that, man, pretty much my name's Malcolm on here, man. I just I do political analysis from the layman's perspective. Honestly, I'm always busy. Brother Torraine can tell you, man. I coach youth football. I own my own business, man. Run a shop that's been built by my pops for as long as I've been alive, and I work a W-2 job. So I'm pretty busy, but man, I've always got some student analysis for you. So give me a follow if you like what you hear. Other than that, just keep an eye out, man. Torraine, I do, we do podcasts with Stand Up Brothers and all this stuff all the time, man. That's pretty much it, man. I land.
All right, brother, man. Thank you for taking time out of your day to chop it up with us all this time, man. Appreciate you, bro. Y'all follow Malcolm Flex. All right, let's go to Fresh, Grand Admiral, and then we'll go to Atlanta State Fire, and then we'll round it out for the rest of the day. Go ahead, Fresh. Where do we go from here?
Yeah, appreciate you, brother. Kind of what everybody else is saying, but I'm gonna take it a step further, man. Just guys, get informed, get involved, and it starts with you, right? It starts with you in your individual households, and then each one teach one, man. The biggest thing is we have to start, communally communicating. Right, that's the biggest thing. Communally communicating. We can't shut ourselves off from the world. We can't just. I know it's easy to get caught up in the rat race, go to work and go home. I believe me, I understand, but get involved in some way, even if it's in a small way. Get in your school board. Biggest thing is find out who are the people, who is the who's who of your state and local government. Just get informed. You know what I mean? The best decisions are the informed decisions. So get informed, and things of that nature. And read up on these things. Tap in with people who are a great source of information. Brother Torraine, a great source of information. Plug in. He has, his podcast and a lot of other things that he's doing. Get plugged in with that, man. Just get involved in your communities. If there's any type of political action that you do support, right? Something that you do support and it's grassroots. I'm always big on the grassroots and church in the streets. Go support it. Go get involved. Go ask questions. You know what I mean? Just don't check out. I know it's easy to check out Black people. I know it's easy to check out. I know it's easy to be disheveled and uninspired, man. But I want us to live, right? I want us to stop this surviving. I want us to get to a point where we can live and collectively live. And it's gonna take all of us, man. If you have a talent, you know what I mean, that can help people, man, spread that talent. Like the brother Malcolm said, he has a shop and stuff like that. Other people do things. Me, I'm in the community. I do coach. I do basketball. He probably does the football thing, but I do basketball. But I'm also part of a large Black gun club here in Charlotte, man. And it's not, guns is probably the least thing we do. We just get together, man. It's camaraderie. We talk, men and women. It's actually quite a bit of women in it. We talk. We dispel a lot of the BS rumors surrounding guns because, believe it or not, a gun is a tool. You know what I mean? You are the person who controls what happens with the tool. I say it all the time, just like with X or social media as a tool, right? I can take a hammer and knock you over the head with it. I can take a hammer and build a house. You know what I mean? But it's up to the person. So that's who we want to reach. We want to reach the people. So just get involved, man. Get informed. And if you have any type of political, questions or anything like that, man, just like search it out. Search it out within the community. Like I said, Brother Torn is a great resource for a lot of these things, and he's able to curate conversations like you've seen today. So just get involved. Don't check out. Be encouraged. You know what I mean? And much love.
All right, Fresh. Thank you, my brother. Let's go to Atlanta State Fire. Who do you start? Go ahead, brother. What now?
Well, I just want to thank you, boss man, because you've been on here for 5 hours a day. I mean, you basically another on 3 hour show. So I mean, that's really something to be talking about. Definitely to point. I mean, everybody here, all you gotta do is take a couple minutes and just make sure you follow back on all his channels and his podcast as well as his YouTube channel. So it just takes a second, guys. Take a second, go ahead and follow back. And then the one thing I want to kind of end on is that like you said, we should take things back and everything. And the bottom line, when we take things back, is really taking things and put them all together. I just remember just being here in Atlanta myself and everything, and this one summer. I did one cookout and everything at my place. Me and my roommate at the time was my cousin and everything, and we did the cookout and everybody came, but we all knew each other. It was like a community there. But once we did that one cookout, me and my cousin, we didn't cook any food until like from April to like maybe December because we had somewhere to go eat like every weekend, or I mean every weekend, almost every day we could actually eat food at somebody else's house. So once you start something, you start to build it, and if you never know what's going to go to, so it's all about everybody coming together and building together, so you can actually all sit down and eat together.
All right, all right. So that's why I think we'll table it, man. First of all, I want to thank everybody for coming through. Again, I want to thank everybody for spending the better part of your day um, talking about these issues regarding Black male voters and what we can do to get some respect and get some actual movement on some of the things that we are passionate about as Black American voters. Passionate conversation, you know what I mean? But it was all respectful. Sometimes it got a little bit heated, sometimes it got a little bit passionate, but that's okay. Men can talk like this and still be respectful and without it turning into anything chaotic. And I hope one thing that I was able to leave y'all with, if you're just now coming to my spaces, because I haven't done one in quite a while, is that we can agree to disagree and we can still have love for each other and we can still be respectful. Because look, we're on this social media app and we know how this social media app gets down. 9 times out of 10, when somebody has a difference of opinion, it might not even be a disagreement, but it automatically turns into all out war and insults. But we're men in here and we know how men are supposed to speak to each other, whether you're in the same room or whether you're not in the same room. And hopefully, we were able to make some things move.
We got to cut out the sign language, brother. Got to
No,
cut out the sign language.
no.
No more sign language. No shame, insults, guilt. No need to be right. Okay, we operate like men in here. We don't do
Yup.
this feminine language shit.
Yeah. For real, for real. So yeah, so that's pretty much all we got to do, man. We got to just be able to have these conversations and get something from these conversations. So, thanks for everybody for coming in. Again, my name is Torrin Walker. I am a writer. I am a journalist. I am also a digital content creator, and I consider myself a digital storyteller. If you like what you heard today, follow my stuff, follow my YouTube channel, go to the Jumbotron. You can see the link up there. My torrenwalker.com website will take you down to everything I do. It'll also give you a background of who I am and what I'm about. And if you want to show some love to my work, you can shoot me some love via Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, and Patreon. Everything I do is pretty much funded by myself. I do everything out of pocket unless somebody wants to show me something. So I don't have 5 mansions. I'm not going to take your money and do champagne brunches and stuff on the back of your body. I'm just going to fund it right back into what I do so we can keep having these conversations. If you're on Spotify, I have the Torrin Walker podcast. Just go to Spotify, look up the Torrin Walker podcast. It goes right there. And also my YouTube channel. My YouTube channel is Torrin Walker TV. I'm on Twitter as where you see me right here, and I'm probably on here way more than I need to be, but it's a good place for me to do what I do. End of the day, man, my goal is to help keep giving you work that supports our folks. What I mean is by folks, I mean black people, and that means I have to work without gatekeepers who want to try to keep our voices suppressed. That takes time and money, and telling our stories is the mission, and funding our media is how we do it. So again, if you want to like what I do and you want to support, go to torrenwalker.com/#support. You can fund me that way, or Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, and Patreon. And I think that's where we'll leave it. Thanks to everybody who came through. My name is Torrin Walker. This has been our Black Man Politically Respected or Disrespected. I think we can draw our conclusions from this 5-hour conversation. Again, everybody be good, everybody be safe. Much love. My name is Torrin Walker. Peace. Oh, and by the way, before I leave, I'm going to pull all this down probably the next day or so. I'm going to download the audio. I didn't record it because I wanted this to kind of flow free so everybody could speak freely. So I'm going to download it and I'll have it set up on my either on my podcast or on my YouTube channel. So look out for that in the next couple of days. Everybody be good. Peace.